Preface. Fernando Pessoa. Lisbon has a certain number of eating establishments in which, on top of a respectable-looking tavern, there's a regular dining room with the solid and homey air of a restaurant in a small, trainless town. In these first-floor dining rooms, fairly empty except on Sundays, one often comes across odd sorts, unremarkable faces, a series of asides in life. There was a time in my life when a limited budget and the desire for quiet made me a regular patron of one of these first-floor restaurants, and it happened that whenever I ate dinner there around 7 o'clock, I nearly always saw a certain man who didn't interest me at first, but then began to. Fairly tall and thin, he must have been about 30 years old. He hunched over terribly when sitting down, but less so standing up, and he dressed with a carelessness that wasn't entirely careless. In his pale, uninteresting face, there was a look of suffering that didn't add any interest, and it was difficult to say just what kind of suffering this look suggested. It seemed to suggest various kinds: hardships, anxieties, and the suffering born of the indifference that comes from having already suffered a lot. He always ate a small dinner, followed by cigarettes that he rolled himself. He conspicuously observed the other patrons, not suspiciously, but with more than ordinary interest. He didn't observe them with a spirit of scrutiny, but seemed interested in them without caring to analyze their outward behavior or to register their physical appearance. It was this peculiar trait that first got me interested in him. I began to look at him more closely. I noticed that a certain air of intelligence animated his features in a certain uncertain way. But dejection, the stagnation of cold anguish, so consistently covered his face that it was hard to discern any of his other traits. I happened to learn from a waiter in the restaurant that the man worked in an office nearby. One day, there was an incident in the street down below, a fistfight between two men. Everyone in the first-floor restaurant ran to the windows, including me and the man I've been describing. I made a casual remark to him, and he replied in like manner. His voice was hesitant and colorless, as in those who hope for nothing because it's perfectly useless to hope. But perhaps it was absurd to see this in my supper-time peer. I don't know why, but from that day on we always greeted each other. And then, one day, perhaps drawn together by this stupid coincidence that we both arrived for dinner at 9:30, we struck up a conversation. At a certain point, he asked me if I wrote. I said that I did. I told him about the literary review, Orfeo, which had just recently come out. He praised it. He praised it highly, and I was taken aback. I told him I was surprised, for the art of those who write in Orfeo speaks only to a few. He said that perhaps he was one of the few. Furthermore, he added, this art wasn't exactly a novelty for him, and he shyly observed that, having nowhere to go and nothing to do, nor friends to visit, nor any interest in reading books, he usually spent his nights at home, in his rented room, likewise writing. He had furnished his 2 rooms with a semblance of luxury, no doubt at the expense of certain basic items. He had taken particular pains with the armchairs, which were soft and well padded, and with the drapes and rugs. He explained that with this kind of an interior he could maintain the dignity of tedium. In rooms decorated in the modern style, tedium becomes a discomfort, a physical distress. Nothing had ever obliged him to do anything. He'd spent his childhood alone. He never joined any group. He never pursued a course of study. He never belonged to a crowd. The circumstances of his life were marked by that strange but rather common phenomenon, perhaps in fact it's true for all lives, of being tailored to the image and likeness of his instincts, which tended towards inertia and withdrawal. He never had to face the demands of society or of the state. He even evaded the demands of his own instincts. Nothing ever prompted him to have friends or lovers. I was the only one who was in some way his intimate. But even if I always felt that I was relating to an assumed personality and that he didn't really consider me his friend, I realized from the beginning that he needed someone to whom he could leave the book that he left. This troubled me at first, but I'm glad to say that I was able to see the matter from a psychologist's point of view, and I remained just as much his friend, devoted to the end for which he'd drawn me to himself, the publication of this book. Even in this respect, circumstances were strangely favorable to him, for they brought him somebody of my character who could be of use to him. 1. I was born in a time when the majority of young people had lost faith in God for the same reason their elders had had it, without knowing why. And since the human spirit naturally tends to make judgments based on feeling instead of reason, most of these young people chose humanity to replace God. I, however, am the sort of person who is always on the fringe of what he belongs to, seeing not only the multitude he's a part of, but also the wide-open spaces around it. That's why I didn't give up God as completely as they did, and I never accepted humanity. I reasoned that God, while improbable, might exist, in which case he should be worshipped, whereas humanity, being a mere biological idea and signifying nothing more than the animal species we belong to, was no more deserving of worship than any other animal species. The cult of humanity, with its rights of freedom and equality, always struck me as a revival of those ancient cults in which gods were like animals or had animal heads. And so, not knowing how to believe in God, and unable to believe in an aggregate of animals, I, along with other people on the fringe, kept a distance from things, a distance commonly called decadence. Decadence is the total loss of unconsciousness, which is the very basis of life. Could it think, the heart would stop beating. For those few like me who live without knowing how to have life, what's left but renunciation as our way, and contemplation as our destiny? Not knowing nor able to know what religious life is, since faith isn't acquired through reason, and unable to have faith in or even react to the abstract notion of man, we're left with the aesthetic contemplation of life as our reason for having a soul. Impassive to the solemnity of any and all worlds, indifferent to the divine, and disdainers of what is human, we uselessly surrender ourselves to pointless sensation, cultivated in a refined Epicureanism, as befits our cerebral nerves. Retaining from science only its fundamental precept, that everything is subject to fatal laws, which we cannot freely react to since the laws themselves determine all reactions, and seeing how this precept concurs with the more ancient one of the divine fatality of things, we abdicate from every effort, like the weak-bodied from athletic endeavors, and we hunch over the book of sensations like scrupulous scholars of feeling. Taking nothing seriously, and recognizing our sensations as the only reality we have for certain, we take refuge there, exploring them like large unknown countries. And if we apply ourselves diligently not only to aesthetic contemplation, but also to the expression of its methods and results, it's because the poetry or prose we write, devoid of any desire to move anyone else's will or to mold anyone's understanding, is merely like when a reader reads out loud to fully objectify the subjective pleasure of reading. We're well aware that every creative work is imperfect, and that our most dubious aesthetic contemplation will be the one whose object is what we write. But everything is imperfect. There's no sunset so lovely it couldn't be yet lovelier, no gentle breeze bringing us sleep that couldn't bring a yet sounder sleep. And so, contemplators of statues and mountains alike, enjoying both books and the passing days, and dreaming all things so as to transform them into our own substance, we will also write down descriptions and analyses which, when they're finished, will become extraneous things that we can enjoy as if they happened along one day. This isn't the viewpoint of pessimists like Vigny, for whom life was a prison in which he wove straw to keep busy and forget. To be a pessimist is to see everything tragically, an attitude that's both excessive and uncomfortable. While it's true that we ascribe no value to the work we produce, and that we produce it to keep busy, we're not like the prisoner who busily weaves straw to forget about his fate. We're like the girl who embroiders pillows for no other reason than to keep busy. I see life as a roadside inn where I have to stay until the coach from the abyss pulls up. I don't know where it will take me because I don't know anything. I could see this inn as a prison, for I'm compelled to wait in it. I could see it as a social center, for it's here that I meet others. But I'm neither impatient nor common. I leave who will to stay shut up in their rooms, sprawled out on beds where they sleeplessly wait, and I leave who will to chat in the parlors, from where their songs and voices conveniently drift out here to me. I'm sitting at the door, feasting my eyes and ears on the colors and sounds of the landscape, and I softly sing, for myself alone, wispy songs I compose while waiting. Night will fall on us all, and the coach will pull up. I enjoy the breeze I'm given, and the soul I was given to enjoy it with, and I no longer question or seek. If what I write in the Book of Travelers can, when read by others at some future date, also entertain them on their journey, then fine. If they don't read it, or are not entertained, that's fine too. 2. I have to choose what I detest, either dreaming, which my intelligence hates, or action, which my sensibility loathes. Either action, for which I wasn't born, or dreaming, for which no one was born. Detesting both, I choose neither. But since I must on occasion either dream or act, I mix the two things together. 3. I love the stillness of early summer evenings downtown, and especially the stillness made more still by contrast on the streets that seethe with activity by day. Rua do Arsenal, Rua da Alfândega, the sad streets extending eastward from where the Rua da Alfândega ends, the entire stretch along the quiet docks. All of this comforts me with sadness when on these evenings I enter the solitude of their ensemble. I slip into an era prior to the one I'm living in. I enjoy feeling that I'm a contemporary of Cesario Verde, and that in me I have not verses like his, but the identical substance of the verses that were his. Walking on these streets until the night falls, my life feels to me like the life they have. By day they're full of meaningless activity, by night they're full of a meaningless lack of it. By day I am nothing, and by night I am I. There is no difference between me and these streets, save they being streets and I a soul, which perhaps is irrelevant when we consider the essence of things. There is an equal abstract destiny for men and for things. Both have an equally indifferent designation in the algebra of the world's mystery. But there's something else. In these languid and empty hours, a sadness felt by my entire being rises from my soul to my mind. A bitter awareness that everything is a sensation of mine, and at the same time something external, something not in my power to change. How often my own dreams have raised up before me as things, not to replace reality, but to declare themselves its equals, insofar as I scorn them and they exist apart from me, like the tram now turning the corner at the end of the street. Or like the voice of an evening crier, crying I don't know what, but with a sound that stands out, an Arabian chant like the sudden patter of a fountain against the monotony of twilight. Future married couples pass by, chatting seamstresses pass by, young men in a hurry for pleasure pass by. Those who have retired from everything smoke on their habitual stroll, and at one or another doorway a shopkeeper stands like an idle vagabond, hardly noticing a thing. Army recruits, some of them brawny, others slight, slowly drift along in noisy and worse than noisy clusters. Occasionally someone quite ordinary goes by. Cars at that time of day are rare, and their noise is musical. In my heart there's a peaceful anguish, and my calm is made of resignation. All of this passes, and none of it means anything to me. It's all foreign to my fate, and even to fate as a whole. It's just unconsciousness, curses of protest when chance hurls stones, echoes of unknown voices, a collective mishmash of life. 4. And from the majestic heights of my dreams, I return to being an assistant bookkeeper in the city of Lisbon. But the contrast doesn't overwhelm me, it frees me, and its irony is my blood. What should theoretically humiliate me is what I unfurl as my flag, and the laughter I should be using to laugh at myself is a bugle I blow to herald and to create a dawn into which I'm transformed. The nocturnal glory of being great without being anything. The somber majesty of splendors no one knows. And I suddenly experience the sublime feeling of a monk in the wilderness, or of a hermit in his retreat, acquainted with the substance of Christ in the sands and in the caves of withdrawal from the world. And at this table in my absurd room, I, a pathetic and anonymous office clerk, write words as if they were the soul's salvation. And I gild myself with the impossible sunset of high and vast hills in the distance, with the statue I received in exchange for life's pleasures, and with the ring of renunciation on my evangelical finger, the stagnant jewel of my ecstatic disdain. 5. I have before me, on the slanted surface of the old desk, the 2 large pages of the ledger from which I lift my tired eyes and an even more tired soul. Beyond the nothing that this represents, there's the warehouse with its uniform rows of shelves, uniform employees, human order, and tranquil banality. All the way to the wall that fronts the Rua dos Douradores. Through the window, the sound of another reality arrives, and the sound is banal, like the tranquility around the shelves. I lower new eyes to the 2 white pages on which my careful numbers have entered the firm's results. And smiling to myself, I remember that life, which contains these pages with fabric types, prices and sales, blank spaces, letters and ruled lines, also includes the great navigators, the great saints, and the poets of every age, not one of whom enters the books. A vast progeny banished from those who determine the world's worth. In the very act of entering the name of an unfamiliar cloth, the doors of the Indus and of Samarkand open up, and Persian poetry, which is from yet another place, with its quatrains whose 3rd lines don't rhyme, is a distant anchor for me in my disquiet. But I make no mistake. I write, I add, and the bookkeeping goes on, performed as usual by an employee of this office. 6. I asked for very little from life, and even this little was denied me. A nearby field, a ray of sunlight, a little bit of calm along with a bit of bread, not to feel oppressed by the knowledge that I exist, not to demand anything from others, and not to have others demand anything from me. This was denied me, like the spare change we might deny a beggar, not because we're mean-hearted, but because we don't feel like unbuttoning our coat. Sadly, I write in my quiet room, alone as I have always been, alone as I will always be. And I wonder if my apparently negligible voice might not embody the essence of thousands of voices, the longing for self-expression of thousands of lives, the patience of millions of souls resigned like my own to their daily lot, their useless dreams and their hopeless hopes. In these moments, my heart beats faster because I'm conscious of it. I live more because I live on high. I feel a religious force within me, a species of prayer, a kind of public outcry. But my mind quickly puts me in my place. I remember that I'm on the 4th floor of the Rua dos Douradores, and I take a drowsy look at myself. I glance up from this half-written page at life, futile and without beauty, and at the cheap cigarette I'm about to extinguish in the ashtray beyond the fraying blotter. Me in this 4th floor room, interrogating life, saying what souls feel, writing prose like a genius or a famous author. Me here, a genius. 7. Today, in one of the pointless and worthless daydreams that constitute a large part of my inner life, I imagined being forever free from the Rua dos Douradores, from Vasquez, my boss, from Moreira, the head bookkeeper, from all the employees, from the delivery boy, the office boy, and the cat. In my dream, I experienced freedom, as if the South Seas had offered me marvelous islands to be discovered. It would all be repose, artistic achievement, the intellectual fulfillment of my being. But even as I was imagining this, during my miniature midday holiday in a cafe, an unpleasant thought assaulted my dream. I realized I would feel regret. Yes, I say it as if confronted by the actual circumstance. I would feel regret. Vasquez, my boss, Moreira, the head bookkeeper, Borges, the cashier, all the young men, the cheerful boy who takes letters to the post office, the boy who makes deliveries, the gentle cat. All this has become part of my life. And I wouldn't be able to leave it without crying, without feeling that, like it or not, it was a part of me which would remain with all of them, and that to separate myself from them would be a partial death. Besides, if tomorrow I were to bid them all farewell and take off my Rua dos Douradores suit, what other activity would I end up doing? For I would have to do something. Or what other suit would I end up wearing? For I would have to wear some other suit. We all have a Vasquez, who's the boss, visible for some of us, invisible for others. My Vasquez goes by that very name, and he's a hale and pleasant man, occasionally short-tempered but never two-faced, self-interested but basically fair, with a sense of justice that's lacking in many great geniuses and human marvels of civilization, right and left. Other people answer to vanity or to the lure of wealth, glory, immortality. For my boss, I prefer the man named Vasquez, who in difficult moments is easier to deal with than all the abstract bosses in the world. Deeming that I earn too little, a friend of mine, who's a partner in a successful firm that does a lot of business with the government, said the other day, "You're being exploited, Soares." And I remembered that indeed I am. But since in life we must all be exploited, I wonder if it's any worse to be exploited by Vasquez and his fabrics than by vanity, by glory, by resentment, by envy, or by the impossible. Some are exploited by God himself, and they are prophets and saints in this vacuous world. And in the same way that others return to their homes, I retreat to my non-home. The large office on the Rua dos Douradores. I arrive at my desk as at a bulwark against life. I have a tender spot, tender to the point of tears, for my ledgers in which I keep other people's accounts, for the old inkstand I use, for the hunched back of Sergio, who draws up invoices a little beyond where I sit. I love all this, perhaps because I have nothing else to love, and perhaps also because nothing is worth a human soul's love, and so it's all the same, should we feel the urge to give it, whether the recipient be the diminutive form of my inkstand or the vast indifference of the stars. 8. Vasquez, the boss. At times, I'm inexplicably hypnotized by Senor Vasquez. What is this man to me besides an occasional obstacle, as the owner of my time in the daylight hours of my life? He treats me well, and is polite when he talks to me, except on his grumpy days, when he's fretting about something and isn't polite to anyone. But why does he occupy my thoughts? Is he a symbol? A cause? What is he? Vasquez, the boss. I already remember him in the future with the nostalgia I know I'm bound to feel. I'll be peacefully ensconced in a small house on the outskirts of somewhere or other, enjoying a tranquility in which I won't write the works I don't write now, and to keep on not writing them, I'll come up with even better excuses than the ones I use today to elude myself. Or I'll be in an institution for paupers, happy in my utter defeat, mixed up with the rabble of would-be geniuses who were no more than beggars with dreams, thrown in with the anonymous throng of those who didn't have strength enough to conquer, nor renunciation enough to conquer by not competing. Wherever I may be, I'll miss Senor Vasquez and the office on the Rua dos Douradores, and the monotony of my daily life will be like the remembrance of the loves that never came my way and the triumphs that weren't to be mine. Vasquez the boss. I see him today from that future as I see him today from right here. Medium height, stocky, a bit coarse but affectionate, frank and savvy, brusque and affable, a boss not only in his handling of money but also in his unhurried hands, in their thick hair and veins that look like small colored muscles in his full but not fat neck, and in his ruddy and taut cheeks with their dark, always close-shaven whiskers. I see him, I see his energetically deliberate gestures, his eyes thinking within about things outside. It displeases me when I've somehow displeased him, and my soul rejoices when he smiles, with his broad and human smile, like an applauding crowd. Perhaps the lack of some more distinguished figure in my immediate world explains why Senor Vasquez, a common and even brutish man, sometimes gets so enmeshed in my thoughts that I forget myself. I believe there's a symbol here. I believe, or almost believe, that somewhere in a remote life, this man was something much more important to me than he is today. 9. Ah, I understand. Vasquez, my boss, is life. Monotonous and necessary, imperious and inscrutable life. This banal man represents the banality of life. For me, he is everything, externally speaking, because for me life is whatever is external. And if the office on the Rua dos Douradores represents life for me, the fourth-floor room where I live on this same Rua dos Douradores represents art for me. Yes, art, residing on the very same street as life, but in a different place. Art which gives me relief from life without relieving me of living, being as monotonous as life itself, only in a different place. Yes, for me, the Rua dos Douradores contains the meaning of everything and the answer to all riddles, except for the riddle of why riddles exist, which can never be answered. 10. Futile and sensitive, I'm capable of violent and consuming impulses, both good and bad, noble and vile, but never of a sentiment that endures, never of an emotion that continues, entering into the substance of my soul. Everything in me tends to go on to become something else. My soul is impatient with itself, as with a bothersome child. Its restlessness keeps growing and is forever the same. Everything interests me, but nothing holds me. I attend to everything, dreaming all the while. I note the slightest facial movements of the person I'm talking with. I record the subtlest inflections of his utterances. But I hear without listening. I'm thinking of something else, and what I least catch in the conversation is the sense of what was said, by me or by him. And so I often repeat to someone what I've already repeated, or ask him again what he's already answered. But I'm able to describe in 4 photographic words the facial muscles he used to say what I don't recall, or the way he listened with his eyes to the words I don't remember telling him. I'm 2, and both keep their distance. Siamese twins that aren't attached. 11. Litany. We never know self-realization. We are 2 abysses, a well staring at the sky. 12. I envy, but I'm not sure that I envy, those for whom a biography could be written, or who could write their own. In these random impressions, and with no desire to be other than random, I indifferently narrate my factless autobiography, my lifeless history. These are my confessions, and if in them I say nothing, it's because I have nothing to say. What is there to confess that's worthwhile or useful? What has happened to us has happened to everyone, or only to us. If to everyone, then it's no novelty, and if only to us, then it won't be understood. If I write what I feel, it's to reduce the fever of feeling. What I confess is unimportant because everything is unimportant. I make landscapes out of what I feel. I make holidays of my sensations. I can easily understand women who embroider out of sorrow or who crochet because life exists. My elderly aunt would play solitaire throughout the endless evening. These confessions of what I feel are my solitaire. I don't interpret them like those who read cards to tell the future. I don't probe them, because in solitaire the cards don't have any special significance. I unwind myself like a multicolored skein, or I make string figures of myself, like those woven on spread fingers and passed from child to child. I take care only that my thumb not miss its loop. Then I turn over my hand and the figure changes, and I start over. To live is to crochet according to a pattern we were given. But while doing it, the mind is at liberty, and all enchanted princes can stroll in their parks between one and another plunge of the hooked ivory needle. Needlework of things. Intervals. Nothing. Besides, what can I expect from myself? My sensations, in all their horrible acuity, and a profound awareness of feeling, a sharp mind that only destroys me, and an unusual capacity for dreaming to keep me entertained. A dead will and a reflection that cradles it, like a living child. Yes, crochet. 13. My deplorable condition isn't in the least affected by these words I join together to form, little by little, my haphazard book of musings. My worthless self lives on at the bottom of every expression, like an indissoluble residue at the bottom of a glass from which only water was drunk. I write my literature as I write my ledger entries, carefully and indifferently. Next to the vast starry sky and the enigma of so many souls, the night of the unknown abyss and the chaos of nothing making sense, next to all this, what I write in the ledger and what I write on this paper that tells my soul are equally confined to the Rua dos Douradores, woefully little in the face of the universe's millionaire expanses. All of this is dream and phantasmagoria, and it matters little whether the dream be of ledger entries or of well-crafted prose. Does dreaming of princesses serve a better purpose than dreaming of the front door to the office? All that we know is our own impression, and all that we are is an exterior impression, a melodrama in which we, the self-aware actors, are also our own spectators, our own gods by permission of some department or other at City Hall. 14. We may know that the work we continue to put off doing will be bad. Worse, however, is the work we never do. A work that's finished is at least finished. It may be poor, but it exists, like the miserable plant in the lone flower pot of my neighbor who's crippled. That plant is her happiness, and sometimes it's even mine. What I write, bad as it is, may provide some hurt or sad soul a few moments of distraction from something worse. That's enough for me. Or it isn't enough, but it serves some purpose, and so it is with all of life. A tedium that includes the expectation of nothing but more tedium. A regret right now for the regret I'll have tomorrow for having felt regret today. Huge confusions with no point and no truth. Huge confusions. Where, curled up on a bench in a railway station, my contempt dozes in the cloak of my discouragement. The world of dreamed images, which are the sum of my knowledge as well as of my life. To heed the present moment isn't a great or lasting concern of mine. I crave time in all its duration, and I want to be myself unconditionally. 15. Inch by inch, I conquered the inner terrain I was born with. Bit by bit, I reclaimed the swamp in which I'd languished. I gave birth to my infinite being, but I had to wrench myself out of me with forceps. 16. I daydream between Cascais and Lisbon. I went to Cascais to pay a property tax for my boss, Senor Vasquez, on a house he owns in Estoril. I took anticipated pleasure in the trip, an hour each way in which to enjoy the forever-changing views of the wide river and its Atlantic estuary. But on actually going out there, I lost myself in abstract contemplations, seeing but not seeing the riverscapes I'd looked forward to seeing, while on the way back I lost myself in mentally nailing down those sensations. I wouldn't be able to describe the slightest detail of the trip, the slightest scrap of what there was to see. What I got out of it are these pages, the fruit of contradiction and forgetting. I don't know if this is better or worse than the contrary, nor do I know what the contrary is. The train slows down. We're at Cais do Sodre. I've arrived at Lisbon, but not at a conclusion. 17. Perhaps it's finally time for me to make this one effort, to take a good look at my life. I see myself in the midst of a vast desert. I tell what I literally was yesterday, and I try to explain to myself how I got here. 18. With merely a kind of smile in my soul, I passively consider the definitive confinement of my life to the Rua dos Douradores, to this office, to the people who surround me. An income sufficient for food and drink, a roof over my head, and a little free time in which to dream and write, to sleep. What more can I ask of the gods or expect from destiny? I've had great ambitions and boundless dreams, but so is the delivery boy or the seamstress, because everyone has dreams. What distinguishes certain of us is our capacity for fulfilling them, or our destiny that they be fulfilled. In dreams, I am equal to the delivery boy and the seamstress. I differ from them only in knowing how to write. Yes, writing is an act, a personal circumstance that distinguishes me from them. But in my soul, I'm their equal. I realize that there are islands to the south and great cosmopolitan attractions, and if I had the world in my hand, I'm quite sure I would trade it for a ticket to Rua dos Douradores. Perhaps my destiny is to remain forever a bookkeeper, with poetry or literature as a butterfly that alights on my head, making me look ridiculous to the extent it looks beautiful. I'll miss Moreira, but what's that next to a glorious promotion? I know that the day I become head bookkeeper of Vasquez & Co. will be one of the great days of my life. I know it with foretasted bitterness and irony, but also with the intellectual advantage of certainty. 19. In the cove on the seashore, among the woods and meadows that fronted the beach, the fickleness of inflamed desire rose out of the uncertainty of the blank abyss. To choose the wheat or to choose the many was all the same, and the distance kept going through cypress trees. The magic power of words in isolation, or joined together on the basis of sound, with inner reverberations and divergent meanings, even as they converge, the splendor of phrases inserted between the meanings of other phrases, the virulence of vestiges, the hope of the woods, and the absolute peacefulness of the ponds on the farms of my childhood of ruses. And so, within the high walls of absurd audacity, in the rows of trees and in the startled tremors of what withers, someone other than me would hear from sad lips the confession denied to more insistent parties. Never again, not even if the knights were to come back on the road that was visible from the top of the wall, would there be peace in the castle of the last souls, where lances jangled in the unseen courtyard, nor would any other name on this side of the road be remembered but the one which at night would enchant, like the Moorish ladies of folklore, the child who later died to life and to wonder. Over the furrows in the grass, like remembrances of what was to come, the treading of the last lost men sounded ever so lightly, their dragging steps opening nothings in the restless greenery. Those who would come were bound to be old, and only the young would never arrive. The drums rumbled on the roadside, and the bugles hung uselessly from exhausted arms that would have dropped them if they still had strength enough to drop something. But when the illusion was over, the dead clamor sounded yet again, and the dogs could be seen nervously hesitating on the tree-lined paths. It was all absurd, like mourning the dead, and princesses from other people's dreams strolled about freely and indefinitely. 20. Whenever I've tried to free my life from a set of the circumstances that continuously oppress it, I've been instantly surrounded by other circumstances of the same order, as if the inscrutable web of creation were irrevocably at odds with me. I yank from my neck a hand that was choking me, and I see that my own hand is tied to a noose that fell around my neck when I freed it from the stranger's hand. When I gingerly remove the noose, it's with my own hands that I nearly strangle myself. 21. Whether or not they exist, we're slaves to the gods. 22. The image of myself I saw in mirrors is the same one I hold against the bosom of my soul. I could never be anything but frail and hunched over, even in my thoughts. Everything about me belongs to a glossy prince, pasted, along with other decals, in the old album of a little boy who died long ago. To love myself is to feel sorry for myself. Perhaps one day, towards the end of the future, someone will write a poem about me, and I'll begin to reign in my kingdom. God is the fact that we exist, and that's not all. 23. Absurdity. Let's act like sphinxes, however falsely, until we reach the point of no longer knowing who we are. For we are, in fact, false sphinxes, with no idea of what we are in reality. The only way to be in agreement with life is to disagree with ourselves. Absurdity is divine. Let's develop theories, patiently and honestly thinking them out, in order to promptly act against them, acting and justifying our actions with new theories that condemn them. Let's cut a path in life and then go immediately against that path. Let's adopt all the poses and gestures of something we aren't and don't wish to be and don't even wish to be taken for being. Let's buy books so as not to read them. Let's go to concerts without caring to hear the music or to see who's there. Let's take long walks because we're sick of walking. And let's spend whole days in the country just because it bores us. 24. Today, feeling almost physically ill because of that age-old anxiety which sometimes wells up, I ate and drank rather less than usual in the first-floor dining room of the restaurant responsible for perpetuating my existence. And as I was leaving, the waiter, having noted that the bottle of wine was still half full, turned to me and said, "So long, Senor Soares, and I hope you feel better." The trumpet blast of this simple phrase relieved my soul like a sudden wind clearing the sky of clouds. And I realized something I had never really thought about. With these cafe and restaurant waiters, with barbers, and with the delivery boys on street corners, I enjoy a natural, spontaneous rapport that I can't say I have with those I supposedly know more intimately. Camaraderie has its subtleties. Some govern the world, others are the world. Between an American millionaire, a Caesar or Napoleon or Lenin, and the socialist leader of a small town, there's a difference in quantity but not of quality. Below them, there's us, the unnoticed. The reckless playwright William Shakespeare, John Milton, the schoolteacher, Dante Alighieri, the tramp, the delivery boy who ran an errand for me yesterday, the barber who tells me jokes, and the waiter who just now demonstrated his camaraderie by wishing me well, after noticing I'd drunk only half the wine. 25. It's a hopelessly bad lithograph. I stare at it without knowing if I see it. It's one among others in the shop window, in the middle of the window under the steps. She holds Spring against her breast and stares at me with sad eyes. Her smile shines because the paper's glossy, and her cheeks are red. The sky behind her is the color of light blue cloth. She has a sculpted, almost tiny mouth, and above its postcard expression, her eyes keep staring at me with an enormous sorrow. The arm holding the flowers reminds me of someone else's. Her dress or blouse has a low neck that reveals one shoulder. Her eyes are genuinely sad. They stare at me from the depth of the lithographic reality with a truth of some sort. She came with spring. Her eyes are large, but that's not what makes them sad. I tear myself from the window with violent steps. I cross the street and turn around with impotent indignation. She still holds the spring she was given, and her eyes are sad like all the things in life I've missed out on. Seen from a distance, the lithograph turns out to be more colorful. The figure's hair is tied at the top by a pinker-than-pink ribbon. I hadn't noticed. In human eyes, even in lithographic ones, there's something terrible. The inevitable warning of consciousness, the silent shout that there's a soul there. With a huge effort, I pull out of the sleep in which I was steeped, and like a dog I shake off the drops of dark fog. Oblivious to my departure, as if bidding farewell to something else, those sad eyes of the whole of life, of this metaphysical lithograph that we observe from a distance, stare at me as if I knew something of God. The print, which has a calendar at the bottom, is framed above and below by two flatly curved, badly painted black strips. Within these upper and lower limits, above 1929 and an outmoded calligraphic vignette adorning the inevitable 1st of January, the sad eyes ironically smile at me. Funny where I knew that figure from. In the corner at the back of the office, there's an identical calendar which I've seen countless times, but due to some lithographic mystery, or some mystery of my own, the eyes of the office copy express no sorrow. It's just a lithograph. Printed on glossy paper, it sleeps away its subdued life above the head of left-handed Alves. All of this makes me want to smile, but I feel a profound anxiety. I feel the chill of a sudden sickness in my soul. I don't have the strength to balk at this absurdity. What window overlooking what secret of God am I confronting against my will? Where does the window under the stairs lead to? What eye stared at me from out of the lithograph? I'm practically trembling. I involuntarily raise my eyes to the far corner of the office where the real lithograph is. I keep raising my eyes to that corner of the office where the real lithograph is. I keep raising my eyes to that corner. 26. To give each emotion a personality, a heart to each state of the heart. The girls came around the bend in a large group. They sang as they walked, and the sound of their voices was happy. I don't know who or what they might be. I listened to them for a time from afar, without a feeling of my own, but a feeling of sorrow for them impressed itself on my heart. For their future? For their unconsciousness? Not directly for them, and perhaps, after all, only for me. 27. Literature, which is art married to thought, and realization untainted by reality, seems to me the end towards which all human effort would have to strive, if it were truly human and not just a welling up of our animal self. To express something is to conserve its virtue and take away its terror. Fields are greener in their description than in their actual greenness. Flowers, if described with phrases that define them in the air of the imagination, will have colors with a durability not found in cellular life. What moves lives. What is said endures. There's nothing in life that's less real for having been well described. Small-minded critics point out that such and such poem with its protracted cadences in the end says merely that it's a nice day. But to say it's a nice day is difficult, and the nice day itself passes on. It's up to us to conserve the nice day in a wordy, florid memory, sprinkling new flowers and new stars over the fields and skies of the empty, fleeting outer world. Everything is what we are, and everything will be for those who come after us in the diversity of time what we will have intensely imagined, what we, that is, by embodying our imagination, will have actually been. The grand, tarnished panorama of history amounts, as I see it, to a flow of interpretations, the confused consensus of unreliable eyewitness accounts. The novelist is all of us, and we narrate whenever we see, because seeing is complex like everything. Right now I have so many fundamental thoughts, so many truly metaphysical things to say that I suddenly feel tired, and I've decided to write no more, think no more. I'll let the fever of saying put me to sleep instead, and with closed eyes I'll stroke, as if petting a cat, all that I might have said. 28. A breath of music, or of a dream, of something that would make me almost feel, something that would make me not think. 29. After the last drops of rain began to fall more slowly from the rooftops, and the sky's blue began to spread over the street's paving stones, then the vehicles sang a different song, louder and happier, and windows could be heard opening up to the no longer forgetful sun. From the narrow street at the end of the next block came the loud invitation of the first seller of lottery tickets, and nails being nailed into crates in the shop opposite reverberated in the limpid space. It was an ambiguous holiday, official but not strictly observed. Work and repose coexisted, and I had nothing to do. I'd woken up early, and I took a long time getting ready to exist. I paced from one side of the room to the other, dreaming out loud incoherent and impossible things. Deeds I'd forgotten to do. Hopeless ambitions haphazardly realized. Fluid and lively conversations which, were they to be, would already have been. And in this reverie without grandeur or calm, in this hopeless and endless dallying, I paced away my free morning, and my words, said out loud in a low voice, multiplied in the echoing cloister of my inglorious isolation. Seen from the outside, my human figure was ridiculous like everything human in its intimacy. Over the pajamas of my abandoned sleep, I'd put on an old overcoat, habitually employed for these morning vigils. My old slippers were falling apart, especially the left one. And with my hands in the pockets of my posthumous coat, I strolled down the avenue of my small room in broad and decisive steps, playing out in my useless reverie a dream no different from anybody else's. Through the open coolness of my only window, thick drops of leftover rain could still be heard falling from the rooftops. It was still somewhat moist and cool from having rained. The sky, however, was triumphantly blue, and the clouds that remained from the defeated or tired rain retreated behind the castle, surrendering to the sky its rightful paths. It was an occasion to be happy, but something weighed on me, some inscrutable yearning, an indefinable and perhaps even noble desire. Perhaps it was just taking me a long time to feel alive, and when I looked out my high window, looking down at the street I couldn't see, I suddenly felt like one of those damp rags used for house cleaning that are taken to the window to dry but are forgotten, balled up on the sill, where they slowly leave a stain. 30. Sadly, or perhaps not, I recognize that I have an arid heart. An adjective matters more to me than the real weeping of a human soul. My master, Vieira. But sometimes I'm different. Sometimes I have the warm tears of those who don't have and never had a mother, and the eyes that burn with these dead tears burn inside my heart. I don't remember my mother. She died when I was 1 year old. My distracted and callous sensibility comes from the lack of that warmth and from my useless longing after kisses I don't remember. I'm artificial. It was always against strange breasts that I woke up, cuddled as if by proxy. It's my longing for whom I might have been that distracts and torments me. Who would I be now if I'd received the affection that comes from the womb and is placed through kisses on a baby's face? Perhaps my regret for having never been a son plays a large role in my emotional indifference. Whoever held me as a child against her face couldn't hold me against her heart. Only she who was far away in a tomb could have done that. She who would have belonged to me had fate willed it. They told me later on that my mother was pretty, and they say that when they told me, I made no comment. I was already fit in body and soul, but ignorant about emotions, and people's speech was not yet news from other hard-to-imagine pages. My father, who lived far away, killed himself when I was 3, and so I never met him. I still don't know why he lived far away. I never cared to find out. I remember his death as a grave silence during the first meals we ate after learning about it. I remember that the others would occasionally look at me, and I would look back, dumbly comprehending. Then I'd eat with more concentration, since they might, when I wasn't looking, still be looking at me. I'm all of these things, like it or not, in the confused depths of my fatal sensibility. 31. The clock in the back of the deserted house, everyone sleeping, slowly lets the clear quadruple sound of 4 o'clock in the morning fall. I still haven't fallen asleep, and I don't expect to. There's nothing on my mind to keep me from sleeping, and no physical pain to prevent me from relaxing, but the dull silence of my strange body just lies there in the darkness, made even more desolate by the feeble moonlight of the street lamps. I'm so sleepy I can't even think, so sleepless I can't feel. Everything around me is the naked, abstract universe consisting of nocturnal negations. Divided between tired and restless, I succeed in touching, with the awareness of my body, a metaphysical knowledge of the mystery of things. Sometimes my soul starts fading, and then the random details of daily life float on the surface of consciousness, and I find myself entering amounts while floundering in sleeplessness. At other times, I wake up from the half-sleep I'd fallen into, and hazy images with poetical and unpredictable colors play out their silent show to my inattention. My eyes aren't completely closed. My faint vision is fringed by a light from far away. It's from the street lamps that border the deserted street down below. To cease, to sleep, to replace this intermittent consciousness with better, melancholy things whispered in secret to someone who doesn't know me. To cease, to be the ebb and flow of a vast sea fluidly skirting real shores on a night in which one really sleeps. To cease to be unknown and external, a swaying of branches in distant rows of trees, a gentle falling of leaves, their sound noted more than their fall, the ocean spray of far-off fountains, and all the uncertainty of parks at night lost in endless tangles, natural labyrinths of darkness. To cease, to end at last. But surviving is something else. The page of a book, a tuft of disheveled hair, the quiver of the creeping plant next to a half-open window, the irrelevant footsteps in the gravel of the bend, the last smoke to rise from the village going to sleep, the wagoner's whip left on the early morning roadside. Absurdity, confusion, oblivion, everything that isn't life. In my own way, I sleep without slumber or repose, this vegetative life of imagining, and the distant reflection of the silent street lamps, like the quiet foam of a dirty sea, hovers behind my restless eyebrows. I sleep and unsleep. Behind me, on the other side of where I'm lying down, the silence of the house touches infinity. I hear time fall, drop by drop, and not one drop that falls can be heard. My physical heart is physically oppressed by the almost forgotten memory of all that has been or that I've been. I feel my head materially supported by the pillow in which it makes a valley. My skin and the skin of the pillowcase are like two people touching in the shadows. Even the ear in which I'm lying mathematically engraves itself on my brain. I blink with fatigue, and my eyelashes make an infinitesimal, inaudible sound against the felt whiteness of the pillow's slope. I breathe, sighing, and my breathing happens. It isn't mine. I suffer without feeling or thinking. The house's clock, definitely located in the midst of the infinite, strikes the half-hour, dry and void. Everything is so full, so deep, so black, and so cold. I pass times I pass silences. Formless worlds pass by me. Like a child of mystery, a cock suddenly crows, unaware that it's nighttime. I can sleep, for it's morning in me, and I feel my mouth smile, slightly displacing the soft pleats of the pillowcase pressed against my face. I can surrender to life, I can sleep, I can forget myself. And as incipient slumber wraps me in darkness, either I remember the cock that crowed, or it is the cock itself that crows a second time. 32. Symphony of a Restless Night. Everything was sleeping as if the universe were a mistake. The wind, blowing uncertainly, was a formless flag unfurled over a non-existent army post. High, strong gusts ripped through nothing at all, and the window frames shook their panes to make the edges rattle. Underlying everything, the hushed night was the tomb of God, and my soul felt sorry for God. Suddenly a new order of universal things acted on the city. The wind whistled in its lulls, and there was a slumbering awareness of countless agitations on high. Then the night closed like a trapdoor, and a vast calm made me wish I'd been sleeping. 33. During the first days of autumn, when nightfall arrived suddenly, as if prematurely, and it seems we took longer to do our day's work, I enjoy, while still working, the thought of not working, which the darkness brings. For the darkness is night, and night means sleep, home, freedom. When the lights come on, dispelling darkness from the large office, and we continue our day's work in the beginning of night, I feel a comfort that's absurd, like a remembrance belonging to someone else, and I'm at peace with the numbers I write, as if I were reading while waiting to fall asleep. We're all slaves of external circumstances. A sunny day transports us from a cafe on a narrow side street to wide-open fields. An overcast sky in the country makes us close up, taking shelter as best we can in the house without doors of our own self. The onset of night, even in the midst of daytime activities, enlarges, like a slowly opening fan, our awareness that we ought to rest. But the work doesn't slow down. It gets livelier. We no longer work. We amuse ourselves with the labor to which we're condemned. And all of a sudden, across the huge columned sheet of my numerary destiny, the old house of my elderly aunts, shut off from the world, shelters the drowsy 10 o'clock tea, and the kerosene lamp of my lost childhood, glowing only on the linen-covered table, blinds me to the sight of Morera, illuminated by a black electricity infinities away from me. The maid, who is even older than my aunts, brings in the tea, along with the vestiges of her interrupted nap and the affectionately patient grumpiness of old-time servants, and across all my dead past, I enter items and totals without a single mistake. I retreat into myself, get lost in myself, forget myself in faraway nights uncontaminated by duty and the world, undefiled by mystery and the future. And so gentle is the sensation that estranges me from debits and credits that if by chance I'm asked a question, I answer in a soft voice, as if my being were hollow, as if it were nothing more than a typewriter I carry around with me, portable, opened, and ready. It doesn't faze me when my dreams are interrupted. They're so gentle that I keep dreaming them as I speak, write, answer, or even discuss. And through it all, the long-lost tea finishes. The office is going to close. From the ledger, which I slowly shut, I raise my eyes, sore from the tears they didn't shed, and with confused feelings I accept, because I must, that with the closing of my office, my dream also closes. That as my hand shuts the ledger, it also pulls a veil over my irretrievable past. That I'm going to life's bed wide awake, unaccompanied and without peace, in the ebb and flow of my confused consciousness, like two tides in the black night where the destinies of nostalgia and desolation meet. 34. Sometimes I think I'll never leave the Rua dos Douradores. and having written this, it seems to me eternity. Not pleasure, not glory, not power. Freedom, only freedom. To go from the phantoms of faith to the ghosts of reason is merely to change cells. Art, if it frees us from the abstract idols of old, should also free us from magnanimous ideas and social concerns, which are likewise idols. To find our personality by losing it. Faith itself endorses this destiny. 35. And a deep and weary disdain for all those who work for mankind, for all those who fight for their country and give their lives so that civilization may continue. A disdain full of disgust for those who don't realize that the only reality is each man's soul, and that everything else, the exterior world and other people, is but an unaesthetic nightmare, like the result in dreams of a mental indigestion. My aversion to effort becomes an almost writhing horror before all forms of violent effort. War, energetic and productive labor, helping others, all this strikes me as the product of an impertinence. Everything useful and external tastes frivolous and trivial in the light of my soul's supreme reality and next to the pure sovereign splendor of my more original and frequent dreams. These, for me, are more real. 36. It's not the cracked walls of my rented room, nor the shabby desks in the office where I work, nor the poverty of the same old downtown streets in between, which I've crossed and recrossed so many times they seem to have assumed the immobility of the irreparable. None of that is responsible for my frequent feeling of nausea over the squalor of daily life. It's the people who habitually surround me, the souls who know me through conversation and daily contact without knowing me at all. They're the ones who cause a salivary knot of physical disgust to form in my throat. It's the sordid monotony of their lives, outwardly parallel to my own, and their keen awareness that I'm their fellow man. That is what dresses me in a convict's clothes, places me in a jail cell, and makes me apocryphal and beggarly. There are times when each detail of the ordinary interests me for its own sake, and I feel a fondness for things because I can read them clearly. Then I see, as Vieira said that Sousa in his description saw, the ordinary in its singularity, and I have the poetic soul that inspired the intellectual age of poetry among the Greeks. But there are also moments, such as the one that oppresses me now, when I feel my own self far more than I feel external things, and everything transforms into a night of rain and mud where, lost in the solitude of an out-of-the-way station, I wait interminably for the next third-class train. Yes, my particular virtue of being very often objective, and thus sidetracked from thinking about myself, suffers lapses of affirmation, as do all virtues and even all vices. And I start to wonder how I'm able to go on, how I dare have the faint-heartedness to be here among these people exactly like them in true conformity to their shoddy illusion. Like flashes from a distant lighthouse, I see all the solutions offered by the imagination's female side. Flight, suicide, renunciation, grandiose acts of our aristocratic self-awareness, the swashbuckling novel of existences without balconies. But the ideal Juliet of the best possible reality closed the high window of the literary encounter on the fictitious Romeo of my blood. She obeys her father. He obeys his. The feud between the Montagues and the Capulets continues. The curtain falls on what didn't happen, and I go on home, to my rented room where I loathe the landlady who isn't home, her children I hardly ever see, and the people from the office that I'll see only tomorrow, with the collar of a clerk's coat turned up without astonishment over the neck of a poet, with my boots, always purchased in the same shop, automatically avoiding the puddles of cold rain, and with a bit of mixed concern for having once more forgotten my umbrella and the dignity of my soul. 37. Dolorous Interlude. An object tossed into a corner, a rag that fell onto the road, my contemptible being feigns to the world. 38. I envy all people, because I'm not them. Since this always seemed to me like the most impossible of all impossibilities, it's what I yearned for every day and despaired of in every sad moment. A dull blast of grim sunlight burned my eyes' physical sensation of seeing. A hot yellow languished in the black green of the trees. The torpor. 39. All of a sudden, as if a surgical hand of destiny had operated on a long-standing blindness with immediate and sensational results, I lift my gaze from my anonymous life to the clear recognition of how I live. And I see that everything I've done, thought, or been is a species of delusion or madness. I'm amazed by what I managed not to see. I marvel at all that I was and that I now see I'm not. I look at my past life as at a field lit up by the sun when it breaks through the clouds, and I note with metaphysical astonishment how my most deliberate acts, my clearest ideas, and my most logical intentions were, after all, no more than congenital drunkenness, inherent madness, and huge ignorance. I didn't even act anything out. I was the role that got acted. At most, I was the actor's motions. All that I've done, thought, or been is a series of submissions, either to a false self that I assumed belonged to me because I expressed myself through it to the outside, or to a weight of circumstances that I supposed was the air I breathed. In this moment of seeing, I suddenly find myself isolated, an exile where I'd always thought I was a citizen. At the heart of my thoughts, I wasn't I. I'm dazed by a sarcastic terror of life, a despondency that exceeds the limits of my conscious being. I realize that I was all error and deviation, that I never lived, that I existed only insofar as I filled time with consciousness and thought. I feel, in this moment, like a man who wakes up after a slumber full of real dreams, or like a man freed by an earthquake from the dim light of the prison he'd grown used to. This sudden awareness of my true being, of this being that has always sleepily wandered between what it feels and what it sees, weighs on me like an untold sentence to serve. It's so hard to describe what I feel when I feel I really exist, and my soul is a real entity that I don't know what human words could define it. I don't know if I have a fever, as I feel I do, or if I've stopped having the fever of sleeping through life. Yes, I repeat, I'm like a traveler who suddenly finds himself in a strange town without knowing how he got there, which makes me think of those who lose their memory and for a long time are not themselves but someone else. I was someone else for a long time, since birth and consciousness, and suddenly I've woken up in the middle of a bridge, leaning over the river and knowing that I exist more solidly than the person I was up till now. But the city is unknown to me. The streets are new, and the trouble has no cure. And so, leaning over the bridge, I wait for the truth to go away, and let me return to being fictitious and non-existent, intelligent and natural. It was just a brief moment, and it's already over. Once more I see the furniture all around me, the pattern of the old wallpaper and the sun through the dusty panes. I saw the truth for a moment. For a moment, I was consciously what great men are their entire lives. I recall their words and deeds and wonder if they were also successfully tempted by the demon of reality. To know nothing about yourself is to live. To know yourself badly is to think. To know yourself in a flash, as I did in this moment, is to have a fleeting notion of the intimate monad, the soul's magic word. But that sudden light scorches everything, consumes everything. It strips us naked of even ourselves. It was just a moment, and I saw myself. I can no longer even say what I was, and now I'm sleepy because I think, I don't know why, that the meaning of it all is to sleep. 40. Sometimes I feel, I'm not sure why, a touch of foretold death. Perhaps it's an indefinite sickness which, because it doesn't materialize in pain, tends to become spiritualized in nothingness, the end. Or perhaps it's a weariness that needs a slumber far deeper than sleeping affords. All I know is that I feel like a sick man who has been getting steadily worse until at last he calmly and without regret extends his feeble hands over the bedspread he had been clutching. And then I wonder what this thing is that we call death. I don't mean the mystery of death, which I can't begin to fathom, but the physical sensation of ceasing to live. Humanity is afraid of death, but indecisively. The normal man makes a good soldier in combat. The normal man, when sick or old, rarely looks with horror at the abyss of nothing, though he admits its nothingness. This is because he lacks imagination. And nothing is less worthy of a thinking man than to see death as a slumber. Why a slumber if death doesn't resemble sleep? Basic to sleep is the fact we wake up from it, as we presumably do not from death. If death resembles sleep, we should suppose that we wake up from it, but this is not what the normal man imagines. He imagines death as a slumber no one wakes up from, which means nothing. Death doesn't resemble slumber, I said, since in slumber one is alive and sleeping, and I don't know how death can resemble anything at all for us, since we have no experience of it, nor anything to compare it to. Whenever I see a dead body, death seems to me a departure. The corpse looks to me like a suit that was left behind. Someone went away and didn't need to take the one and only outfit he'd worn. 41. Silence emerges from the sound of the rain and spreads in a crescendo of gray monotony over the narrow street I contemplate. I'm sleeping while awake, standing by the window, leaning against it as against everything. I search in myself for the sensations I feel before these falling threads of darkly luminous water that stand out from the grimy building facades and especially from the open windows. And I don't know what I feel or what I want to feel. I don't know what to think or what I am. All the pent-up bitterness of my life removes before my sensationless eyes, the suit of natural happiness it wears in the random events that fill up each day. I realize that while often happy and often cheerful, I'm always sad. And the part of me that realizes this is behind me, as if bent over my leaning self at the window, as if looking over my shoulder or even over my head to contemplate, with eyes more intimate than my own, the slow and now wavy rain which filigrees the gray and inclement air. To shrug off all duties, even those not assigned to us, to repudiate all homes, even those that weren't ours, to live off vestiges and the ill-defined, in grand purple robes of madness and in counterfeit laces of dreamed majesties, to be something, anything that doesn't feel the weight of the rain outside nor the anguish of inner emptiness, to wander without thought or soul, sensation without sensation, along mountain roads and through valleys hidden between steep slopes, into the far distance, irrevocably immersed, to be lost in landscapes like paintings, a colored non-existence in the background. A light gust of wind, which I can't feel on this side of the window, breaks the even fall of rain into aerial discrepancies. A part of the sky hidden from view is clearing. I notice this because I can now make out the calendar on the wall through the less-than-clean window that faces my own. I forget. I don't see. I don't think. The rain stops, and for a moment a fine dust of miniature diamonds hangs in the air, like tiny crumbs from an enormous tablecloth, bluely shaken on high. I can feel that part of the sky has cleared. I can see more distinctly the calendar through the window opposite. It has a woman's face. The rest is easy because I remember it, and the toothpaste is the brand everyone knows. But what was I thinking about before I got lost in seeing? I don't know. Effort? Will? Life? A huge onslaught of light reveals a now almost entirely blue sky. But there is no peace. There will never be. At the bottom of my heart, an old well in a corner of the farm that was sold, a dust-coated memory of childhood shut up in the attic of someone else's house. I have no peace, nor even, alas, the desire to have it. 42. Only as a lack of personal hygiene can I understand my wallowing in this flat, invariable life I lead, this dust or filth stuck on the surface of never changing. We should wash our destiny the way we wash our body, and change life the way we change clothes, not to preserve life, as when we eat and sleep, but out of objective respect for ourselves, which is what personal hygiene is all about. There are many people whose lack of hygiene is not a chosen condition, but a shrugging of the intellect's shoulders. And there are many whose dullness and sameness of life is not what they wanted for their life, nor the result of not having wanted any life, but just a dulling of their own self-awareness, a spontaneous irony of the intellect. There are pigs repelled by their own filth that don't draw away from it, because the feeling of repulsion is so strong it paralyzes, as when a frightened man freezes instead of fleeing the danger. There are pigs like me that wallow in their destiny, not drawing away from the banality of daily life because they're enthralled by their own impotence. They're like birds captivated by the thought of the snake, like flies that hover around branches without seeing a thing until they're within the sticky reach of the chameleon's tongue. In a similar sort of way, I promenade my conscious unconsciousness along the tree branch of the usual. I promenade my destiny that goes forward, though I don't go anywhere, and my time that advances, though I stay put. And the only thing that alleviates my monotony are these brief commentaries I make with respect to it. I'm grateful that my cell has windows inside the bars, and on the dust of the necessary that covers the panes, I write my name in capital letters, my daily signature on my covenant with death. With death? No, not even with death. Whoever lives like me doesn't die. He terminates, wilts, devegetates. The place where he was remains without him being there. The street where he walked remains without him being seen on it. The house where he lived is inhabited by not him. That's all, and we call it nothing. But not even this tragedy of negation can be staged to applause, for we don't even know for sure if it's nothing. We, these vegetable manifestations of both truth and life, dust on both the outside and the inside of the panes, grandchildren of destiny and stepchildren of God, who married eternal night when she was widowed by the chaos that fathered us. To depart from the Rua dos Douradores for the impossible, to leave my desk for the unknown. But with this journey intersected by reason, the great book that says we existed. 43. The abstract intelligence produces a fatigue that's the worst of all fatigues. It doesn't weigh on us like bodily fatigue, nor disconcert like the fatigue of emotional experience. It's the weight of our consciousness of the world, a shortness of breath in our soul. Then, as if they were wind-blown clouds, all of the ideas in which we've felt life, and all the ambitions and plans on which we've based our hopes for the future, tear apart and scatter like ashes of fog, tatters of what wasn't nor could ever be. And behind this disastrous rout, the black and implacable solitude of the desolate, starry sky appears. The mystery of life distresses and frightens us in many ways. Sometimes it comes upon us like a formless phantom, and the soul trembles with the worst of fears, that of the monstrous incarnation of non-being. At other times, it's behind us, visible only as long as we don't turn around to look at it, and it's the truth in its profound horror of our never being able to know it. But the horror that's destroying me today is less noble and more corrosive. It's a longing to be free of wanting to have thoughts, a desire to never have been anything, a conscious despair in every cell of my body and soul. It's the sudden feeling of being imprisoned in an infinite cell. Where can one think of fleeing if the cell is everything? And then I feel an overwhelming, absurd desire for a kind of Satanism before Satan, a desire that one day, a day without time or substance, an escape leading outside of God will be discovered, and our deepest selves will somehow cease participating in being and non-being. 44. There's a sleepiness of our conscious attention that I can't explain, but that often attacks me, if something so hazy can be said to attack. I'll be walking down a street as if I were sitting down, and my attention, although alert to everything, will have the inertia of a body completely at rest. I would be incapable of deliberately stepping aside for an approaching passerby. I would be incapable of responding with words, or even with thoughts inside my mind, to a question asked me by a random stranger, who happened to cross paths with my random presence. I would be incapable of having a desire, a hope, or anything at all representing a movement of my general will, or even, if I may so speak, of the partial will belonging to each of my component parts. I would be incapable of thinking, of feeling, of wanting. And I walk, I roam, I keep going. Nothing in my movements, I notice by what others don't notice, transmits my state of stagnation to the observable plane. And this spiritless state, which would be natural and therefore comfortable in someone lying down or reclining, is singularly uncomfortable, even painful in a man walking down the street. It's like being intoxicated with inertia. Drunk, but with no enjoyment in the drinking or in the drunkenness. It's a sickness with no hope of recovery. It's a lively death. 45. To live a dispassionate and cultured life in the open air of ideas, reading, dreaming, and thinking of writing, a life so slow it constantly verges on tedium, but pondered enough never to find itself there. To live this life far from emotions and thought, living it only in the thought of emotions and in the emotion of thoughts, to goldenly stagnate in the sun, like a murky pond surrounded by flowers, to possess, in the shade, that nobility of spirit that makes no demands on life, to be in the whirl of the worlds like dust of flowers, sailing through the afternoon air on an unknown wind and falling in the torpor of dusk wherever it falls, lost among larger things. To be this with a sure understanding, neither happy nor sad, grateful to the sun for its brilliance and to the stars for their remoteness. To be no more, have no more, want no more. The music of the hungry beggar, the song of the blind man, the relic of the unknown wayfarer, the tracks in the desert of the camel without burden or destination. 46. I experience a feeling of inspiration and liberation as I passively reread those simple lines of Cairo that tell what naturally results from the smallness of his village. Since it is small, he says, there one can see more of the world than in the city, and so his village is larger than the city. Because I'm the size of what I see, and not the size of my stature. Lines like these, which seem to spring into being on their own, independently of whoever says them, cleanse me of all the metaphysics that I automatically tack onto life. After reading them, I step over to my window overlooking the narrow street. I look at the immense sky and the countless stars, and I'm free, with a winged splendor whose fluttering sends a shiver throughout my body. I'm the size of what I see. Each time I think on this phrase with all my nerves, the more it seems destined to redesign the whole starry universe. I'm the size of what I see. How large are the mind's riches, ranging from the well of profound emotions to the distant stars that are reflected in it, and so, in some sense, are there. And since now I know I can see, I look upon the vast objective metaphysics of all the heavens with a certainty that makes me want to die singing. I'm the size of what I see, and the vague moonlight, entirely mine, begins to mar with vagueness the blackish blue horizon. I want to raise my arms and shout wild and strange things, to speak to the lofty mysteries, to affirm a new and vast personality to the boundless expanses of empty matter. But I control myself and calm down. I'm the size of what I see, and the phrase becomes my entire soul. I rest all my emotions on it, and over me, on the inside as over the city on the outside, there descends an indecipherable peace from the hard moonlight that broadly begins to shine as the night falls. 47. In the sad disarray of my confused emotions, a twilight sadness made of fatigue and false renunciations, a tedium of feeling anything at all, a pain as of a choked sob or a discovered truth. A landscape of abdications unfolds in my oblivious soul. Walkways lined by abandoned gestures, high flower beds of dreams that weren't even well dreamed, incongruities like hedges separating deserted paths, suppositions like old pools whose fountains are broken. It all gets entangled and squalidly looms in the sad disarray of my confused sensations. 48. To understand, I destroyed myself. To understand is to forget about loving. I know nothing more simultaneously false and telling than the statement by Leonardo da Vinci that we cannot love or hate something until we've understood it. Solitude devastates me. Company oppresses me. The presence of another person derails my thoughts. I dream of the other person's presence with a strange absent-mindedness that no amount of my analytical scrutiny can define. 49. Isolation has carved me in its image and likeness. The presence of another person, of any person whatsoever, instantly slows down my thinking, and while for a normal man contact with others is a stimulus to spoken expression and wit, for me it is a counter-stimulus, if this compound word be linguistically permissible. When all by myself, I can think of all kinds of clever remarks, quick comebacks to what no one said, and flashes of witty sociability with nobody. But all of this vanishes when I face someone in the flesh. I lose my intelligence, I can no longer speak, and after half an hour I just feel tired. Yes, talking to people makes me feel like sleeping. Only my ghostly and imaginary friends, only the conversations I have in my dreams are genuinely real and substantial, and in them intelligence gleams like an image in a mirror. The mere thought of having to enter into contact with someone else makes me nervous. A simple invitation to have dinner with a friend produces an anguish in me that's hard to define. The idea of any social obligation whatsoever, attending a funeral, dealing with someone about an office matter, going to the station to wait for someone I know or don't know, the very idea disturbs my thoughts for an entire day. And sometimes I even start worrying the night before so that I sleep badly. When it takes place, the dreaded encounter is utterly insignificant, justifying none of my anxiety, but the next time is no different. I never learn to learn. My habits are of solitude, not of men. I don't know if it was Rousseau or Senancour who said this, but it was some mind of my species, it being perhaps too much to say of my race. 50. A firefly flashes forward at regular intervals. Around me, the dark countryside is a huge lack of sound that almost smells pleasant. The peace of all this is painful and oppressive. An amorphous tedium smothers me. I rarely go to the country, and almost never for a whole day or to spend the night. But since the friend in whose house I'm staying wouldn't let me turn down his invitation, today I came out here, feeling all embarrassed like a bashful person going to a big party. I arrived here in good spirits. I've enjoyed the fresh air and wide-open landscape. I ate a good lunch and supper, and now, late at night, in my unlit room, the uncertain surroundings fill me with anxiety. The window of the room where I'm to sleep looks out onto the open field, or to an indefinite field that is all fields, onto the vast and vaguely starry night in which a breeze that cannot be heard is felt. Sitting next to the window, I contemplate with my senses the nothingness of the universal life outside. There is, at this hour, a disquieting harmony, extending from the visible invisibility of everything to the slightly rough wood of the white sill where my left hand rests sideways on the old cracked paint. And yet how often I've longingly envisioned this peace that I would almost flee, if I could do so easily and gracefully. How often back home, among the tall buildings and narrow streets, I've supposed that peace, prose, and definitive reality would be here among natural things rather than there, where the tablecloth of civilization makes us forget the already painted pine it covers. And now that I'm here, feeling healthy and tired after a good long day, I'm restless. I feel trapped. I'm homesick. I don't know if it happens only to me or to everyone who, through civilization, has been born a second time, but for me, and perhaps for other people like me, it seems that what's artificial has become natural, and what's natural is now strange. Or rather, it's not that what's artificial has become natural, it's simply that what's natural has changed. I have no use for motor vehicles, I have no use for the products of science, telephones, telegraphs, which make life easy, nor for its fanciful byproducts, phonographs, radios, which make life amusing for those who are amused by such things. None of that interests me, none of it appeals. But I love the Tagus because of the big city along its shore. I delight in the sky because I see it from the 4th floor on a downtown street. Nothing nature or the country can give me compares with the jagged majesty of the tranquil, moonlit city as seen from Grassa or São Pedro de Alcântara. There are no flowers for me like the variegated colors of Lisbon on a sunny day. The beauty of a naked body is only appreciated by cultures that use clothing. Modesty is important for sensuality, like resistance for energy. Artificiality is the best way to enjoy what's natural. Whatever I've enjoyed in these vast fields, I've enjoyed because I don't live here. One who has never lived under constraints doesn't know what freedom is. Civilization is an education in nature. Artificiality is the path for appreciating what's natural. We should never, however, take the artificial for the natural. It's the harmony between the natural and the artificial that constitutes the natural state of the superior human soul. 51. The black sky to the south of the Tagus was an evil-looking black in contrast to the vividly white wings of the gulls that flew around restlessly. But the storm had passed. The huge dark mass that threatened rain had moved to the far shore, and the downtown, still damp from the drizzle that had fallen, smiled from the ground to a sky whose northern reaches began to be blue instead of white. The cool spring air felt almost cold. At empty and imponderable times like this, I like to employ my thoughts in a meditation that's nothing at all, but that captures in its void transparency something of the desolate chill in the cleared-up day, with the black sky in the background and certain intuitions, like seagulls, which evoke, by way of contrast, the mystery of everything shrouded in darkness. But suddenly, and contrary to my literary intention, the black depths of the southern sky, by a true or false recollection, evoke for me another sky, perhaps seen in another life, in a north traversed by a smaller river, with sad rushes and no city. I don't know how, but a landscape made for wild ducks unrolls across my imagination, and with the graphic clarity of a bizarre dream, I feel I'm right next to the scene I imagine. A landscape for hunters and anxieties, with rushes growing along rivers whose jagged banks jut like miniature muddy capes into the lead-yellow waters, then re-enter to form slimy bays for toy-like boats, swampy recesses where water glistens over the sludge that's hidden between the black-green stalks of rushes too thick to walk through. The desolation is of a lifeless gray sky, here and there crumpled into clouds with more black in their gray. I don't feel the wind, but it's there, and the opposite shore turns out to be a long island behind which, great and abandoned river, the true shore can be glimpsed, lying in the depthless distance. No one has been there or will ever go there. Even if I could go backwards in time and space, fleeing the world for that landscape, no one would ever join me there. I would wait in vain for what I didn't know I was waiting for, and in the end there would be nothing but a slow falling of night, with the whole of space gradually turning the color of the darkest clouds, which, little by little, would vanish into the abolished mass of sky. And suddenly, here, I feel the cold from over there. It comes from my bones and makes my flesh shiver. I gasp and wake up. The man who passes me under the arcade by the stock exchange stares at me warily without knowing why. And the black sky, closing in, pressed even lower over the southern shore. 52. The wind was rising. First it was like the voice of a vacuum, a sucking of space into a hole, an absence in the air's silence. Then there was a sobbing from the world's depths, the realization that the panes were rattling and that it really was the wind. Then it sounded louder, a deafening howl, a disembodied weeping before the deepening night, a screeching of things, a falling of fragments, an atom from the end of the world. And then it seemed... 53. When Christianity passed over souls like a storm that rages all night until morning, the havoc it had invisibly wreaked could be felt, but only after it had passed did the actual damage become clear. Some thought that the damage resulted from Christianity's departure, but this was just what revealed the damage, not what caused it. And so our world of souls was left with this visible damage, this glaring affliction, without the darkness to cloak it with its false affection. Souls were seen for what they were. In recent times, souls contracted a sickness known as romanticism, which is Christianity without illusions or myths, stripped to its withered and diseased essence. The fundamental error of romanticism is to confuse what we need with what we desire. We all need certain basic things for life's preservation and continuance. We all desire a more perfect life, complete happiness, the fulfillment of our dreams, and it's human to want what we need, and it's human to desire what we don't need but find desirable. Sickness occurs when we desire what we need and what's desirable with equal intensity, suffering our lack of perfection as if we were suffering for lack of bread. The romantic malady is to want the moon as if it could actually be obtained. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Whether in the base realm of politics or in the private sanctuary of each man's soul, the malady is the same. The pagan didn't know in the real world this sickly dimension of things and of himself. Being human, he also desired the impossible, but he didn't crave it. His religion was... Missing text here. And only in the inner sanctum of mystery, only to the initiated, far from the common people and the... Missing text here. Was it given to know the transcendental things of religions that fill the soul with the world's emptiness? 54. In my dreams, I've sometimes tried to be the unique and imposing individual that the romantics envisaged in themselves, and I always end up laughing out loud at the very idea. The ultimate man exists in the dreams of all ordinary men, and romanticism is merely the turning inside out of the empire we normally carry around inside us. Nearly all men dream, deep down, of their own mighty imperialism. The subjection of all men, the surrender of all women, the adoration of all peoples, and, for the noblest dreamers, of all eras. Few men devoted, like me, to dreaming are lucid enough to laugh at the aesthetic possibility of dreaming of themselves in this way. The gravest accusation against romanticism has still not been made, that it plays out the inner truth of human nature, Its excesses, its absurdities, and its ability to seduce and move hearts all come from its being the outer representation of what's deepest in the soul. A concrete, visible representation that would even be possible if human possibility depended on something besides fate. Even I, who laugh at these seductions that play on the mind, very often catch myself thinking how nice it would be to be famous, how pleasant to be doted on, how colorful to be triumphant. But I'm unable to envision myself in these lofty roles without a hearty snicker from the other eye that's always nearby, like a downtown street. See myself famous? What I see is a famous bookkeeper. Feel myself raised to the thrones of renown? It happens in the office on the Rua dos Douradores, and my colleagues ruin the scene. Hear myself cheered by swarming crowds? The cheering reaches me in my rented room on the 4th floor and collides with the shabby furniture and the banality that humiliates me from the kitchen to my dreams. I didn't even have castles in Spain, like the Spanish grandees of all illusions. My castles were made of old, grubby playing cards from an incomplete deck that could never be used to play anything. They didn't even fall, but had to be knocked down by the impatient hand of the old maid, who wanted to put back the tablecloth that had been pulled to one side, because the hour for tea had struck like a curse from fate. But even this vision is flawed, for I have neither the house in the country nor the elderly aunts, at whose table I might sip a relaxing cup of tea at the end of an evening with the family. My dream even failed in its metaphors and depictions. My empire didn't even happen among the old playing cards. My march of triumph didn't get as far as a teapot or an old cat. I'll die as I've lived, amid all the junk on the outskirts, sold by weight among the postscripts of the broken. May I at least carry, to the boundless possibility contained in the abyss of everything, the glory of my disillusion like that of a great dream, and the splendor of not believing like a banner of defeat. A banner in feeble hands, but still and all a banner, dragged through mud and the blood of the weak, but raised high for who knows what reason, whether in defiance or as a challenge or in mere desperation, as we vanish into quicksand. No one knows for what reason, because no one knows anything, and the sand swallows those with banners as it swallows those without, and the sand covers everything, my life, my prose, my eternity. I carry my awareness of defeat like a banner of victory. 55. However much my soul may be descended from the Romantics, I can find no peace of mind except in reading classical authors. The very sparseness by which their clarity is expressed comforts me in some strange way. From them, I get a joyful sense of expansive life that contemplates large open spaces without actually traveling through them. Even the pagan gods take a rest from the unknown. The obsessive analysis of our sensations, sometimes of merely imagined sensations, the identification of our heart with the landscape, the anatomic exposure of all our nerves, the substitution of desire for the will and of longing for thinking, all these things are far too familiar to be of interest to me or to give me peace when expressed by another. Whenever I feel them, and precisely because I feel them, I wish I were feeling something else. And when I read a classical author, that something else is given to me. I frankly and unblushingly admit it. There's not a passage of Chateaubriand or a canto of Lamartine, passages that often seem to be the voice of my own thoughts, cantos that often seem to have been written for me to know myself, that transports and uplifts me like a passage of Vieira's prose, or like certain odes by one of our few classical writers who truly followed Horace. I read and am liberated. I acquire objectivity. I cease being myself and so scattered, and what I read, instead of being like a nearly invisible suit that sometimes oppresses me, is the external world's tremendous and remarkable clarity, the sun that sees everyone, the moon that splotches the still earth with shadows, the wide expanses that end in the sea, the blackly solid trees whose tops greenly wave, the steady peace of ponds on farms, the terraced slopes with their paths overgrown by grapevines. I read as one who abdicates, and since the royal crown and robe are never as grand as when the departing king leaves them on the ground, I lay all my trophies of tedium and dreaming on the tiled floor of my antechambers, then climb the staircase with no other nobility but that of seeing. I read as one who's passing through, and it's in classical writers, in the calm-spirited, in those who, if they suffer, don't mention it, that I feel like a holy transient, an anointed pilgrim, a contemplator for no reason of a world with no purpose, prince of the great exile, who, as he was leaving, gave the last beggar the ultimate alms of his desolation. 56. The firm's moneyed partner, chronically afflicted by a vague illness, decided on a whim during one of his healthy respites to have a group portrait made of the office personnel. And so the day before yesterday, a cheerful photographer lined us all up against the grimy white partition made of flimsy wood that divides the main office from the private one of Senor Vasquez. In the middle was Vasquez himself. Flanking him in a definite, then indefinite ranking by category were the other human souls that daily come together here as one body to accomplish small tasks whose ultimate objective is the secret of the gods. Today, when I arrived at the office, a little late and having quite forgotten the static event of the twice-taken photograph, I found Moreira, unusually early for him, and one of the sales representatives furtively leaning over some blackish sheets, which I recognized with a start as the first proofs of the photographs. In fact, they were two proofs of the same shot, the one that had turned out better. I suffered the truth on seeing myself there, since my face was of course the first one I looked for. I've never had a flattering notion of my physical appearance, but I never felt it to be more insignificant than there, next to the familiar faces of my colleagues in that lineup of daily expressions. I look like a nondescript Jesuit. My gaunt and inexpressive face has no intelligence or intensity or anything else to raise it out of that lifeless tide of faces. Lifeless? No. There are some truly expressive physiognomies there. Senor Vasquez looks just like himself, broad, cheerful face with hard features and a steady gaze, completed by his stiff mustache. The man's shrewdness and energy, banal enough and recurring in thousands of men throughout the world, are nevertheless inscribed on that photograph as on a psychological passport. The two traveling salesmen look sharp, and the local sales representative turned out well, though he's half hidden by Moreira's shoulder. And Moreira, my supervisor, the epitome of monotonous constancy, looks much more alive than I. Even the office boy, and here I'm unable to repress a feeling that I tell myself isn't envy, has a forthrightness of expression that is smiles away from my blank effacement, reminiscent of a sphinx from the stationer's. What does this mean? What is this truth that film doesn't mistake? What is this certainty that a cold lens documents? Who am I that I should look like that? Anyway, and the insult of the whole ensemble. "You came out really well," Moreira said suddenly. And then, turning to the sales representative, "It's his spitting image, don't you think?" And the sales representative agreed with a happy affability that tossed me into the rubbish bin. 57. And today, thinking about what my life has been, I feel like some sort of animal that's being carried in a basket under a curved arm between two suburban train stations. The image is stupid, but the life it defines is even more stupid. These baskets usually have two lids, like half-ovals, that lift up at one end or the other should the animal squirm. But the arm of the one carrying it, resting a bit on the hinges in the middle, won't allow such a weak thing to do more than slightly and uselessly raise the lids, like tired wings of a butterfly. I forgot that I was talking about me in the description of the basket. I clearly see it, along with the fat, sunburned arm of the maid carrying it. I can't see any more of the maid than her arm, and it's down. I can't get comfortable unless... All of a sudden, a breezy coolness passes through those white rods and strips which baskets are made of, and inside of which I squirm, an animal aware that it's going from one station to another. I'm resting on what seems to be a long seat, and I hear people talking outside my basket. All is calm, and so I sleep until I'm lifted up again at the station. 58. The environment is the soul of things. Each thing has its own expression, and this expression comes from outside it. Each thing is the intersection of 3 lines, and these 3 lines form the thing. A certain quantity of material, the way in which we interpret it, and the environment it's in. This table on which I'm writing is a block of wood. It's the table, and it's a piece of furniture among others in the room. My impression of this table, if I wish to transcribe it, will be composed of the notions that it is made of wood, that I call it a table and attribute certain uses to it, and that it receives, reflects, and is transformed by the objects placed on top of it, in whose juxtaposition it has an external soul. And its very color, the fading of that color, its spots and cracks, all came from outside it, and this, more than its wooden essence, is what gives it its soul. And the core of that soul, its being a table, also came from the outside, which is its personality. I consider it neither a human nor a literary error to attribute a soul to the things we call inanimate. To be a thing is to be the object of an attribution. It may be erroneous to say that a tree feels, that a river runs, that a sunset is sad, or that the calm ocean, blue from the sky it doesn't have, smiles from the sun outside it. But it's every bit as erroneous to attribute beauty to things. It's every bit as erroneous to say that things possess color, form, perhaps even being. This ocean is salt water. This sunset is the initial diminishing of sunlight in this particular latitude and longitude. This little boy playing next to me is an intellectual mass of cells. Better yet, he's a clockwork of subatomic movements, a strange electrical conglomeration of millions of solar systems in miniature. Everything comes from outside, and the human soul itself may be no more than the ray of sunlight that shines and isolates from the soil the pile of dung that's the body. In these considerations, there may be an entire philosophy for someone with the strength to draw conclusions. It won't be me. Lucid, vague thoughts and logical possibilities occur to me, but they all dim in the vision of a ray of sunlight that gilds a pile of dung like wetly squished dark straw on the almost black soil next to a stone wall. That's how I am. When I want to think, I look. When I want to descend into my soul, I suddenly freeze, oblivious at the top of the long spiral staircase, looking through the upper-story window at the sun that bathes the sprawling mass of rooftops in a tawny farewell. 59. Whenever my ambition, influenced by my dreams, raised up above the everyday level of my life, so that for a moment I seemed to soar, like a child on a swing, I always, like the child, had to come down to the public garden and face my defeat, with no flags to wave in battle and no sword I was strong enough to unsheathe. I suppose that most of the people I chance to pass in the street also feel, I notice it in their silently moving lips and in their eyes' vague uncertainty, or in the sometimes raised voice of their joint mumbling, like a flagless army fighting a hopeless war. And probably all of them, I turn around to see their slumping, defeated-looking shoulders, share with me this sense of salesmanly squalor, of being no more than humiliatingly vanquished stragglers amid reeds and scum, with no moonlight over the shores or poetry in the marshes. Like me, they have an exalted and sad heart. I know them all. Some are shop assistants, others are office workers, and still others are small businessmen. Then there are the conquerors from the bars and cafes, unwittingly sublime in the ecstasy of their self-centered chatter, or content to remain self-centeredly silent, with no need to defend what they're too stingy to say. But they're all poets, poor devils, who drag past my eyes, as I drag past theirs, the same sorry sight of our common incongruity. They all have, like me, their future in the past. At this very moment, idle and alone in the office because everyone else went to lunch, I'm staring through the grimy window at an old man who's slowly teetering down the other side of the street. He's not drunk. He's dreaming. He's attentive to what doesn't exist. Perhaps he still hopes. If there's any justice in the gods' injustice, then may they let us keep our dreams, even when they're impossible, and may our dreams be happy, even when they're trivial. Today, because I'm still young, I can dream of South Sea Islands and impossible Indias. Tomorrow, perhaps, the same gods will make me dream of owning a small tobacco shop, or of retiring to a house in the suburbs. Every dream is the same dream, for they're all dreams. Let the gods change my dreams, but not my gift for dreaming. While thinking about this, I forgot about the old man. Now I don't see him. I open the window to get a better look, but he's not there. He left. For me, he had the visual mission of a symbol. Having finished his mission, he turned the corner. If I were told that he turned the absolute corner and was never here, I would accept it with the same gesture I'm about to employ to close the window. Succeed? Poor salesmanly demigods who conquer empires with lofty words and intentions, but need to scrounge up money for food and the rent. They're like the troops of a disbanded army whose commanders had a glorious dream, which in them, now trudging through the scum of marshes, has been reduced to a vague notion of grandeur, the consciousness of having belonged to an army, and the vacuity of not even knowing what the commander they never saw had ever done. Each of them, for a moment, has dreamed he's the commander of the army whose rear guard he deserted. Each of them, from the sludge of streams, has hailed the victory which no one could win, and which left only crumbs on the stained tablecloth that nobody remembered to shake. They fill in the cracks of daily activity like dust in the cracks of badly dusted furniture. In normal, ordinary daylight, they shine like gray worms against the reddish mahogany. They can be removed with a thin nail, but no one has the patience to bother. My hapless peers with their lofty dreams, how I envy and despise them. I'm with the others, with the even more hapless, who have no one but themselves to whom they can tell their dreams and show what would be verses if they wrote them. I'm with these poor slobs who have no books to show, who have no literature besides their own soul, and who are suffocating to death due to the fact they exist without having taken that mysterious, transcendental exam that makes one eligible to live. Some are heroes who flattened 5 men on a street corner just yesterday. Others are seducers to whom even non-existent women have surrendered. They believe these things when they tell them, and perhaps they tell them so as to believe. Others, for them, the world's conquerors, whoever they may be, are everyday people. And like eels in a wooden tub, they slither under and over each other without ever leaving the tub. Sometimes they're mentioned in the newspapers. Some of them are mentioned rather often, but they never become famous. These people are happy, for they've been given the enchanted dream of stupidity. But those like me, who've been given dreams without illusions? 60. Dolorous Interlude. Should you ask me if I'm happy, I'll answer that I'm not. 61. It's noble to be timid, illustrious to fail to act, sublime to be inept at living. Only tedium, which is a withdrawal, and art, which is a disdain, gild with a semblance of contentment the will-o'-the-wisps generated by our rotting lives are at least a light in our darkness. Only unhappiness is elevating, and only the tedium that comes from unhappiness is heraldic, like the descendants of ancient heroes. I'm a well of gestures that haven't even all been traced in my mind, of words I haven't even thought to form on my lips, of dreams I forgot to dream to the end. I'm the ruins of buildings that were never more than ruins, whose builder halfway through got tired of thinking about what he was building. Let's not forget to hate those who enjoy just because they enjoy, and to despise those who are happy because we don't know how to be happy like them. This false disdain and feeble hatred are merely the plinth, rough-hewn and dirtied by the soil where it stands, for the unique and haughty statue of our tedium, a dark figure whose inscrutable smile gives its face a vague aura of mystery. Blessed are those who entrust their lives to no one. 62. I'm physically nauseated by commonplace humanity, which is the only kind there is, and sometimes I willfully aggravate the nausea, like someone who induces vomiting to be relieved of the urge to vomit. One of my favorite strolls, on mornings when I dread the banality of the approaching day as if I were dreading jail, is to walk slowly past the still unopened shops and stores, listening to the scraps of conversation that groups of young women or young men, or women with men, let fall, like ironic alms, in the invisible school of my open-air meditation. And it's always the same succession of the same old phrases. And then she said, and the tone foreshadows the intrigue to follow. If it wasn't him, it was you, and the voice that answers bristles in a protest already out of my hearing range. You said it, yes, sir, I heard you. And the seamstress's shrill voice declares, my mother says she's not interested. Me? And the astonishment of the fellow carrying a lunch wrapped in white paper doesn't convince me, and probably not the dirty blonde either. It must have been, and the giggling of 3 of the 4 girls drowns out the obscenity that... And then I walked straight up to the guy, and right in his face, but I mean right in his face, Jose, just imagine. And the poor devil is lying because the office supervisor, I can tell by the voice that the other contender was the supervisor of the office in question, wouldn't receive the straw gladiator's challenge in the arena surrounded by desks. And then I went and smoked in the bathroom, laughs the little boy with dark patches on his trouser seat. Others passing by singly or together don't speak, or they speak and I don't hear, but I can discern their voices, transparent to my penetrating intuition. I dare not say, not even to myself in writing, even though I could rip it up instantly, what I've seen in casually glancing eyes, in their involuntary lowering, in their sordid shifting. I dare not say because when vomiting is induced, one heave is enough. The guy was so soused he couldn't even see the stairs. I raised my head. At least this young man describes. These people are more bearable when they describe, since in describing they forget themselves. My nausea subsides. I see the guy. I see him photographically. Even the innocuous slang heartens me. Blessed breeze across my forehead. The guy's so soused he couldn't see the steps of the staircase. Perhaps the staircase where humanity stumbles, gropes, and shoves its way up the corrugated illusion which only a wall separates from the sharp drop behind the building. Intrigue, gossip, the loud boasting over what one didn't have the guts to do, the contentment of each miserable creature dressed in the unconscious consciousness of his own soul, sweaty and smelly sexuality, the jokes they tell like monkeys tickling each other, their appalling ignorance of their utter unimportance. All of this leaves me with the impression of a monstrous and vile animal created in the chaos of dreams, out of desire's soggy crusts, out of sensation's chewed up leftovers. 63. The entire life of the human soul is mere motions in the shadows. We live in a twilight of consciousness, never in accord with whom we are or think we are. Everyone harbors some kind of vanity, and there's an error whose degree we can't determine. We're something that goes on during the show's intermission. Sometimes, through certain doors, we catch a glimpse of what may be no more than scenery. The world is one big confusion, like voices in the night. I've just reread these pages on which I write with a lucidity that endures only in them, and I ask myself, what is this, and what good is it? Who am I when I feel? What in me dies when I am? Like someone on a hill who tries to make out the people in the valley, I look down at myself from on high, and I'm a hazy and confused landscape, along with everything else. In these times when an abyss opens up in my soul, the tiniest detail distresses me like a letter of farewell. I feel as if I'm always on the verge of waking up. I'm oppressed by the very self that encases me, asphyxiated by conclusions, and I'd gladly scream if my voice could reach somewhere. But there's this heavy slumber that moves from one group of my sensations to another, like drifting clouds that make the half-shaded grass of sprawling fields turn various colors of sun and green. I'm like someone searching at random, not knowing what object he's looking for, nor where it was hidden. We play hide-and-seek with no one. There's a transcendent trick in all of this, a fluid divinity we can only hear. Yes, I reread these pages that represent worthless hours, brief illusions or moments of calm, large hopes channeled into the landscape, sorrows like closed rooms, certain voices, a huge weariness, the unwritten gospel. We all have our vanity, and that vanity is our way of forgetting that there are other people with a soul like our own. My vanity consists of a few pages, passages, doubts. I reread? A lie. I don't dare reread. I can't reread. What good would it do me to reread? The person in the writing is someone else. I no longer understand a thing. 64. I weep over my imperfect pages, but if future generations read them, they will be more touched by my weeping than by any perfection I might have achieved, since perfection would have kept me from weeping and therefore from writing. Perfection never materializes. The saint weeps and is human. God is silent. That is why we can love the saint but cannot love God. 65. That noble and divine timidity which guards the soul's treasures and regalia. How I'd love to infect at least one soul with some kind of poison, worry, or disquiet. This would console me a little for my chronic failure to take action. My life's purpose would be to pervert. But do my words ring in anyone else's soul? Does anyone hear them besides me? 66. With a shrug. We generally color our ideas of the unknown with our notions of the known. If we call death a sleep, it's because it seems like sleep on the outside. If we call death a new life, it's because it seems like something different from life. With slight misconceptions of reality, we fabricate our hopes and beliefs, and we live off crusts that we call cakes, like poor children who make believe they're happy. But that's how all life is, or at least that particular system of life, generally known as civilization. Civilization consists in giving something a name that doesn't belong to it, and then dreaming over the result. And the false name joined to the true dream does create a new reality. The object does change into something else because we make it change. We manufacture realities. The raw material remains the same, but our art gives it a form that makes it into something not the same. A pinewood table is still pinewood, but it's also a table. We sit at the table, not at the pinewood. Although love is a sexual instinct, it's not with sexual instinct that we love, but with the conjecture of some other feeling. And that conjecture is already some other feeling. I don't know what subtle effect of light or vague noise or memory of a fragrance or melody, intoned by some inscrutable external influence, prompted these divagations when I was walking down the street, and which now, seated in a cafe, I leisurely and distractedly record. I don't know where I was going with my thoughts, nor where I would wish to go. Today there's a light, warm, and humid fog, sad with no threats, monotonous for no reason. I'm grieved by a feeling that I can't place. I'm lacking an argument apropos I don't know what. I have no willpower in my nerves. Beneath my consciousness, I'm sad. And I write these carelessly written lines, not to say this and not to say anything, but to give my distractions something to do. I slowly cover with the soft strokes of a dull pencil, I'm not sentimental enough to sharpen it, the white sandwich paper that they gave me in this cafe, for it suits me just fine, as would any other paper as long as it was white. And I feel satisfied. I lean back. The afternoon comes to a monotonous and rainless close, in an uncertain and despondent tone of light. And I stop writing because I stop writing. 67. Often enough, the surface and illusion catch me, their prey, and I feel like a man. Then I'm happy to be in the world, and my life is transparent. I float, and it gives me pleasure to get my paycheck and go home. I feel the weather without seeing it, and there's some organic sensation that pleases me. If I contemplate, I don't think. On these days, I'm particularly fond of gardens. There's something strange and pathetic in the very substance of public gardens that I'm only really aware of when I'm not very aware of myself. A garden is a synopsis of civilization, an anonymous modification of nature. There are plants there, but also streets. Yes, streets. Trees grow, but there are benches beneath their shade. On the broad walkways facing the four sides of the city, the benches are larger and are almost always occupied. I don't mind seeing flowers in orderly rows, but I hate the public use of flowers. If the rows of flowers were enclosed parks, if the trees shaded feudal retreats, if the benches were vacant, then my useless contemplation of gardens could console me. But gardens in cities, useful as well as ordered, are for me like cages, in which the colored spontaneities of the trees and flowers have only enough room to have one, space enough not to escape, and beauty all alone, without the life that belongs to beauty. But there are days when this is the landscape that belongs to me, and I enter it like an actor in a tragicomedy. On these days, I'm in error, but at least in a certain way I'm happier. When I'm distracted, I start imagining that I really have a house or home to return to. When I forget, I become a normal man, reserved for some purpose, and I brush down another suit and read the newspaper from front to back. But the illusion never lasts long, partly because it doesn't last and partly because night arrives. And the colors of the flowers, the shade of the trees, the geometry of streets and flower beds, it all fades and shrinks. Above this error in which I feel like a man, the enormous stage setting of stars suddenly appears, as if daylight had been a curtain hiding it from view. And then my eyes forget the amorphous audience, and I wait for the first performers with the excitement of a child at the circus. I'm liberated and lost. I feel. I shiver with fever. I'm I. 68. The weariness caused by all illusions and all that they entail, our losing them, the uselessness of our having them, the pre-weariness of having to have them in order to lose them, the regret of having had them, the intellectual chagrin of having had them while knowing full well they would end. The consciousness of life's unconsciousness is the oldest tax levied on the intelligence. There are unconscious forms of intelligence, flashes of wit, waves of understanding, mysteries and philosophies, that are like bodily reflexes, that operate as automatically as the liver or kidneys handle their secretions. 69. It's raining hard, harder, still harder. It's as if something were going to collapse in the blackness outside. The city's uneven, mountainous mass looks to me today like a plain covered by rain. All around, as far as my gaze reaches, everything is the pale black color of rain. I'm full of odd sensations, all of them cold. Right now it seems to me that the landscape is all a fog, and that the buildings are the fog that hides it. A pre-neurosis born of what I'll be when I no longer am grips my body and soul. An absurd remembrance of my future death sends a shiver down my spine. In the fog of my intuition, I feel like dead matter fallen in the rain and mourned by the howling wind. and the chill of what I won't feel gnaws at my present heart. 70. If I have no other virtue, I at least have the permanent novelty of free, uninhibited sensation. Today, walking down the Rua Nova da Almada, I happened to gaze at the back of the man walking ahead of me. It was the ordinary back of an ordinary man, a simple sports coat on the shoulders of an incidental pedestrian. He carried an old briefcase under his left arm, and his right hand held the curved handle of a rolled-up umbrella, which he tapped on the ground to the rhythm of his walking. I suddenly felt something like tenderness for that man. I felt the tenderness one feels for common human banality, for the daily routine of the family breadwinner going to work, for his humble and happy home, for the happy and sad pleasures that necessarily make up his life, for the innocence of living without analyzing, for the animal naturalness of that coat-covered back. My eyes returned to the man's back, the window through which I saw these thoughts. I had the same sensation as when we watch someone sleep. When asleep, we all become children again, perhaps because in the state of slumber we can do no wrong and are unconscious of life. The greatest criminal and the most self-absorbed egotist are holy, by a natural magic, as long as they're sleeping. For me, there's no discernible difference between killing a child and killing a sleeping man. This man's back is sleeping. His entire person, walking ahead of me at the very same speed, is sleeping. He walks unconsciously, lives unconsciously. He sleeps, for we all sleep. All life is a dream. No one knows what he's doing. No one knows what he wants. No one knows what he knows. We sleep our lives, eternal children of destiny. That's why, whenever this sensation rules my thoughts, I feel an enormous tenderness that encompasses the whole of childish humanity, the whole of sleeping society, everyone, everything. It's an immediate humanitarianism, without aims or conclusions, that overwhelms me right now. I feel a tenderness as if I were seeing with the eyes of a god. I see everyone as if moved by the compassion of the world's only conscious being. Poor hapless men, poor hapless humanity. What are they all doing here? I see all the actions and goals of life, from the simple life of lungs to the building of cities and the marking off of empires, as a drowsiness, as involuntary dreams or respites in the gap between one reality and another, between one and another day of the absolute. And like an abstractly maternal being, I lean at night over both the good and bad children, equal when they sleep and are mine. I feel for them with an infinite capacity for tenderness. I tear my gaze from the back of the man ahead of me and look at all the other people walking down this street, and I embrace each and every one of them with the same cold, absurd tenderness that came to me from the back of the unconscious man I'm following. The whole lot is just like him. The girls chatting on their way to the workshop, the young men laughing on their way to the office, the big-bosomed maids returning with their heavy purchases, the delivery boys running their first errands. All of this is one and the same unconsciousness, diversified among different faces and bodies, like marionettes moved by strings leading to the same fingers of an invisible hand. They go on their way with all the manners and gestures that define consciousness, and they're conscious of nothing, for they're not conscious of being conscious. Whether clever or stupid, they're all equally stupid. Whether old or young, they're all the same age. Whether men or women, all are of the same sex that doesn't exist. 71. The cause of my profound sense of incompatibility with others is, I believe, that most people think with their feelings, whereas I feel with my thoughts. For the ordinary man, to feel is to live, and to think is to know how to live. For me, to think is to live, and to feel is merely food for thought. It's curious that what little capacity I have for enthusiasm is aroused by those most unlike me in temperament. I admire no one in literature more than the classical writers, who are the ones I least resemble. Forced to choose between reading only Chateaubriand or Vieira, I would choose Vieira without a moment's hesitation. The more a man differs from me, the more real he seems, for he depends that much less on my subjectivity. And that's why the object of my close and constant study is the same common humanity that I loathe and stay away from. I love it because I hate it. I like to look at it because I hate to feel it. The landscape, admirable as a picture, rarely makes a comfortable bed. 72. Amiel said that a landscape is a state of emotion, but the phrase is a flawed gem of a feeble dreamer. As soon as the landscape is a landscape, it ceases to be a state of emotion. To objectify is to create, and no one would say that a finished poem is a state of thinking about writing one. Seeing is perhaps a form of dreaming, but if we call it seeing instead of dreaming, it's so we can distinguish between the two. But what good are these speculations in linguistic psychology? Independently of me, the grass grows. The rain falls on the grass that grows, and the sun shines on the patch of grass that grew or will grow. The hills have been there for ages, and the wind blows in the same way as when Homer heard it, even if he didn't exist. It would be better to say that a state of emotion is a landscape, for the phrase would contain not the lie of a theory, but the truth of a metaphor. These incidental words were dictated to me by the panorama of the city as seen from the lookout of São Pedro de Alcântara, under the universal light of the sun. Every time I contemplate a wide panorama, forgetting the 5 feet 6 inches of height and the 135 pounds in which I physically consist, I smile a supremely metaphysical smile for those who dream that dreaming is a dream, and I love the truth of the absolutely external with a noble purity of understanding. The Tagus in the background is a blue lake, and the hills of the far shore are a flattened Switzerland. A small ship, a black cargo steamer, departs from Poço do Bispo in the direction of the estuary, which I can't see. May the gods all preserve for me, until my present form ceases, this clear and sunlit view of external reality, the instinctive awareness of my unimportance, the coziness of being small, and the solace of being able to imagine myself happy. 73. On arriving at the solitary summits of natural elevations, we experience a feeling of privilege. With our own added height, we're higher than the summits themselves. Nature's utmost, at least in that place, is beneath our own 2 feet. Our position makes us kings of the visible world. Everything around us is lower. Life is a descending slope or a low-lying plain next to the elevation and pinnacle we've become. Everything we are is due to chance and trickery, and this height we boast isn't ours. We're no taller on the summit than our normal height. The hill on which we tread elevates us. It's the height we're at that makes us higher. A rich man breathes easier. A famous man is freer. A title of nobility is itself a small hill. Everything is artifice, but not even the artifice is ours. We climb it, or were brought to it, or we were born in the house on the hill. Great, however, is the man who realizes that the difference in distance from the valley to the sky and from the hill to the sky makes no difference. Should the floodwaters rise, we're better off in the hills. But when God curses us as Jupiter with lightning bolts, or as Aeolus with high winds, then the best cover will be to have remained in the valley, and the best defense to lie low. Wise is the man who has the potential for height in his muscles, but who renounces climbing in his consciousness. By virtue of his gaze, he has all hills, and by virtue of his position, all valleys. The sun that gilds the summits will gild them more for him than for someone at the top who must endure the bright light. And the palace perched high in the woods will be more beautiful for those who see it from the valley than for those who, imprisoned in its rooms, forget it. I take comfort in these reflections, since I can't take comfort in life, and the symbol merges with reality when, as a transient body and soul in these low-lying streets that lead to the Tagus, I see the luminous heights of the city glowing like a glory from beyond with the various lights of a sun that has already set. 74. Thunderstorm. The blue of the sky showing between the still clouds was smudged with transparent white. The boy at the back of the office suspended for a moment the cord going round the eternal package. "I can only remember one other like this," he statistically remarked. A cold silence. The sounds from the street seemed to be cut by a knife. Then there was a long, cosmically held breath, a kind of generalized dread. The entire universe had stopped dead. Moments, moments, moments. Silence blackened the darkness. All of a sudden, live steel. How human the metallic peal of the trams. How happy the landscape of simple rain falling on the street resurrected from the chasm. Oh, Lisbon, my home. 75. I don't need fast cars or express trains to feel the delight and terror of speed. All I require is a tram and my gift for abstraction, which I've developed to an astonishing degree. On a tram in motion, I'm able, through my constant and instantaneous analysis, to separate the idea of the tram from the idea of speed, separating them so completely that they're distinct things in reality. Then I can feel myself riding not inside the tram, but inside its mere speed. And should I get bored and want the delirium of excessive speed, I can transfer the idea to the pure imitation of speed, increasing or decreasing it at will, extending it beyond the fastest possible speeds of trains. I abhor running real risks, but it's not because I'm afraid of feeling too intensely. It's because they break my perfect focus on my sensations, and this disturbs and depersonalizes me. I never go where there's risk. I fear the tedium of dangers. A sunset is an intellectual phenomenon. 76. I sometimes enjoy, in split fashion, thinking about the possibility of a future geography of our self-awareness. I believe that the future historian of his own sensations may be able to make a precise science out of the attitude he takes towards his self-awareness. We're only in the beginnings of this difficult art. At this point, just an art. The chemistry of sensations in its as yet alchemical stage. This scientist of tomorrow will pay special attention to his own inner life, subjecting it to analysis with a precision instrument created out of himself. I see no inherent obstacle to making, out of steels and bronzes of thought, a precision instrument for self-analysis. I mean steels and bronzes that are really steels and bronzes, but of the mind. Perhaps that's the only way it can be made. Perhaps it will be necessary to formulate the idea of a precision instrument, concretely visualizing it, in order to undertake a rigorous inner analysis. And it will surely be necessary to reduce the mind to some kind of real matter with a space for it to exist in. All of this depends on an extreme refinement of our inner sensations, which, when taken as far as they can go, will doubtless reveal or create in us a space just as real as the space that's occupied by material things and that, come to think of it, has no reality. For all I know, this inner space may just be a new dimension of the other one. Perhaps scientific research will eventually discover that everything is dimensions of the same space, which is neither physical nor spiritual, so that in one dimension we live as bodies, and in another as souls. And perhaps there are other dimensions where we live other, equally real facets of ourselves. Sometimes I enjoy getting lost in the useless meditation of just how far this research might take us. Perhaps it will be discovered that what we call God, so obviously on a plane beyond logic and space-time reality, is one of our modes of existence, a sensation of ourselves in another dimension of being. This seems to me perfectly possible. Perhaps dreams are yet another dimension in which we live, or perhaps they're a cross between two dimensions. As our body lives in length, in breadth, and in height, it may be that our dreams live in the ideal, in the ego, and in space. In space through their visible representation, in the ideal through their non-material essence, and in the ego through their personal dimension as something intimately ours. The ego itself, The I in each one of us is perhaps a divine dimension. All of this is complex and will no doubt be determined in its time. Today's dreamers are perhaps the great precursors of the ultimate science of the future. Of course, I don't believe in an ultimate science of the future, but that's beside the point. I periodically formulate metaphysics such as these, with the serious concentration of someone who's truly at work to forge science. And it's possible I may actually be forging it. I have to be careful not to take too much pride in this, since pride can undermine the strict impartiality of scientific objectivity. 77. There's no pastime like the use of science, or things that smack of science, for futile ends, and so I often pass the time by intently studying my psyche, as others see it. The pleasure I get from this sterile artifice is sometimes sad, sometimes painful. I carefully study the overall impression I make on others, from which I then draw conclusions. I'm a fellow most people like, and they even have a vague and curious respect for me. But I don't arouse ardent emotions. No one will ever passionately be my friend. That's why so many are able to respect me. 78. Certain sensations are slumbers that fill up our mind like a fog, and prevent us from thinking, from acting, from clearly and simply being. As if we hadn't slept, something of our undreamed dreams lingers in us, and the torpor of the new day's sun warms the stagnant surface of our senses. We're drunk on not being anything, and our will is a bucket poured out onto the yard by the listless movement of a passing foot. We look, but don't see. The long street bustling with clothed animals is like a flat-lying signboard whose letters move around and make no sense. The buildings are just buildings. We're no longer able to give meaning to what we see, though we see perfectly well what's there. The banging of the crate-maker's hammer reverberates close by, yet remotely. Each blow makes a distinctly separate sound, with an echo and without any point. The wagons creak as they do on days when storms threaten. Voices emerge from the air, not from throats. The river in the background is tired. It's not tedium that we feel, nor is it grief. It's a desire to sleep with another personality, to be able to forget everything with a pay increase. We feel nothing, unless maybe an automatism down below, which makes the legs we possess strike the feet inside our shoes against the ground in the oblivious act of walking. Perhaps we don't even feel that. There's a squeezing in our head around the eyes, and as if fingers were plugging our ears. It's like a head cold of the soul, and this literary image of being sick makes us wish that life were a convalescence, obliging us to stay off our feet. And the idea of convalescence makes us think of villas on the outskirts of town, not the gardens that surround them, but their cozy interiors, far from the road and the turning wheels. No, we don't feel anything. We consciously pass through the door we have to enter, and the fact we have to enter it is enough to put us to sleep. We pass through everything. Where's your tambourine, O bear that just stands there? 79. Faint, like something just beginning, the low-tide smell wafted over the Tagus and putridly spread over the streets near the shore. The stench was crisply nauseating, with a cold torpor of lukewarm sea. I felt life in my stomach, and my sense of smell shifted to behind my eyes. Tall, sparse bundles of clouds alighted on nothing, their grayness disintegrating into a pseudo-white. The cowardly sky threatened the atmosphere, as if with inaudible thunder, made only of air. There was even stagnation in the flight of the gulls. They seemed to be lighter than air, left there by someone. Nothing oppressed. The late afternoon disquiet was my own. A cool breeze intermittently blew. My ill-starred hopes, born of the life I've been forced to live. They're like this hour and this air, fogless fogs, unraveled basting of a false storm. I feel like screaming to put an end to this landscape and my meditation. but the stench of ocean imbues my intent, and the low tide inside me has exposed the sludgy blackness that's somewhere out there, though I can see it only by its smell. All this stupid insistence on being self-sufficient, all this cynical awareness of pretended sensations, all this imbroglio of my soul with these sensations, of my thoughts with the air and the river, all just to say that life smells bad and hurts me in my consciousness. All for not knowing how to say, as in that simple and all-embracing phrase from the Book of Job, "My soul is weary of my life." 80. Dolorous Interlude. Everything wearies me, including what doesn't weary me. My happiness is as painful as my pain. If only I could be a child, sailing paper boats in a cistern on the farm, with a rustic canopy of crisscrossing trellis vines projecting checkers of sunlight and green shade on the shiny, dark surface of the shallow water. There's a thin sheet of glass between me and life. However clearly I see and understand life, I can't touch it. Rationalize my sadness? What for, if rationalization takes effort? Sad people can't make an effort. I can't even renounce those banal acts of life that I so abhor. To renounce is an effort, and I don't have it in me to make any effort. How often I regret not being the driver of that car, or the coachman of that carriage, or any imaginary banal other whose life, because it's not mine, deliciously fills me with desire for it and fills me with its otherness. If I were one of them, I wouldn't dread life like a thing, and the thought of life as a whole wouldn't crush the shoulders of my thinking. My dreams are a stupid shelter, like an umbrella against lightning. I'm so listless, so pathetic, so short on gestures and acts. However deeply I delve into myself, all of my dreams' paths lead to clearings of anxiety. There are times when dreaming eludes even me, an obsessive dreamer, and then I see things in vivid detail. The mist in which I take refuge dissipates, and every visible edge cuts the skin of my soul. Every harsh thing I see wounds the part of me that recognizes its harshness. Every object's visible weight weighs heavy inside my soul. It's as if my life amounted to being thrashed by it. 81. The carts in the street purr slow, distinct sounds in seeming accord with my drowsiness. It's lunchtime, but I've stayed in the office. It's a warm day, a bit overcast, and the sounds, for some reason, which might be my drowsiness, are exactly like the day. 82. The fitful evening breeze blows I don't know what vague caress, and the less it's a caress, the gentler it is, across my forehead and my understanding. I know only that the tedium I suffer shifts and gives me a moment's relief, as when a piece of clothing stops rubbing against a sore. Pathetic sensibility that depends on a slight movement of air to achieve what little tranquility it knows. But so is all human sensibility, and I doubt that the arrival of unexpected cash or an unexpected smile counts any more for other people than a briefly passing breeze counts for me. I can think about sleeping. I can dream of dreaming. I see more clearly the objectivity of everything. The outer feeling of life is more agreeable to me. And all of this because a slight shift in the breeze delights the surface of my skin as I approach the street corner. All that we love or lose, things, human beings, meanings, rubs our skin and so reaches the soul. And in the eyes of God, the event is no more than this breeze that brought me nothing besides an imaginary relief, the propitious moment, and the wherewithal to lose everything splendidly. 83. Whirls, whirlpools in life's fluid futility. In this large downtown square, the soberly multicolored flow of people passes by, changes course, forms pools, divides into streams, converges into brooks. While my eyes distractedly watch, I inwardly fashion this aquatic image which is more suitable than any other, in part because I thought it would rain, for this random movements. As I wrote this last sentence, which for me says exactly what it means, I thought it might be useful to put at the end of my book, when I finally publish it, a few non-errata after the errata, and to note, the phrase "this random movements" on page so-and-so is correct as is, with the noun in the plural and the demonstrative in the singular. But what does this have to do with what I was thinking? Nothing, which is why I let myself think it. Around the square, the streetcars grumble and clang. They look like giant yellow mobile matchboxes, in which a child stuck a slanted used match to serve as a mast. When jerking into motion, they loudly and ironly screech. Around the statue in the middle, the pigeons are like black crumbs that flit about as if they were being scattered by the wind. The plump creatures take tiny steps with their tiny feet, and they are shadows, shadows. Seen from up close, people are monotonously diverse. Vieira said that Fray Luis de Souza wrote about the common with singularity. These people are singular with commonality, contrary to the style of The Life of the Archbishop. It seems to me a pity, though I'm indifferent to it all. I ended up here for no reason, like everything in life. Towards the east, only partially visible, the city rises almost straight up in a static assault on the castle. The pallid sun, hidden from view by the sudden outcrop of houses, bathes them in a blurry halo. The sky is a damply whitish blue. Perhaps a gentler version of yesterday's rain will return today. The wind seems to be easterly, perhaps because it smells vaguely ripe and green, like the adjacent market. There are more out-of-towners on the eastern than the western side of the square. With a racket like carpeted gun reports, the corrugated metal blinds of the market lower upwards. I don't know why, but that's the motion the sound suggests to me. Perhaps because they usually make this sound when lowered, but now they're being raised. Everything has an explanation. Suddenly, I'm all alone in the world. I see all this from the summit of a mental rooftop. I'm alone in the world. To see is to be distant. To see clearly is to halt. To analyze is to be foreign. No one who passes by touches me. Around me there is only air. I'm so isolated I can feel the distance between me and my suit. I'm a child in a nightshirt, carrying a dimly lit candle and traversing a huge empty house. Living shadows surround me, only shadows, offspring of the stiff furniture and of the light I carry. Here in the sunlight they surround me, but are people. 84. Today, during a break from feeling, I reflected on the style of my prose. Exactly how do I write? I had, like many others, the perverted desire to adopt a system and a norm. It's true that I wrote before having the norm and the system, but so did everyone else. Analyzing myself this afternoon, I've discovered that my stylistic system is based on two principles, and in the best tradition of the best classical writers, I immediately uphold these two principles as general foundations of all good style. 1, to express what one feels exactly as it is felt, clearly, if it is clear, obscurely if obscure, confusedly if confused. And 2, to understand that grammar is an instrument and not a law. Let's suppose there's a girl with masculine gestures. An ordinary human creature will say, that girl acts like a boy. Another ordinary human creature, with some awareness that to speak is to tell, will say, that girl is a boy. Yet another, equally aware of the duties of expression, but inspired by a fondness for concision, which is the sensual delight of thought, will say, that boy. I'll say, she's a boy, violating one of the basic rules of grammar, that pronouns must agree in gender and number with the nouns they refer to. And I'll have spoken correctly. I'll have spoken absolutely, photographically, outside the norm, the accepted, the insipid. I won't have spoken. I'll have told. In establishing usage, grammar makes valid and invalid divisions. For example, it divides verbs into transitive and intransitive. But a man who knows how to say what he says must sometimes make a transitive verb intransitive so as to photograph what he feels instead of seeing it in the dark, like the common lot of human animals. If I want to say I exist, I'll say, I am. If I want to say I exist as a separate entity, I'll say I am myself. But if I want to say I exist as an entity that addresses and acts on itself, exercising the divine function of self-creation, then I'll make to be into a transitive verb. Triumphantly and anti-grammatically supreme, I'll speak of amming myself. I'll have stated a philosophy in just 2 words. Isn't this infinitely preferable to saying nothing in 40 sentences? What more can we demand from philosophy and diction? Let grammar rule the man who doesn't know how to think what he feels. Let it serve those who are in command when they express themselves. It is told of Sigismund, king of Rome, that when someone pointed out a grammatical mistake he had made in his speech, he answered, "I am king of Rome, and above all grammar." And he went down in history as Sigismund Supergrammaticum, a marvelous symbol. Every man who knows how to say what he has to say is, in his way, king of Rome. The title is royal, and the reason for it is imperial. 85. When I consider all the people I know or have heard of who write prolifically, or who at least produce lengthy and finished works, I feel an ambivalent envy, a disdainful admiration, an incoherent mixture of mixed feelings. The creation of something complete and whole, be it good or bad, and if it's never entirely good, it's very often not all bad. Yes, the creation of something complete seems to stir in me above all a feeling of envy. A completed thing is like a child. Although imperfect like everything human, it belongs to us like our own children. And I, whose self-critical spirit allows me only to see my lapses and defects, I, who dare write only passages, fragments, excerpts of the non-existent, I myself, in the little that I write, am also imperfect. Better either the complete work, which is in any case a work, even if it's bad, or the absence of words, the unbroken silence of the soul that knows it is incapable of acting. 86. Perhaps everything in life is the degeneration of something else. Perhaps existence is always an approximation, an advent, or surroundings. Just as Christianity was but the prophetic degeneration of a debased Neoplatonism, the Romanization of Hellenism through Judaism, so our age, senile and carcinogenic, is the multiple deviation of all great goals, concordant or conflicting, whose defeat gave rise to all the negations we use to affirm ourselves. We live an intermission with band music. But what do I, in this 4th-floor room, have to do with sociologies such as these? They are all a dream to me, like Babylonian princesses, and to occupy ourselves with humanity is a futile enterprise, an archaeology of the present. I'll disappear in the fog as a foreigner to all life, as a human island detached from the dream of the sea, as a uselessly existing ship that floats on the surface of everything. 87. Metaphysics has always struck me as a prolonged form of latent insanity. If we knew the truth, we'd see it. Everything else is systems and approximations. The inscrutability of the universe is quite enough for us to think about. To want to actually understand it is to be less than human, since to be human is to realize it can't be understood. I'm handed faith like a sealed package on a strange-looking platter, and I'm expected to accept it without opening it. I'm handed science, like a knife on a plate, to cut the folios of a book whose pages are blank. I'm handed doubt, like dust inside a box. But why give me a box if all it contains is dust? I write because I don't know, and I use whatever abstract and lofty term for truth a given emotion requires. If the emotion is clear and decisive, then I naturally speak of the gods, thereby framing it in a consciousness of the world's multiplicity. If the emotion is profound, then I naturally speak of God, thereby placing it in a unified consciousness. If the emotion is a thought, I naturally speak of fate, thereby shoving it up against the wall. Sometimes the mere rhythm of a sentence will require God instead of the gods, At other times, the two syllables of the gods will be necessary, and I'll verbally change universe. On still other occasions, what will matter is an internal rhyme, a metrical displacement, or a burst of emotion, and polytheism or monotheism will prevail accordingly. The gods are contingent on style. 88. Where is God, even if he doesn't exist? I want to pray and to weep, to repent of crimes I didn't commit, to enjoy the feeling of forgiveness like a caress that's more than maternal. A lap in which to weep, but a huge and shapeless lap, spacious like a summer evening, and yet cozy, warm, feminine, next to a fireplace. To be able to weep in that lap over inconceivable things, failures I can't remember, poignant things that don't exist, and huge, shuddering doubts concerning I don't know what future. A second childhood, an old nursemaid like I used to have, and a tiny bed where I'd be lulled to sleep by tales of adventure that my flagging attention would hardly even follow. Stories that once ran through infant hair as blonde as wheat. And all of this enormous and eternal, guaranteed forever and having God's lofty stature, there in the sad, drowsy depths of the ultimate reality of things. A lap or a cradle or a warm arm around my neck. A softly singing voice that seems to want to make me cry. A fire crackling in the fireplace, heat in the winter. My consciousness listlessly wandering. And then a peaceful, soundless dream in a huge space, like a moon whirling among the stars. When I put away my artifices and lovingly arrange in a corner all my toys, words, images, and phrases, so dear to me I feel like kissing them, then I become so small and innocuous, so alone in a room so large and sad, so profoundly sad. Who am I, finally, when I'm not playing? A poor orphan left out in the cold among sensations, shivering on the street corners of reality, forced to sleep on the steps of sadness and to eat the bread offered by fantasy. I was told that my father, whom I never knew, is called God, but the name means nothing to me. Sometimes at night, when I'm feeling lonely, I call out to him with tears and form an idea of him I can love. But then it occurs to me that I don't know him, that perhaps he's not how I imagine, that perhaps this figure has never been the father of my soul. When will all this end? These streets where I drag my misery, these steps where I coldly crouch and feel the night running its hands through my tatters. If only God would one day come and take me to his house and give me warmth and affection. Sometimes I think about this and weep with joy, just because I can think about it. But the wind blows down the street, and the leaves fall on the pavement. I lift my eyes and look at the stars, which make no sense at all. And all that remains of this is I, a poor abandoned child that no love wanted as its adopted son, and no friendship accepted as its playmate. I'm so cold, so weary in my abandonment. Go and find my mother, O wind. Take me in the night to the house I never knew. Give me back my nursemaid, O vast silence, and my crib and the lullaby that used to put me to sleep. 89. The only attitude worthy of a superior man is to persist in an activity he recognizes is useless, to observe a discipline he knows is sterile, and to apply certain norms of philosophical and metaphysical thought that he considers utterly inconsequential. 90. To recognize reality as a form of illusion and illusion as a form of reality is equally necessary and equally useless. The contemplative life, to exist at all, must see real-life accidents as the scattered premises of an unattainable conclusion, but it must also consider the contingencies of dreams as in some sense worthy of the attention we give them, since this attention is what makes us contemplatives. Anything and everything, depending on how one sees it, is a marvel or a hindrance, an all or a nothing, a path or a problem. To see something in constantly new ways is to renew and multiply it. That is why the contemplative person, without ever leaving his village, will nevertheless have the whole universe at his disposal. There's infinity in a cell or a desert. One can sleep cosmically against a rock. But there are times in our meditation, and they come to all who meditate, when everything is suddenly worn out, old, seen and re-seen, even though we have yet to see it. Because no matter how much we meditate on something, and through meditation transform it, whatever we transform it into can only be the substance of meditation. At a certain point, we are overwhelmed by a yearning for life, by a desire to know without the intellect, to meditate with only our senses, to think in a tactile or sensory mode from inside the object of our thought, as if it were a sponge and we were water. And so we also have our night, and the profound weariness produced by emotions becomes even more profound, since in this case, the emotions come from thought. But it's a night without slumber or moon or stars, a night as if all had been turned inside out. Infinity internalized and ready to burst, and the day converted into the black lining of an unfamiliar suit. Yes, it's always better to be the human slug that loves what it doesn't know, the leech that's unaware of how repugnant it is. To ignore so as to live, to feel in order to forget. And all the events lost in the green-white wake of age-old ships, like a cold spit off the tall rudder that served as a nose under the eyes of the ancient cabins. 91. A glimpse of open country above a stone wall on the outskirts of town is more liberating for me than an entire journey would be for someone else. Every point of view is the apex of an inverted pyramid, whose base is indeterminate. There was a time when I was irritated by certain things that today make me smile, and one of those things, which I'm reminded of nearly every day, is the way men who are active in day-to-day life smile at poets and artists. They don't always do it, as the intellectuals who write in newspapers suppose, with an air of superiority. Often they do it with affection. But it's as if they were showing affection to a child, someone with no notion of life's certainty and exactness. This used to irritate me, because I naively assumed that this outward smile, directed at dreaming and self-expression, sprang from an inner conviction of superiority. In fact, it's only a reaction to something that's different. While I once took this smile as an insult because it seemed to imply a superior attitude, today I see it as the sign of an unconscious doubt. Just as adults often recognize in children a quick-wittedness they don't have, so the smilers recognize in us, who are devoted to dreaming and expressing, something different that makes them suspicious, just because it's unfamiliar. I like to think that the smartest among them sometimes detect our superiority and then smile in a superior way to hide the fact. But our superiority is not the kind that many dreamers have imagined we have. The dreamer isn't superior to the active man because dreaming is superior to reality. The dreamer's superiority is due to the fact that dreaming is much more practical than living, and the dreamer gets far greater and more varied pleasure out of life than the man of action. In other and plainer words, the dreamer is the true man of action. Life being fundamentally a mental state, and all that we do or think valid to the extent we consider it valid, the valuation depends on us. The dreamer is an issuer of banknotes, and the notes he issues circulate in the city of his mind, just like real notes in the world outside. Why should I care if the currency of my soul will never be convertible to gold, when there is no gold in life's factitious alchemy? After us all comes the deluge, but only after us all. Better and happier those who, recognizing that everything is fictitious, write the novel before someone writes it for them, and like Machiavelli, don courtly garments to write in secret. 92. I've never done anything but dream. This and this alone has been the meaning of my life. My only real concern has been my inner life. My worst sorrows have evaporated when I've opened the window onto the street of my dreams and forgotten myself in what I saw there. I've never aspired to be more than a dreamer. I paid no attention to those who spoke to me of living. I've always belonged to what isn't where I am, and to what I could never be. Whatever isn't mine, no matter how base, has always had poetry for me. The only thing I've loved is nothing at all. The only thing I've desired is what I couldn't even imagine. All I asked of life is that it go on by without my feeling it. All I demanded of love is that it never stop being a distant dream. In my own inner landscapes, all of them unreal, I've always been attracted to what's in the distance, and the hazy aqueducts, almost out of sight in my dreamed landscapes, had a dreamy sweetness in relation to the rest of the landscape, a sweetness that enabled me to love them. I'm still obsessed with creating a false world, and will be until I die. Today I don't line up spools of thread in chess pawns, with an occasional bishop or knight sticking out, in the drawers of my chest, but I regret that I don't, and in my imagination I line up the characters, so alive and dependable, who occupy my inner life, and this makes me feel cozy, like sitting by a warm fire in winter. I have a world of friends inside me, with their own real, individual, imperfect lives. Some of them are full of problems, while others live the humble and picturesque life of bohemians. Others are traveling salesmen. To be able to imagine myself as a traveling salesman has always been one of my great ambitions, unattainable, alas. Others live in the rural towns and villages of a Portugal inside me. They come to the city, where I sometimes run into them, and I open wide my arms with emotion. And when I dream this, pacing in my room, talking out loud, gesticulating, when I dream this and picture myself running into them, then I rejoice. I'm fulfilled. I jump up and down, my eyes water. I throw open my arms and feel a genuine, enormous happiness. Ah, no nostalgia hurts as much as nostalgia for things that never existed. The longing I feel when I think of the past I've lived in real time, when I weep over the corpse of my childhood life, this can't compare to the fervor of my trembling grief as I weep over the non-reality of my dreams' humble characters, even the minor ones I recall having seen just once in my pseudo-life, while turning a corner in my envisioned world, or while passing through a doorway on a street that I walked up and down in the same dream. My bitterness over nostalgia's impotence to revive and resurrect becomes a tearful rage against God, who created impossibilities, when I think about how the friends of my dreams, with whom I've shared so much in a make-believe life, and with whom I've had so many stimulating conversations in imaginary cafes, have never had a space of their own, where they could truly exist, independent of my consciousness of them. Oh, the dead past that survives in me, and that has never been anywhere but in me. The flowers from the garden of the little country house that never existed except in me. The pine grove, orchards, and vegetable plots of the farm that was only a dream of mine. My imaginary excursions, my outings in a countryside that never existed. The trees along the roadside, the pathways, the stones, the rural folk passing by. All of this, which was never more than a dream, is recorded in my memory, where it hurts. And I, who spent so many hours dreaming these things, now spend hours remembering having dreamed them. And it's a genuine nostalgia that I feel, an actual past that I mourn, a real-life corpse that I stare at, lying there solemnly in its coffin. Then there are the landscapes and lives that weren't exclusively internal. Certain paintings without great artistic merit, and certain prints on walls I saw every day became realities in me. My sensation in these cases was different, sadder and more poignant. It grieved me that I couldn't be there too, whether or not the scenes were real, that I couldn't at least be an inconspicuous figure, drawn in at the foot of those moonlit woods I saw in a small print in a room where I once slept. And this was after my childhood was quite finished. That I couldn't imagine being hidden there, in the woods next to the river, bathed by the eternal, though poorly rendered moonlight, watching the man going by in a boat beneath the branches of a willow tree. In these cases, I was grieved by my inability to dream completely. My nostalgia exhibited other features. The gestures of my despair were different. The impossibility that tortured me resulted in a different kind of anxiety. If all of this at least had a meaning in God, a fulfillment in accord with the tenor of my desires, fulfilled I don't know where, in a vertical time, consubstantial with the direction of my nostalgias and reveries. If there could at least be a paradise made of all this, even if only for me, if I could at least meet the friends I've dreamed of, walk along the streets I've created, wake up amid the racket of roosters and hens and the early morning rustling in the country house where I pictured myself, and all of this more perfectly arranged by God, placed in the right order for it to exist, in the form needed for me to possess it, which is something not even my dreams can achieve, for there's always at least one dimension missing in the inward space that harbors these hapless realities. I raise my head from the sheet of paper where I'm writing. It's early still. It's just past noon on a Sunday. Life's basic malady, that of being conscious, begins with my body and discomfits me. To have no islands where those of us who are uncomfortable could go, no ancient garden paths reserved for those who've retreated into dreaming. To have to live and to act however little, to have to physically touch because there are other, equally real people in life, to have to be here writing this because my soul needs it, and not to be able to just dream it all, to express it without words, without so much as consciousness, through a construction of myself in music and diffuseness, such that tears would well in my eyes as soon as I felt like expressing myself, and I would flow like an enchanted river across gentle slopes of my own self, ever further into unconsciousness and the far away, to no end but God. 93. The intensity of my sensations has always been less than the intensity of my awareness of them. I've always suffered more from my consciousness that I was suffering than from the suffering of which I was conscious. The life of my emotions moved early on to the chambers of thought, and that's where I've most fully lived my emotional experience of life. And since thought, when it shelters emotion, is more demanding than emotion by itself, the regime of consciousness in which I began to live what I felt made how I felt more down to earth, more physical, more titillating. By thinking so much, I became echo and abyss. By delving within, I made myself into many. The slightest incident, a change in the light, the tumbling of a dry leaf, the faded petal that falls from a flower, the voice speaking on the other side of the stone wall, the steps of the speaker next to those of the listener, the half-open gate of the old country estate, the courtyard with an arch and houses clustered around it in the moonlight. All these things, although not mine, grab hold of my sensory attention with the chains of longing and emotional resonance. In each of these sensations, I am someone else, painfully renewed in each indefinite impression. I live off impressions that aren't mine. I'm a squanderer of renunciations, someone else in the way I'm I. 94. To live is to be other. It's not even possible to feel if one feels today what he felt yesterday. To feel today what one felt yesterday isn't to feel, it's to remember today what was felt yesterday, to be today's living corpse of what yesterday was lived and lost. To erase everything from the slate from one day to the next, to be new with each new morning, in a perpetual revival of our emotional virginity. This, and only this, is worth being or having, to be or have what we imperfectly are. This dawn is the first dawn of the world. Never did this pink color yellowing to a warm white so tinge towards the west the face of the buildings, whose window-pane eyes gaze upon the silence brought by the growing light. There was never this hour, nor this light, nor this person that's me. What will be tomorrow will be something else, and what I see will be seen by reconstituted eyes, full of a new vision. High city hills, great marvels of architecture that the steep slopes secure and make even greater, motley chaos of heaped-up buildings that the daylight weaves together with bright spots and shadows. You are today. You are me, because I see you. You are what I'll be tomorrow. and I love you from the deck rail as when two ships pass, and there's a mysterious longing and regret in their passing. 95. I lived inscrutable hours, a succession of disconnected moments in my nighttime walk to the lonely shore of the sea. All the thoughts that have made men live and all their emotions that have died passed through my mind, like a dark summary of history in my meditation that went to the seashore. I suffered in me, with me, the aspirations of all eras, and every disquietude of every age walked with me to the whispering shore of the sea. What men wanted and didn't achieve, what they killed in order to achieve, and all that souls have secretly been. All of this filled the feeling soul with which I walked to the seashore. What lovers found strange in those they love, what the wife never revealed to her husband, what the mother imagines about the son she didn't have, what only had form in a smile or opportunity, in a time that wasn't the right time, or in an emotion that was missing. All of this went to the seashore with me, and with me returned, and the waves grandly churned their music that made me live it all in slumber. We are who we're not, and life is quick and sad. The sound of the waves at night is a sound of the night, and how many have heard it in their own soul, like the perpetual hope that dissolves in the darkness with a faint plash of distant foam. What tears were shed by those who achieved, what tears lost by those who succeeded, and all this, in my walk to the seashore, was a secret told me by the night and the abyss. How many we are! How many of us fool ourselves! What seas crash in us in the night when we exist, along the beaches that we feel ourselves to be, inundated by emotion. All that was lost, all that should have been sought, all that was obtained and fulfilled by mistake, all that we loved and lost, and then, after losing it and loving it for having lost it, realized we never loved. All that we believed we were thinking when we were feeling, all the memories we took for emotions, and the entire ocean, noisy and cool, rolling in from the depths of the vast night to ripple over the beach during my nocturnal walk to the seashore. Who even knows what he thinks or wants? Who knows what he is to himself? How many things music suggests and we're glad they can never be? How many things the night recalls and we weep and they never even were? As if a long horizontal piece had raised its voice, the risen wave crashes and then calms, and a dribbling can be heard up and down the invisible beach. How much I'd die if I feel for everything. How much I feel if I meander this way, bodiless and human, with my heart as still as a beach, and the entire sea of all things beating loud and derisive, then becoming calm on the night that we live on my eternal nocturnal walk to the seashore. 96. I see dreamed landscapes as plainly as real ones. If I lean out over my dreams, I'm leaning out over something. If I see life go by, my dream is of something. Somebody said about somebody else that for him, the figures of dreams had the same shape and substance as the figures of life. Although I can see why somebody might say the same thing about me, I wouldn't agree. For me, the figures of dreams aren't identical to those of life. They're parallel. Each life, that of dreams and that of the world, has a reality all its own, that's just as valid as the other, but different. Like things near versus things far away. The figures of dreams are nearer to me, but... 97. The truly wise man is the one who can keep external events from changing him in any way. To do this, he covers himself with an armor of realities closer to him than the world's facts, and through which the facts, modified accordingly, reach him. 98. Today I woke up very early with a sudden and confused start, and I slowly got out of bed, suffocating from an inexplicable tedium. No dream had caused it. No reality could have created it. It was a complete an absolute tedium, but founded on something. The obscure depths of my soul had been the battleground where unknown forces had invisibly waged war, and I shook all over from the hidden conflict. A physical nausea, prompted by all of life, was born in the moment I woke up. A horror at the prospect of having to live got up with me out of bed. Everything seemed hollow, and I had the chilling impression that there is no solution for whatever the problem may be. An extreme nervousness made my slightest gestures tremble. I was afraid I might go mad, not from insanity, but from simply being there. My body was a latent shout. My heart pounded as if it were talking. Taking wide, false steps that I vainly tried to take differently, I walked barefoot across the short length of the room and diagonally through the emptiness of the inner room, where in a corner there's a door to the hallway. With jerky and incoherent movements, I hit the brushes on top of the dresser. I knocked a chair out of place, and at a certain point my swinging hand struck one of the hard iron posts of my English bed. I lit a cigarette, which I smoked subconsciously, and only when I saw that ashes had fallen on the headboard, how, if I hadn't leaned against it, did I understand that I was possessed, or something of the sort, in fact, if not in name, and that my normal, everyday self-awareness had intermingled with the abyss. I received the announcement of morning, the cold, faint light that confers a vague whitish blue on the unveiled horizon, like a grateful kiss from creation. Because this light, this true day, freed me from I don't know what. It gave an arm to my as yet unrevealed old age. It cuddled my false childhood. It helped my overwrought sensibility find the repose it was desperately begging for. Ah, what a morning this is, awakening me to life's stupidity and to its great tenderness. I almost cry when I see the old narrow street come into view down below, and when the shutters of the corner grocer reveal their dirty brown in the slowly growing light. My heart is soothed, as if by a real-life fairy tale, and it begins to have the security of not feeling itself. What a morning this grief is, and what shadows are retreating. What mysteries have taken place? None. There's just the sound of the first tram, like a match to light up the soul's darkness, and the loud steps of my first pedestrian, which are concrete reality telling me, in a friendly voice, not to be this way. 99. There are times when everything wearies us, including what we would normally find restful. Wearisome things weary us by definition, restful things by the wearying thought of procuring them. There are dejections of the soul past all anxiety and all pain. I believe they're known only by those who elude human pains and anxieties, and are sufficiently diplomatic with themselves to avoid even tedium. Reduced in this way to beings armored against the world, it's no wonder that at a certain point in their self-awareness, the whole set of armor should suddenly weigh on them, and life become an inverted anxiety, a pain not suffered. I am at one of those points, and I write these lines as if to prove that I'm at least alive. All day long, I've worked as if in a half-sleep, doing my sums the way things are done in dreams, writing left to right across my torpor. All day long, I've felt life weighing on my eyes and against my temples, sleep in my eyes, pressure from inside my temples, the consciousness of all this in my stomach, nausea, despondency. To live strikes me as a metaphysical mistake of matter, a dereliction of inaction. I refuse to look at the day to find out what it can offer that might distract me, and that, being recorded here in writing, might cover up the empty cup of my not wanting myself. I refuse to look at the day, and with my shoulders hunched forward, I ignore whether the sun is present or absent outside in the objectively sad street, in the deserted street where the sound of people passes by. I ignore everything, and my chest hurts. I've stopped working and don't feel like budging. I'm looking at the grimy white blotting paper, tacked down at the corners and spread out over the advanced age of the slanted desktop. I examine the crossed-out scribbles of concentration and distraction. There are various instances of my signature upside down and turned around, a few numbers here and there, wherever, a few confused sketches sketched by my absent-mindedness. I look at all this as if I'd never seen a blotter, like a fascinated bumpkin looking at some newfangled thing, while my entire brain lies idle behind the cerebral centers that control vision. I feel more inner fatigue than will fit in me, and there's nothing I want, nothing I prefer, nothing to flee. 100. I always live in the present. I don't know the future and no longer have the past. The former oppresses me as the possibility of everything, the latter as the reality of nothing. I have no hopes and no nostalgia. Knowing what my life has been up till now, so often and so completely the opposite of what I wanted, what can I assume about my life tomorrow, except that it will be what I don't assume, what I don't want, what happens to me from the outside, reaching me even via my will? There's nothing from my past that I recall with the futile wish to repeat it. I was never more than my own vestige or simulacrum. My past is everything I failed to be. I don't even miss the feelings I had back then, because what is felt requires the present moment. Once this is past, there's a turning of the page and the story continues, but with a different text. Brief dark shadow of a downtown tree, light sound of water falling into the sad pool, green of the trimmed lawn. Public garden shortly before twilight. You are in this moment the whole universe for me, for you are the full content of my conscious sensation. All I want from life is to feel it being lost in these unexpected evenings, to the sound of strange children playing in gardens like this one, fenced in by the melancholy of the surrounding streets, and topped beyond the tree's tallest branches, by the old sky where the stars are again coming out. 101. If our life were an eternal standing by the window, if we could remain there forever, like hovering smoke, with the same moment of twilight forever painting the curve of the hills, if we could remain that way for beyond forever, if at least on this side of the impossible we could thus continue, without committing an action, without our pallid lips sinning another word. Look how it's getting dark. The positive quietude of everything fills me with rage, with something that's a bitterness in the air I breathe. My soul aches. A slow wisp of smoke rises and dissipates in the distance. A restless tedium makes me think no more of you. All so superfluous, we and the world and the mystery of both. 102. Life is whatever we conceive it to be. For the farmer who considers his field to be everything, the field is an empire. For a Caesar whose empire is still not enough, the empire is a field. The poor man possesses an empire, the great man a field. All that we truly possess are our own sensations. It is in them, rather than in what they sense, that we must base our life's reality. This has nothing to do with anything. I've dreamed a great deal. I'm tired from having dreamed, but not tired of dreaming. No one tires of dreaming because dreaming is forgetting, and forgetting doesn't weigh a thing. It's a dreamless sleep in which we're awake. In dreams, I've done everything. I've also woken up, but so what? How many Caesars I've been, and the great men of history, how mean-spirited. Caesar, after his life was spared by a merciful pirate, ordered a search to find the pirate, who was then crucified. Napoleon, in the will he wrote in St. Helena, made a bequest to a common criminal who tried to assassinate Wellington. Oh, greatness of spirit no greater than that of the squint-eyed neighbor lady. Oh, great men of another world's cook. How many Caesars I've been and still dream of being. How many Caesars I've been, but not the real ones. I've been truly imperial while dreaming, and that's why I've never been anything. My armies were defeated, but the defeat was fluffy, and no one died. I lost no flags. My dream didn't get as far as the army. My flags never turned the corner into full dreamed view. How many Caesars I've been right here on the Rua dos Douradores, and the Caesars I've been still live in my imagination. But the Caesars that were are dead, and the Rua dos Douradores, reality that is, cannot know them. I throw an empty matchbox towards the abyss that's the street beyond the sill of my high window without balcony. I sit up in my chair and listen. Distinctly, as if it meant something, the empty matchbox resounds on the street, declaring to me its desertedness. Not another sound can be heard, except the sounds of the whole city. Yes, the sounds of the city on this long Sunday. So many, all at odds, and all of them right. How little from the real world forms the support of the best reflections. The fact of arriving late for lunch, of running out of matches, of personally, individually throwing the matchbox out the window, of feeling out of sorts for having eaten late, the fact it's Sunday virtually guaranteeing a lousy sunset, the fact I'm nobody in the world, and all metaphysics. But how many Caesars I've been. 103. I cultivate hatred of action like a greenhouse flower. I dissent from life and am proud of it. 104. No intelligent idea can gain general acceptance unless some stupidity is mixed in with it. Collective thought is stupid because it's collective. Nothing passes into the realm of the collective without leaving at the border, like a toll, most of the intelligence it contained. In youth, we're twofold. Our innate intelligence, which may be considerable, coexists with the stupidity of our inexperience, which forms a second, lesser intelligence. Only later on do the two unite. That's why youth always blunders, not because of its inexperience, but because of its non-unity. Today, the only course left for the man of superior intelligence is abdication. 105. Aesthetics of abdication. To conform is to submit, and to conquer is to conform, to be conquered. Thus every victory is a debasement. The conqueror inevitably loses all the virtues born of frustration with the status quo that led him to the fight that brought victory. He becomes satisfied, and only those who conform, who lack the conqueror's mentality, are satisfied. Only the man who never achieves his goal conquers. Only the man who is forever discouraged is strong. The best and most regal course is to abdicate. The supreme empire belongs to the emperor who abdicates from all normal life and from other men, for the preservation of his supremacy won't weigh on him like a load of jewels. 106. Sometimes, when I lift my dazed head from the books where I record other people's accounts and the absence of a life I can call my own, I feel a physical nausea, which might be from hunting over, but which transcends the numbers and my disillusion. I find life distasteful, like a useless medicine. And that's when I feel and can clearly picture how easy it would be to get rid of this tedium, if I had the simple strength of will to really want to get rid of it. We live by action, by acting on desire. Those of us who don't know how to want, whether geniuses or beggars, are related by impotence. What's the point of calling myself a genius if I'm, after all, an assistant bookkeeper? When Cesario Verde made sure the doctor knew that he was not Señor Verde, an office worker, but Cesario Verde, the poet, he used one of those self-important terms that reek of vanity. What he always was, poor man, was Señor Verde, an office worker. The poet was born after he died, for it was only then that he was appreciated as a poet. To act, that is true wisdom. I can be what I want to be, but I have to want whatever it is. Success consists in being successful, not in having the potential for success. Any wide piece of ground is the potential site of a palace, but there's no palace until it's built. My pride was stoned by blind men, my disillusion trampled on by beggars. I want you only to dream of you, they tell the beloved woman in verses they never send, they who dare not tell her anything. This, I want you only to dream of you, is a verse from an old poem of mine. I record the memory with a smile, and don't even comment on the smile. 107. I'm one of those souls women say they love, but never recognize when they meet us. One of those souls that they would never recognize, even if they recognized us. I endure the sensitivity of my feelings with an attitude of disdain. I have all the qualities for which romantic poets are admired, and even the lack of those qualities, which makes one a true romantic poet. I find myself partially described in novels as the protagonist of various plots, but the essence of my life and soul is never to be a protagonist. I don't have any idea of myself, not even the kind that consists in the lack of an idea of myself. I'm a nomad in my self-awareness, the herds of my inner riches scattered during the first watch. The only tragedy is not being able to conceive of ourselves as tragic. I've always clearly seen that I coexist with the world. I've never clearly felt that I needed to coexist with it. That's why I've never been normal. To act is to rest. All problems are insoluble. The essence of there being a problem is that there's no solution. To go looking for a fact means the fact doesn't exist. To think is to not know how to be. Sometimes I spend hours at the Terreiro do Passo, next to the river, meditating in vain. My impatience keeps trying to tear me away from that peace, and my inertia keeps holding me there. And in this state of bodily torpor that suggests sensuality only in the way the wind's whispering recalls voices, I meditate on the eternal insatiability of my vague desires, on the permanent fickleness of my impossible yearnings. I suffer mainly from the malady of being able to suffer. I'm missing something I don't really want, and I suffer because this isn't true suffering. The wharf, the afternoon, and the smell of ocean all enter together into the composition of my anxiety. The flutes of impossible shepherds are no sweeter than the absence of flutes that right now reminds me of them. The distant idylls alongside streams grieve me in this inwardly analogous moment. 108. It's possible to feel life as a sickness in the stomach, the very existence of one's soul as a muscular discomfort. Desolation of spirit, when sharply felt, stirs distant tides in the body, where it suffers pain by proxy. I'm conscious of myself on a day when the pain of being conscious is, as the poet says, lassitude, nausea, and agonizing desire. 109. Storm. Dark silence lividly teems. Above the occasional creaking of a fast-moving cart, a nearby truck produces a thundering sound, a ridiculous mechanical echo of what's really happening in the closely distant skies. Again, without warning, magnetic light gushes forth, flickering. My heart beats with a gulp. A glass dome shatters on high into large bits. A new sheet of ruthless rain strikes the sound of the ground. Senor Vasquez, his wan face is an unnatural and befuddled green. I watch him take his labored breaths with the kinship of knowing I'll be no different. 110. After I've slept many dreams, I go out to the street with eyes wide open, but still with the aura and assurance of my dreams, and I'm astonished by my automatism, which prevents others from really knowing me. For I go through daily life still holding the hand of my astral nursemaid. My steps are in perfect accord with the obscure designs of my sleeping mind. And I walk in the right direction. I don't stagger. I react well. I exist. But in the respites, when I don't have to watch where I'm going to avoid vehicles or oncoming pedestrians, when I don't have to speak to anyone or enter a door up ahead, then I launch once more like a paper boat onto the waters of sleep, and once more I return to the fading illusion that cuddles my hazy consciousness of the morning, now emerging amid the sounds of the vegetable carts. And it is then, in the middle of life's bustle, that my dream becomes a marvelous film. I walk along an unreal downtown street, and the reality of its non-existent lives affectionately wraps my head in a white cloth of false memories. I'm a navigator engaged in unknowing myself. I've overcome everything where I've never been. And this somnolence that allows me to walk, bent forward in a march over the impossible, feels like a fresh breeze. Everyone has his alcohol. To exist is alcohol enough for me. Drunk from feeling, I wander as I walk straight ahead. When it's time, I show up at the office like everyone else. When it's not time, I go to the river to gaze at the river like everyone else. I'm no different. And behind all this, oh, sky, my sky, I secretly constellate and have my infinity. 111. Every man of today, unless his moral stature and intellectual level are that of a pygmy or a churl, loves with romantic love when he loves. Romantic love is a rarefied product of century after century of Christian influence, and everything about its substance and development can be explained to the unenlightened by comparing it to a suit fashioned by the soul or the imagination and used to clothe those whom the mind thinks it fits when they happen to come along. But every suit, since it isn't eternal, lasts as long as it lasts. And soon, under the fraying clothes of the ideal we've formed, the real body of the person we dressed it in shows through. Romantic love is thus a path to disillusion, unless this disillusion, accepted from the start, decides to vary the ideal constantly sewing new suits in the soul's workshops, so as to constantly renew the appearance of the person they clothe. 112. We never love anyone. What we love is the idea we have of someone. It's our own concept, our own selves that we love. This is true in the whole gamut of love. In sexual love, we seek our own pleasure via another body. In non-sexual love, we seek our own pleasure via our own idea. The masturbator may be abject, but in point of fact, he's the perfect logical expression of the lover. He's the only one who doesn't feign and doesn't fool himself. The relations between one soul and another, expressed through such uncertain and variable things as shared words and proffered gestures, are deceptively complex. The very act of meeting each other is a non-meeting. Two people say, "I love you," or mutually think it and feel it, and each has in mind a different idea, a different life, perhaps even a different color or fragrance, in the abstract sum of impressions that constitute the soul's activity. Today I'm lucid as if I didn't exist. My thinking is as naked as a skeleton, without the fleshly tatters of the illusion of expression. And these considerations that I forge and abandon weren't born from anything, at least not from anything in the front rows of my consciousness. Perhaps it was the sales representative's disillusion with his girlfriend. Perhaps a sentence I read in one of the romantic tales that our newspapers reprint from the foreign press. Or perhaps just a vague nausea for which I can think of no physical cause. The scholiast who annotated Virgil was wrong. Understanding is what wearies us most of all. To live is to not think. 113. 2 or 3 days, like the beginning of love. The value of this for the aesthete is in the feelings it produces. To go further would be to enter the realm of jealousy, suffering, and anxiety. In this antechamber of emotion, there's all the sweetness of love, hints of pleasure, whiffs of passion, without any of its depth. If this means giving up the grandeur of tragic love, we must remember that tragedies, for the aesthete, are interesting to observe but unpleasant to experience. The cultivation of life hinders that of the imagination. It is the aloof, uncommon man who rules. No doubt this theory would satisfy me if I could convince myself that it's not what it is, a complicated jabber to fill the ears of my intelligence, to make it almost forget that at heart I'm just timid, with no aptitude for life. 114. Aesthetics of artificiality. Life hinders the expression of life. If I actually lived a great love, I would never be able to describe it. Not even I know if this I that I'm disclosing to you in these meandering pages actually exists or is but a fictitious, aesthetic concept I've made of myself. Yes, that's right. I live aesthetically as someone else. I've sculpted my life like a statue made of matter that's foreign to my being. Having employed my self-awareness in such a purely artistic way, and having become so completely external to myself, I sometimes no longer recognize myself. Who am I behind this unreality? I don't know. I must be someone. And if I avoid living, acting, and feeling, then believe me, it's so as not to tamper with the contours of my invented personality. I want to be exactly like what I wanted to be and am not. If I were to give in to life, I'd be destroyed. I want to be a work of art, at least in my soul, since I can't be one in my body. That's why I've sculpted myself in quiet isolation and have placed myself in a hothouse, cut off from fresh air and direct light, where the absurd flower of my artificiality can blossom in secluded beauty. Sometimes I muse about how wonderful it would be if I could string all my dreams together into one continuous life, a life consisting of entire days full of imaginary companions and created people, a false life which I could live and suffer and enjoy. Misfortune would sometimes strike me there, and there I would also experience great joys, and nothing about me would be real, but everything would have a sublime logic. It would all pulse to a rhythm of sensual falseness, taking place in a city built out of my soul and extending all the way to the platform next to an idle train, far away in the distance within me. And it would all be vivid and inevitable, as in the outer life, but with an aesthetics of the dying sun. 115. To organize our life in such a way that it becomes a mystery to others, that those who are closest to us will only be closer to not knowing us. That is how I've shaped my life, almost without thinking about it, but I did it with so much instinctive art that even to myself I've become a not entirely clear and definite individual. 116. To write is to forget. Literature is the most agreeable way of ignoring life. Music soothes, the visual arts exhilarate, and the performing arts, such as acting and dance, entertain. Literature, however, retreats from life by turning it into a slumber. The other arts make no such retreat, some because they use visible and hence vital formulas, others because they live from human life itself. This isn't the case with literature. Literature simulates life. A novel is a story of what never was, and a play is a novel without narration. A poem is the expression of ideas or feelings in a language no one uses, because no one talks in verse. 117. Most people are afflicted by an inability to say what they see or think. They say there's nothing more difficult than to define a spiral in words. They claim it's necessary to use the unliterary hand, twirling it in a steadily upward direction so that human eyes will perceive the abstract figure immanent in a wire spring and a certain type of staircase. But if we remember that to say is to renew, we will have no trouble defining a spiral. It's a circle that rises without ever closing. I realize that most people would never dare define it this way, for they suppose that defining is to say what others want us to say, rather than what's required for the definition. I'll say it more accurately. A spiral is a potential circle that winds round as it rises, without ever completing itself. But no, the definition is still abstract. I'll resort to the concrete, and all will become clear. A spiral is a snake without a snake, vertically wound around nothing. All literature is an attempt to make life real. As all of us know, even when we don't act on what we know, life is absolutely unreal in its directly real form. The country, the city, and our ideas are all absolutely fictitious things, the offspring of our complex sensation of our own selves. Impressions are incommunicable unless we make them literary. Children are particularly literary, for they say what they feel and not what someone has taught them to feel. Once I heard a child who wished to say that he was on the verge of tears say not, "I feel like crying," which is what an adult, i.e. an idiot, would say, but rather, "I feel like tears." And this phrase, so literary it would seem affected in a well-known poet, if he could ever invent it, decisively refers to the warm presence of tears about to burst from eyelids that feel the liquid bitterness. I feel like tears. That small child aptly defined his spiral. To say, to know how to say, to know how to exist via the written voice and the intellectual image, this is all that matters in life. The rest is men and women, imagined loves and factitious vanities, the wiles of our digestion and forgetfulness, people squirming like worms when a rock is lifted under the huge abstract boulder of the meaningless blue sky. 118. Why should I care that no one reads what I write? I write to forget about life, and I publish because that's one of the rules of the game. If tomorrow all of my writings were lost, I'd be sorry, but I doubt I'd be violently and frantically sorry, as one might expect, given that with my writings would go my entire life. I would probably be like the mother who loses her son but is back to normal in a few months' time. The great earth that cares for the hills would also, in a less motherly fashion, take care of the pages I've written. Nothing matters, and I'm sure there have been people who, looking at life, didn't have much patience for this child that was still awake, when all they wanted was the peace that would come once the child went to bed. 119. It has always disappointed me to read the allusions in Émile's diary to the fact that he published books. That's where he falls down. How great he would be otherwise. Émile's diary has always grieved me on my own account. When I came to the passage where he says that Scherer described the fruit of the mind as the consciousness of consciousness, I felt it as a direct reference to my soul. 120. That obscure and almost imponderable malice that gladdens every human heart when confronted by the pain and discomfort of others has been redirected in me to my own pains, so that I can actually take pleasure in feeling ridiculous or contemptible, as if it were someone else in my place. By a strange and fantastic transformation of sentiments, I don't feel that malicious and all too human gladness when faced with other people's pain and embarrassment. When others are in difficulty, what I feel isn't sorrow, but an aesthetic discomfort and a sinuous irritation. This isn't due to compassion, but to the fact that whoever looks ridiculous looks that way to others and not just to me, and it irritates me when someone looks ridiculous to others. It grieves me that any animal of the human species should laugh at the expense of another when he has no right to. I don't care if others laugh at my expense, for I have the advantage of an armored contempt towards whatever's outside me. I've surrounded the garden of my being with high iron gratings, more imposing than any stone wall, in such a way that I can perfectly see others while perfectly excluding them, keeping them in their place as others. To discover ways of not acting has been my main concern in life. I refuse to submit to the state or to men. I passively resist. The state can only want me for some sort of action. As long as I don't act, there's nothing it can get from me. Since capital punishment has been abolished, the most it can do is harass me. Were this to occur, I would have to armor my soul even more and live even deeper inside my dreams. But this hasn't happened yet. The state has never bothered me. Fate, it seems, has looked out for me. 121. Like all men endowed with great mental mobility, I have an irrevocable, organic love of settledness. I abhor new ways of life in unfamiliar places. 122. The idea of traveling nauseates me. I've already seen what I've never seen. I've already seen what I have yet to see. The tedium of the forever new, the tedium of discovering, behind the specious differences of things and ideas, the unrelenting sameness of everything, the absolute similarity of a mosque and a temple and a church, the exact equivalence of a cabin and a castle, the same physical body for a king in robes and for a naked savage. the eternal concordance of life with itself, the stagnation of everything I live, all of it equally condemned to change. Landscapes are repetitious. On a simple train ride, I uselessly and restlessly waver between my inattention to the landscape and my inattention to the book that would amuse me, if I were someone else. Life makes me feel a vague nausea, and any kind of movement aggravates it. Only landscapes that don't exist and books I'll never read aren't tedious. Life for me is a drowsiness that never reaches the brain. This I keep free, so that I can be sad there. Let those who don't exist travel. For someone who isn't anything, like a river, forward motion is no doubt life. But for those who are alert, who think and feel, the horrendous hysteria of trains, cars, and ships makes it impossible to sleep or to wake up. From any trip, even a short one, I return as from a slumber full of dreams, in a dazed confusion, with one sensation stuck to another, feeling drunk from what I saw. I can't rest for lack of good health in my soul. I can't move because of something lacking between my body and soul. It's not movement that I'm missing, but the very desire to move. Often enough I've wanted to cross the river, those 10 minutes from the Terreiro do Passo to Casillas, and I've always felt intimidated by so many people, by myself and by my intention. Once or twice I've made the trip, nervous the whole way, setting my foot on dry land only after I'd returned. When one feels too intensely, the Tagus is an endless Atlantic, and Casillas another continent, or even another universe. 123. Renunciation is liberation. Not wanting is power. What can China give me that my soul hasn't already given me? And if my soul can't give it to me, how will China give it to me? For it's with my soul that I'll see China, if I ever see it. I could go and seek riches in the Orient, but not the riches of the soul, because I am my soul's riches, and I am where I am, with or without the Orient. Travel is for those who cannot feel. That's why travel books are always so unsatisfying as books of experience. They're worth only as much as the imagination of the one who writes them. And if the writer has imagination, he can as easily enchant us with the detailed, photographic description, down to each tiny colored pennant, of scenes he imagined as he can, with a necessarily less detailed description of the scenes he thought he saw. All of us are nearsighted, except on the inside. Only the eyes we use for dreaming truly see. There are basically only two things in our earthly experience, the universal and the particular. To describe the universal is to describe what is common to all human souls and to all human experience. The broad sky, with day and night occurring in it and by it. The flowing of rivers, all with the same fresh and nunnish water. The vast waving mountains known as oceans, which hold the majesty of height in the secret of their depths. The fields, the seasons, houses, faces, gestures, clothes and smiles, love and wars, gods both finite and infinite, the formless night, mother of the world's origin. Fate, the intellectual monster that is everything. Describing these, or any other universals, my soul speaks the primitive and divine language, the Adamic tongue that everyone understands. But what splintered, Babelish language would I use to describe the Santa Justa lift, the Reims Cathedral, the breeches worn by the Zouave, or the way Portuguese is pronounced in the province of Trás-os-Montes? These are surface differences, the ground's unevenness, which we can feel by walking, but not by our abstract feeling. What's universal in the Santa Justa lift is the mechanical technology that makes life easier. What's true in the Reims Cathedral is neither Reims nor the cathedral, but the religious splendor of buildings dedicated to understanding the human soul's depths. What's eternal in the Zouave's breeches is the colorful fiction of clothes, a human language whose social simplicity is, in a certain way, a new nakedness. What's universal in local accents is the homely tone of voice in those who live spontaneously, the diversity within groups, the multicolored parade of customs, the differences between peoples, and the immense variety of nations. Eternal tourists of ourselves, there is no landscape but what we are. We possess nothing, for we don't even possess ourselves. We have nothing because we are nothing. What hand will I reach out, and to what universe? The universe isn't mine. It's me. 124. Chapter on indifference, or something like that. Every soul worthy of itself desires to live life in the extreme. To be satisfied with what one is given is for slaves. To ask for more is for children. To conquer more is for madmen, because every conquest is. To live life in the extreme means to live it to the limit, but there are 3 ways of doing this, and it's up to the superior soul to choose one of the ways. The first way to live life in the extreme is by possessing it to an extreme degree, via a Ulyssean journey through all experiential sensations, through all forms of externalized energy. Few people, however, in all the ages of the world, have been able to shut their eyes with a fatigue that's the sum of all fatigues, having possessed everything in every way. Indeed, few can get life to yield to them completely, body and soul, making them so sure of its love that jealous thoughts become impossible. But this must surely be the desire of every superior, strong-willed soul. When this soul, however, realizes that it can never accomplish such a feat, that it lacks the strength to conquer all parts of the whole, then there are 2 other roads it can follow. One is total renunciation, formal and complete abstention, whereby it transfers to the sensible sphere whatever cannot be wholly possessed in the sphere of activity and energy. Better to supremely not act than to act spottily, inadequately, and in vain, like the superfluous, inane vast majority of men. The other road is that of perfect equilibrium, the search for the limit in absolute proportion, whereby the longing for the extreme passes from the will and emotion to the intelligence, one's entire ambition being not to live all life or to feel all life, but to organize all life, to consummate it in intelligent harmony and coordination. The longing to understand, which in noble souls often replaces the longing to act, belongs to the sphere of sensibility. To replace energy with the intelligence, to break the link between will and emotion, stripping the material life's gestures of any and all interest, this, if achieved, is worth more than life, which is so hard to possess in its entirety and so sad when possessed only in part. The Argonauts said that it wasn't necessary to live, only to sail. We, Argonauts of our pathological sensibility, say that it's not necessary to live, only to feel. 125. Your ships, Lord, didn't make a greater voyage than the one made by my thought in the disaster of this book. They rounded no cape and sighted no far-flung beach beyond what daring men had dared and what minds had dreamed to equal the capes I rounded with my imagination and the beaches where I landed with my... Thanks to your initiative, Lord, the real world was discovered. The intellectual world will be discovered thanks to mine. Your Argonauts grappled with monsters and fears. In the voyage of my thought, I also had monsters and fears to contend with. On the path to the abstract chasm that lies in the depths of things, there are horrors that the world's men don't imagine and fears to endure that human experience doesn't know. The cape of the common sea beyond which all is mystery is perhaps more human than the abstract path to the world's void. Separated from their native soil, banished from the path leading back to their homes, forever widowed from the tranquility of life being the same, your emissaries finally arrived when you were already dead at the oceanic end of the earth. They saw, materially, a new sky and a new earth. I, far away from the paths to myself, blind to the vision of the life I love, I too have finally arrived at the vacant end of things, at the imponderable edge of creation's limit, at the port in no place of the world's abstract chasm. I have entered, Lord, that port. I have wandered, Lord, over that sea. I have gazed, Lord, at that invisible chasm. I dedicate this work of supreme discovery to the memory of your Portuguese name, Creator of Argonauts. 126. I have times of great stagnation. It's not, as happens to everyone, that I let days and days go by without sending a postcard in response to the urgent letter I received. It's not, as happens to no one, that I indefinitely postpone what's easy and would be useful, or what's useful and would be pleasurable. There's more subtlety in my self-contradiction. I stagnate in my very soul. My will, emotions, and thoughts stop functioning, and this suspension lasts for days on end. Only the vegetative life of my soul, words, gestures, habits, expresses me to others and through them to myself. In these periods of shadowy subsistence, I'm unable to think, feel, or want. I can't write more than numbers and scribbles. I don't feel, and the death of a loved one would strike me as having happened in a foreign language. I'm helpless. It's as if I were sleeping and my gestures, words, and deliberate acts were no more than a peripheral respiration, the rhythmic instinct of some organism. Thus the days keep passing, and if I added them all up, who knows how much of my life they would amount to. It sometimes occurs to me, when I shake off this state of suspension, that perhaps I'm not as naked as I suppose, that perhaps there are still intangible clothes covering the eternal absence of my true soul. It occurs to me that thinking, feeling, and wanting can also be stagnations, on the threshold of a more intimate thinking, a feeling that's more mine, a will lost somewhere in the labyrinth of who I really am. However it may be, I'll let it be. And to whatever god or gods that be, I'll let go of who I am according as luck and chance determine, faithful to a forgotten pledge. 127. I don't get indignant, because indignation is for the strong. I'm not resigned, because resignation is for the noble. I don't hold my peace, because silence is for the great. And I'm neither strong nor noble nor great. I suffer and I dream. I complain because I'm weak. And since I'm an artist, I amuse myself by making my complaints musical and by arranging my dreams according to my idea of what makes them beautiful. I only regret not being a child. Since then I could believe in my dreams, and not being a madman, since then I could keep everyone around me from getting close to my soul. Taking dreams for reality, living too intensely what I dream has given this thorn to the false rose of my dreamed life. That not even dreams cheer me, because I see their defects. Not even by colorfully painting my window can I block out the noise of the life outside, which doesn't know I'm observing it. Happy the creators of pessimistic systems. Besides taking refuge in the fact of having made something, they can exult in their explanation of universal suffering and include themselves in it. I don't complain about the world. I don't protest in the name of the universe. I'm not a pessimist. I suffer and complain, but I don't know if suffering is the norm, nor do I know if it's human to suffer. Why should I care to know? I suffer without knowing if I deserve to. A hunted doe. I'm not a pessimist. I'm sad. 128. I've always rejected being understood. To be understood is to prostitute oneself. I prefer to be taken seriously for what I'm not, remaining humanly unknown, with naturalness and all due respect. Nothing would bother me more than if they found me strange at the office. I like to revel in the irony that they don't find me at all strange. I like the hair shirt of being regarded by them as their equal. I like the crucifixion of being considered no different. There are martyrdoms more subtle than those recorded for the saints and hermits. There are torments of our mental awareness as there are of the body and of desire. And in the former as in the latter, there's a certain sensuality. 129. The office boy was tying up the day's packages in the twilight coolness of the empty office. "What a thunderclap," the cruel bandit said to no one, in the loud voice of a good morning. My heart started beating again. The apocalypse had passed. There was a respite. And with what relief! A flashing light, a pause, the heart clap. Did this now near, then retreating thunder relieve us of what had been? God had ceased. My lungs breathed heavily. I realized it was stuffy in the office. I noticed that there were other people besides the office boy. They had all been silent. I heard something crisp and tremulous. It was one of the ledger's large and heavy pages that Moreira, checking something, had abruptly turned. 130. I often wonder what I would like if, shielded from the winds of fate by the screen of wealth, I'd never been brought by the dutiful hand of my uncle to an office in Lisbon, nor risen from it to other offices, all the way up to this paltry pinnacle as a competent assistant bookkeeper, with a job that's like a siesta and a salary that I can live on. I realized that if I'd had this imagined past, I wouldn't now be able to write these pages, which are at least something, and therefore better than all the pages I would only have dreamed of writing in better circumstances. For banality is a form of intelligence, and reality, especially if stupid or crude, is a natural complement of the soul. My job as a bookkeeper is responsible for a large part of what I'm able to feel and think, since this occurs as a denial and evasion of that selfsame job. If I had to list, in the blank space of a questionnaire, the main literary influences on my intellectual development, I would immediately jot down the name of Cesario Verde, but I would also write in the names of Senor Vasquez, my boss, of Moreira, the head bookkeeper, of Vieira, the local sales representative, and of Antonio, the office boy. And as the crucial address of them all, I would write Lisbon in big letters. The fact is that not only Cesario Verde, but also my co-workers have served as correction coefficients for my vision of the world. I think that's the term, whose exact meaning I obviously don't know, for the treatment given by engineers to mathematics so that it can be applied to life. If it is the right term, then that's what I meant. If it isn't, then let's imagine it could be, the intention substituting for the failed metaphor. And if I think, with all the lucidity I can muster, about what my life has apparently been, I see it as a colored thing, a chocolate wrapper or a cigar band, swept from the dirty tablecloth by the brisk brush of the housemaid, who's listening overhead, and landing in the dustpan with the crumbs and the crusts of reality proper. It stands out from other things with a similar destiny by its privilege of getting to ride in the dustpan as well, and above the maid's brushing, the gods continue their conversation, indifferent to the affairs of the world's servants. Yes, if I'd been wealthy, shielded, spruce, ornamental, I wouldn't even have been this brief episode of pretty paper among crumbs. I would have remained on a lucky dish, thank you, but no, and have retreated to the sideboard to grow old. This way, rejected after my useful substance has been eaten, I go to the rubbish bin with the dust of what's left of Christ's body. And I can't imagine what will follow and among what stars, but something, inevitably, will follow. 131. Since I have nothing to do and nothing to think about doing, I'm going to describe my ideal on this sheet of paper. Note: the sensibility of Mallarmé in the style of Vieira, to dream like Verlaine in the body of Horace, to be Homer in the moonlight. To feel everything in every way, to be able to think with the emotions and feel with the mind, not to desire much except with the imagination, to suffer with haughtiness, to see clearly so as to write accurately, to know oneself through diplomacy and dissimulation, to become naturalized as a different person with all the necessary documents. In short, to use all sensations but only on the inside, peeling them all down to God and then wrapping everything up again and putting it back in the shop window like the sales assistant I can see from here, with the small tins of a new brand of shoe polish. All these ideals, possible or impossible, now end. Now I face reality, which isn't even the sales assistant, whom I don't see, only his hand, the absurd tentacle of a soul with a family and a fate, and it twists like a spider without a web while putting back tins of polish in the window. And one of the tins fell, like the fate of us all. 132. The more I contemplate the spectacle of the world and the ever-changing state of things, the more profoundly I'm convinced of the inherent fiction of everything, of the false importance exhibited by all realities. And in this contemplation, which has occurred to all thinking souls at one time or another, the colorful parade of customs and fashions, the complex path of civilizations and progress, the grandiose commotion of empires and cultures, all of this strikes me as a myth and a fiction, dreamed among shadows and ruins. But I'm not sure whether the supreme resolution of all these dead intentions, dead even when achieved, lies in the ecstatic resignation of the Buddha, who, once he understood the emptiness of things, stood up from his ecstasy, saying, "Now I know everything," or in the jaded indifference of the Emperor Severus, "Omnia fui, nihil expedit. I've been everything, nothing's worth the trouble." 133. The world, a dunghill of instinctive forces that nevertheless shines in the sun with pale shades of light and dark gold. The way I see it, plagues, storms, and wars are products of the same blind force, sometimes operating through unconscious microbes, sometimes through unconscious waters and thunderbolts, and sometimes through unconscious men. For me, the difference between an earthquake and a massacre is like the difference between murdering with a knife and murdering with a dagger. The monster immanent in things, for the sake of his own good or his own evil, which are apparently indifferent to him, is equally served by the shifting of a rock on a hilltop, or by the stirring of envy or greed in a heart. The rock falls and kills a man. Greed or envy prompts an arm, and the arm kills a man. Such is the world, a dunghill of instinctive forces that nevertheless shines in the sun with pale shades of light and dark gold. To oppose the brutal indifference that constitutes the manifest essence of things, the mystics discovered it was best to renounce, to deny the world, to turn our backs on it as on a swamp at whose edge we suddenly find ourselves standing. To deny, like the Buddha, its absolute reality, to deny, like Christ, its relative reality. To deny. All I ask of life is that it ask nothing of me. At the door of the cottage I never had, I sat in the sunlight that never fell there, and I enjoyed the future old age of my tired reality, glad that I hadn't arrived there yet. To still not have died is enough for life's wretches, and to still have hope, satisfied with dreams only when I'm not dreaming, satisfied with the world only when I'm dreaming far away from it. A swinging pendulum back and forth, forever moving to arrive nowhere, eternally captive to the twin fatality of a center and a useless motion. 134. I seek and don't find myself. I belong to chrysanthemum hours, neatly lined up in flower pots. God made my soul to be a decorative object. I don't know what overly pompous and selective details define my temperament. If I love the ornamental, it must be because I sense something there that's identical to the substance of my soul. 135. The simplest, truly simplest things, which nothing can make semi-simple, become complex when I live them. To wish someone a good day sometimes intimidates me. My voice gets caught, as if there were a strange audacity in saying these words out loud. It's a kind of squeamishness about existing. There's no other way to put it. The constant analysis of our sensations creates a new way of feeling, which seems artificial to those who only analyze with the intellect, and not with sensation itself. All my life, I've been metaphysically glib, serious at playing around. I haven't done anything seriously, however much I may have wanted to. A mischievous destiny had fun with me. To have emotions made of chintz, or of silk, or of brocade. To have emotions that could be described like that. To have describable emotions. I feel in my soul a divine regret for everything, a choked and sobbing grief for the condemnation of dreams in the flesh of those who dreamed them. And I hate, without hatred, all the poets who wrote verses, all the idealists who saw their ideals take shape, all those who obtained what they wanted. I haphazardly roam the calm streets, walking until my body is as tired as my soul, grieved to the point of that old and familiar grief that likes to be felt, pitying itself with an indefinable, maternal compassion set to music. Sleep, to fall asleep, to have peace, to be an abstract consciousness that's conscious only of breathing peacefully, without a world, without heavens, without a soul, a dead sea of emotion reflecting an absence of stars. 136. The burden of feeling, the burden of having to feel. 137. The hypersensitivity of my feelings, or perhaps merely of their expression, or perhaps more accurately, of the intelligence which lies between the former and the latter, and which forms, from my wish to express, the fictitious emotion that exists only to be expressed. Perhaps it's just the machine in me that reveals who I'm not. 138. There's an erudition of acquired knowledge, which is erudition in the narrowest sense, and there's an erudition of understanding, which we call culture. But there's also an erudition of the sensibility. Erudition of the sensibility has nothing to do with the experience of life. The experience of life teaches nothing, just as history teaches nothing. True experience comes from restricting our contact with reality while increasing our analysis of that contact. In this way, our sensibility becomes broader and deeper, because everything is in us. All we need to do is look for it and know how to look. What's travel, and what good is it? Any sunset is the sunset. One doesn't have to go to Constantinople to see it. The sensation of freedom that travel brings, I can have it by going from Lisbon to Benfica, and have it more intensely than one who goes from Lisbon to China, because if the freedom isn't in me, then I won't have it no matter where I go. Any road, said Carlyle, this simple and Entepful road, will lead you to the end of the world. But the Entepful road, if it is followed all the way to the end, returns to Entepful, so that Entepful, where we already were, is the same end of the world we set out to find. Condillac begins his celebrated book with, "No matter how high we climb or how low we descend, we never escape our sensations." We never disembark from ourselves. We never attain another existence unless we other ourselves by actively, vividly imagining who we are. The true landscapes are those that we ourselves create, since, being their gods, we see them as they truly are, which is however we created them. None of the four corners of the world is the one that interests me, and that I can truly see. It's the fifth corner that I travel in, and it belongs to me. Whoever has crossed all the seas has crossed only the monotony of himself. I've crossed more seas than anyone. I've seen more mountains than there are on earth. I've passed through more cities than exist, and the great rivers of non-worlds have flown sovereignly under my watching eyes. If I were to travel, I'd find a poor copy of what I've already seen without taking one step. In the countries that others go to, they go as anonymous foreigners. In the countries I've visited, I've been not only the secret pleasure of the unknown traveler, but also the majesty of the reigning king, the indigenous people and their culture, and the entire history of the nation and its neighbors. I saw every landscape and every house because they were me, made in God from the substance of my imagination. 139. For a long time now, I haven't written. Months have gone by in which I haven't lived, just endured, between the office and physiology, in an inward stagnation of thinking and feeling. Unfortunately, this isn't even restful, since in rotting there's fermentation. For a long time now I haven't written and haven't even existed. I hardly even seem to be dreaming. The streets for me are just streets. I do my office work conscious only of it, though I can't say without distraction. In the back of my mind, I'm sleeping instead of meditating, which is what I usually do, but I still have a different existence behind my work. For a long time now, I haven't existed. I'm utterly calm. No one distinguishes me from who I am. I just felt myself breathe as if I'd done something new or done it late. I'm beginning to be conscious of being conscious. Perhaps tomorrow I'll wake up to myself and resume the course of my own existence. I don't know if that will make me more happy or less. I don't know anything. I lift my pedestrian's head and see that on the hill of the castle, the sunset's reflection is burning in dozens of windows, in a lofty brilliance of cold fire. Around these hard-flamed eyes, the entire hillside has the softness of day's end. I'm able at least to feel sad, and to be conscious that my sadness was just now crossed, I saw it with my ears, by the sudden sound of a passing tram, by the casual voices of young people, and by the forgotten murmur of the living city. For a long time now, I haven't been I. 140. It sometimes happens, more or less suddenly, that in the midst of my sensations, I'm overwhelmed by such terrible weariness of life that I can't even conceive of any act that might relieve it. Suicide seems a dubious remedy, and natural death, even assuming it brings unconsciousness, an insufficient one. Rather than the cessation of my existence, which may or may not be possible, this weariness makes me long for something far more horrifying and profound. Never to have existed at all, which is definitely impossible. Now and then I seem to discern, in the generally confused speculations of the Indians, something of this longing that's even more negative than nothingness. But either they lack the keenness of sensation to communicate what they think, or they lack the acuity of thought to really feel what they feel. The fact is that what I discern in them I don't clearly see. The fact is that I think I'm the first to express in words the sinister absurdity of this incurable sensation. And yet I do cure it, by writing about it. Yes, for every truly profound desolation, one that's not pure feeling but has some intelligence mixed in with it, there's always the ironic remedy of expressing it. If literature has no other usefulness, it at least has this one, though it serves only a few. The ailments of our intelligence, unfortunately, hurt less than those of our feelings, and those of our feelings, unfortunately, less than those of the body. I say unfortunately because human dignity would require it to be the other way around. There is no mental anguish vis-à-vis the unknown that can hurt us like love or jealousy or nostalgia, that can overwhelm us like intense physical fear, or that can transform us like anger or ambition. But neither can any pain that ravishes the soul be as genuinely painful as a toothache, a stomachache, or the pain, I imagine, of childbirth. We're made in such a way that the same intelligence that ennobles certain emotions or sensations, elevating them above others, also humbles them when it extends its analysis to a comparison among them all. I write as if sleeping, and my entire life is an unsigned receipt. Inside the coop where he'll stay until he's killed, the rooster sings anthems to liberty because he was given 2 roosts. 141. Rainy landscape. Each drop of rain is my failed life weeping in nature. There's something of my disquiet in the endless drizzle, then shower, then drizzle, then shower, through which the day's sorrow uselessly pours itself out over the earth. It rains and keeps raining. My soul is damp from hearing it. So much rain. My flesh is watery around my physical sensation of it. An anguished cold holds my poor heart in its icy hands. The gray hours get longer, flattening out in time. The moments drag. So much rain. The gutters spew out little torrents of sudden water. A troubling noise of falling rain falls through my awareness that there are downspouts. The rain groans as it listlessly batters the panes. A cold hand squeezes my throat and prevents me from breathing life. Everything is dying in me, even the knowledge that I can dream. I can't get physically comfortable. Every soft thing I lean against hurts my soul with sharp edges. All eyes I gaze into are terribly dark in this impoverished daylight, propitious for dying without pain. 142. The most contemptible thing about dreams is that everyone has them. The delivery boy who dozes against the lamppost in between deliveries is thinking about something in his darkened mind. I know what he's thinking about, the very same things into which I plummet between one and another ledger entry in the summer tedium of the stock-still office. 143. I pity those who dream the probable, the reasonable and the accessible, more than those who fantasize about the extraordinary and remote. Those who have grandiose dreams are either lunatics who believe in what they dream and are happy, or they're mere daydreamers whose reveries are like the soul's music, lulling them and meaning nothing. But those who dream the possible will, very possibly, suffer real disillusion. I can't be too disappointed over not having become a Roman emperor, but I can sorely regret never once having spoken to the seamstress, who at the street corner turns right at about 9 o'clock every morning. The dream that promises us the impossible denies us access to it from the start, but the dream that promises the possible interferes with our normal life, relying on it for its fulfillment. The one kind of dream lives by itself, independently, while the other is contingent on what may or may not happen. That's why I love impossible landscapes and the vast empty stretches of plains I'll never see. The historical ages of the past are sheer wonder, because I know from the outset that I can't be part of them. I sleep when I dream of what doesn't exist. Dreaming of what might exist wakes me up. It's midday in the deserted office, and I lean out of one of the balcony windows overlooking the street down below. My distraction, aware of the movement of people in my eyes, is too steeped in its meditation to see them. I sleep on my elbows propped painfully on the railing and feel a great promise in knowing nothing. With mental detachment, I look at the arrested street full of hurrying people, and I make out the details. The crates piled up on a cart, the sacks at the door of the other warehouse, and, in the farthest window of the grocery on the corner, the glint of those bottles of port wine that I imagine no one can afford to buy. My spirit abandons the material dimension. I investigate with my imagination. The people passing by on the street are always the same ones who passed by a while ago. Always a group of floating figures, patches of motion, uncertain voices, things that pass by and never quite happen. To take note, not with my senses, but with the awareness of my senses, the possibility of other things. And suddenly, from behind me, I hear the metaphysically abrupt arrival of the office boy. I feel like I could kill him for barging in on what I wasn't thinking. I turn around and look at him with a silence full of hatred, tense with latent homicide, my mind already hearing the voice he'll use to tell me something or other. He smiles from the other side of the room and says, "Good afternoon," in a loud voice. I hate him like the universe. My eyes are sore from imagining. 144. After many days of rain, the sky brings back its hidden blue to the vast expanses on high. Between the streets, whose puddles sleep like country ponds, and the clear and chilly gladness overhead, there's a contrast that makes the dirty streets congenial and the dreary winter sky spring-like. It's Sunday, and I have nothing to do. It's such a nice day that I don't even feel like dreaming. I enjoy it with all the sincerity of my senses, to which my intelligence bows. I walk like a liberated shop assistant. I feel old, just so I can have the pleasure of feeling myself being rejuvenated. In the large Sunday square, there's a solemn flurry of a different sort of day. People are coming out of Mass at the Church of São Domingos, and another one is about to begin. I see those who are leaving and those who still haven't entered, because they're waiting for people who aren't there watching who's coming out. None of these things are important. They are, like everything in the ordinary world, a slumber of mysteries and battlements. and like a herald who has just arrived, I gaze at the open plain of my meditation. When I was a child, I used to go to this Mass, or perhaps another one, but I think it was this one. I wore my only good suit out of respect and enjoyed every minute, even when there was nothing special to enjoy. I lived externally, and the suit was clean and new. What more can one want when he's going to die and doesn't know it, led by a mother's hand? I used to enjoy all of this, but only now do I realize how much I enjoyed it. I would enter Mass as into a great mystery and come out at the end as into a clearing. And that's how it really was, and how it still really is. It's only the self who no longer believes and is now an adult, with a soul that remembers and weeps. Only this self is fiction and confusion, anguish and the grave. Yes, what I am would be unbearable if I couldn't remember what I've been. And this crowd of strangers who are still leaving Mass and the beginning of the potential crowd arriving for the next Mass are like boats passing by on a slow river beneath the open windows of my house on the bank. Memories, Sundays, Masses, the pleasure of having been, the miracle of time having remained because it already went by, and since it was mine, it will never be forgotten. Absurd diagonal of my normal sensations, sudden sound of an old carriage around the square, creaking its wheels in the depths of the car's noisy silences, and somehow or other, by a maternal paradox of time, subsisting today, right here, between what I am and what I've lost, in my backward gaze that is me. 145. The higher a man rises, the more things he must do without. There's no room on the pinnacle except for the man himself. The more perfect he is, the more complete, and the more complete, the less other. These thoughts occurred to me after reading a newspaper article about the great and multifaceted life of a celebrity, an American millionaire who had been everything. He had achieved all that he'd aspired to: money, love, friendship, recognition, travels, collections. Money can't buy everything, but the personal magnetism that enables a man to make lots of money can indeed obtain most things. As I laid the paper down on the restaurant table, I was already thinking how a similar article, narrowing the focus, could have been written about the firm's sales representative, more or less my acquaintance, who's eating lunch at the table in the back corner, as he does every day. All that the millionaire had, this man has. In smaller measure, to be sure, but abundantly for his stature. Both men have had equal success, and there isn't even a difference in their fame, for here too we must see each man in his particular context. There's no one in the world who doesn't know the name of the American millionaire, but there's no one in Lisbon's commercial district who doesn't know the name of the man eating lunch in the corner. These men obtained all that their hand could grasp within arm's reach. What varied in them was the length of their arm. They were identical in other respects. I've never been able to envy this sort of person. I've always felt that virtue lay in obtaining what was out of one's reach, in living where one isn't, in being more alive after death than during life, in achieving something impossible, something absurd, in overcoming, like an obstacle, the world's very reality. Should someone point out that the pleasure of enduring is nil after one ceases to exist, I would first of all respond that I'm not sure if it is, because I don't know the truth about human survival. Secondly, the pleasure of future fame is a present pleasure. The fame is what's future. And it's the pleasure of feeling proud, equal to no pleasure that material wealth can bring. It may be illusory, but it is in any case far greater than the pleasure of enjoying only what's here. The American millionaire can't believe that posterity will appreciate his poems, given that he didn't write any. The sales representative can't imagine that the future will admire his pictures, since he never painted any. I, however, who in this transitory life am nothing, can enjoy the thought of the future reading this very page, since I do actually write it. I can take pride, like a father in his son, in the fame I will have, since at least I have something that could bring me fame. And as I think this, rising from the table, My invisible and inwardly majestic stature rises above Detroit, Michigan, and over all the commercial district of Lisbon. It was not, however, with these reflections that I began to reflect. What I initially thought about was how little a man must be in this life in order to live beyond it. One reflection is as good as another, for they are the same. Glory isn't a medal, but a coin. On one side the head, on the other a stated value. For the larger values there are no coins, just paper, whose value is never much. With metaphysical psychologies such as these, humble people like me console themselves. 146. Some have a great dream in life that they never accomplish. Others have no dream, and likewise never accomplish it. 147. Every struggle, no matter what its goal, is forced by life to make adjustments. It becomes a different struggle, serves different ends, and sometimes accomplishes the very opposite of what it set out to do. Only slight goals are worth pursuing, because only a slight goal can be entirely fulfilled. If I struggle to make a fortune, I can make it in a certain way. The goal is slight, like all quantitative goals, personal or otherwise, and it's attainable, verifiable. But how shall I fulfill the intention of serving my country, or of enriching human culture, or of improving humanity? I can't be certain of the right course of action, nor verify whether the goals have been achieved. 148. The perfect man, for the pagans, was the perfection of the man that exists. For Christians, the perfection of the man that does not exist. And for Buddhists, the perfection of no man existing. Nature is the difference between the soul and God. Everything stated or expressed by man is a note in the margin of a completely erased text. From what's in the note, we can extract the gist of what must have been in the text, but there's always a doubt, and the possible meanings are many. 149. Many people have defined man, and in general they've defined him in contrast with animals. That's why definitions of man often take the form, man is a such and such animal, or man is an animal that, and then we're told what. Man is a sick animal, said Rousseau, and that's partly true. Man is a rational animal, says the Church, and that's partly true. Man is a tool-using animal, says Carlyle, and that's partly true. But these definitions, and others like them, are always somewhat off the mark. And the reason is quite simple. It's not easy to distinguish man from animals, for there's no reliable criterion for making the distinction. Human lives run their course with the same inherent unconsciousness as animal lives. The same fundamental laws that rule animal instincts likewise rule human intelligence, which appears to be no more than an instinct in the formative stage, as unconscious as any instinct, and less perfect since still not fully formed. All that exists comes from unreason, says the Greek anthology. And everything indeed comes from unreason. Since it deals only with dead numbers and empty formulas, mathematics can be perfectly logical, but the rest of science is no more than child's play at dusk, an attempt to catch birds' shadows and to stop the shadows of wind-blown grass. The funny thing is that while it's difficult to formulate a definition that truly distinguishes man from animals, it's easy to differentiate between the superior man and the common man. I've never forgotten that phrase from Haeckel, the biologist, whom I read in the childhood of my intelligence, that period when we're attracted to popular science and writings that attack religion. The phrase is more or less the following. The distance between the superior man, a Kant or a Goethe, I believe he says, and the common man is much greater than the distance between the common man and the ape. I've never forgotten the phrase, because it's true. Between me, whose rank is low among thinking men, and a farmer from Lorsch, there is undoubtedly a greater distance than between the farmer and, I won't say a monkey, but a cat or dog. None of us, from the cat on up to me, is really in charge of the life imposed on us or of the destiny we've been given. We are all equally derived from no one knows what. We're shadows of gestures performed by someone else, embodied effects, consequences that feel. But between me and the farmer, there's a difference of quality, due to the presence in me of abstract thought and disinterested emotion. Whereas between him and the cat, intellectually and psychologically, there's only a difference of degree. The superior man differs from the inferior man and his animal brothers by the simple trait of irony. Irony is the first sign that our consciousness has become conscious, and it passes through two stages. The one represented by Socrates when he says, "All I know is that I know nothing," and the other represented by Sanchez when he says, "I don't even know if I know nothing." In the first stage, we dogmatically doubt ourselves, and every superior man arrives there. In the second stage, we come to doubt not only ourselves, but also our own doubt, and few men have reached that point in the already so long yet short span of time that the human race has beheld the sun and night over the earth's variegated surface. To know oneself is to err, and the oracle that said, "Know thyself," proposed a task more difficult than the labors of Hercules and a riddle murkier than the Sphinx's. To consciously not know ourselves, that's the way. And to conscientiously not know ourselves is the active task of irony. I know nothing greater, nor more worthy of the truly great man, than the patient and expressive analysis of the ways in which we don't know ourselves. The conscious recording of the unconsciousness of our conscious states, the metaphysics of autonomous shadows, the poetry of the twilight of disillusion. But something always eludes us, some analysis or other always gets muddled, and the truth, even if false, is always beyond the next corner. And this is what tires us even more than life, when life tires us, and more than the knowledge and contemplation of life, which always tire us. I stand up from the chair where, propped distractedly against the table, I've entertained myself with the narration of these strange impressions. I stand up, propping my body on itself, and walk to the window, higher than the surrounding rooftops, and I watch the city going to sleep in a slow beginning of silence. The large and whitely white moon sadly clarifies the terraced differences in the buildings opposite. The moonlight seems to illuminate icily all the world's mystery. It seems to reveal everything, and everything is shadows with admixtures of faint light, false and unevenly observed gaps, inconsistencies of the visible. There's no breeze, and the mystery seems to loom larger. I feel queasy in my abstract thought. I'll never write a page that sheds light on me or that sheds light on anything. A wispy cloud hovers hazily over the moon, like a coverture. I'm ignorant, like these rooftops. I've failed, like all of nature. 150. The persistence of instinctive life in the guise of human intelligence is one of my most constant and profound contemplations. The artificial disguise of consciousness only highlights for me the unconsciousness it doesn't succeed in disguising. From birth to death, man is the slave of the same external dimension that rules animals. Throughout his life, he doesn't live. He vegetatively thrives with greater intensity and complexity than an animal. He's guided by norms without knowing that they guide him or even that they exist, and all his ideas, feelings, and acts are unconscious. Not because there's no consciousness in them, but because there aren't two consciousnesses. Flashes of awareness that we live in illusion, that and no more is what distinguishes the greatest of men. With a wandering mind, I consider the common history of common men. I see how in everything they are slaves of a subconscious temperament, of extraneous circumstances, and of the social and antisocial impulses in which, with which, and over which they clash like petty objects. How often I've heard people say the same old phrase that symbolizes all the absurdity, all the nothingness, all the verbalized ignorance of their lives. It's the phrase they use in reference to any material pleasure. This is what we take away from life. take where? Take how? Take why? It would be sad to wake them out of their darkness with questions like that. Only a materialist can utter such a phrase, because everyone who utters such a phrase is, whether he knows it or not, a materialist. What does he plan to take from life, and how? Where will he take his pork chops and red wine and lady friend? To what heaven that he doesn't believe in? To what earth, where he'll take only the rottenness that was the latent essence of his whole life? I can think of no phrase that's more tragic, or that reveals more about human humanity. That's what plants would say if they could know that they enjoy the sun. That's what animals would say about their somnambulant pleasures, were their power of self-expression not inferior to man's. And perhaps even I, while writing these words with a vague impression that they might endure, imagine that my memory of having written them is what I take away from life. And just as a common corpse is lowered into the common ground, so the equally useless corpse of the prose I wrote while waiting will be lowered into common oblivion. A man's pork chops, his wine, his lady friend. Who am I to make fun of them? Brothers in our common ignorance, different expressions of the same blood, diverse forms of the same heredity. Which of us can deny the other? A wife can be denied, but not mother, not father, not brother. 151. Outside in the slow moonlit night, the wind slowly shakes things that cast fluttering shadows. Perhaps it's just hanging laundry from the floor above, but the shadows don't know they're from shirts, and they impalpably flutter in hushed harmony with everything else. I left the shutters open so as to wake up early, but so far I haven't succeeded in falling asleep, or even in staying wide awake, and the night's already so old that not a sound can be heard. There's moonlight beyond the shadows of my room, but it doesn't come through the window. It exists like a day of hollow silver, and the roof of the building opposite, which I can see from my bed, is liquid with a blackish whiteness. In the moon's hard light, there's a sad peace, like lofty congratulations to someone who can't hear them. And without seeing, without thinking, my eyes now closed on my non-existent slumber, I meditate on what words can truly describe moonlight. The ancients would say that it is silvery or white, but the supposed whiteness actually consists of many colors. Were I to get out of bed and look past the cold panes, I know I would see that in the high, lonely air, the moonlight is grayish-white, blued by a subdued yellow. That over the various, unequally dark rooftops, it bathes the submissive buildings with a black-white and floods the red-brown of the highest clay tiles with a colorless color. At the end of the street, a placid abyss where the naked cobblestones are unevenly rounded, it has no color other than a blue, which perhaps comes from the gray of the stones. In the depths of the horizon, it must be almost dark blue, different from the black blue in the depths of the sky. On the windows where it strikes, the moonlight is a black yellow. From here in my bed, if I open my eyes, heavy with the sleep I cannot find, it looks like snow turned into color, with floating threads of warm nacre. And if I think with what I feel, it's a tedium turned into white shadow, darkening as if eyes were closing on this hazy whiteness. 152. I'm astounded whenever I finish something. Astounded and distressed. My perfectionist instinct should inhibit me from finishing. It should inhibit me from even beginning. But I get distracted and start doing something. What I achieve is not the product of an act of my will, but of my will's surrender. I begin because I don't have the strength to think. I finish because I don't have the courage to quit. This book is my cowardice. If I often interrupt a thought with a scenic description that in some way fits into the real or imagined scheme of my impressions, it's because the scenery is a door through which I flee from my awareness of my creative impotence. In the middle of the conversations with myself that form the words of this book, I'll feel the sudden need to talk to someone else, and so I'll address the light which hovers, as now, over rooftops that glow as if they were damp, Or I'll turn to the urban hillside with its tall and gently swaying trees that seem strangely close and on the verge of silently collapsing, or to the steep houses that overlap like posters, with windows for letters and the dying sun gilding their moist glue. Why do I write if I can't write any better? But what would become of me if I didn't write what I can, however inferior it may be to what I am? In my ambitions, I'm a plebeian, because I try to achieve. Like someone afraid of a dark room, I'm afraid to be silent. I'm like those who prize the medal more than the struggle to get it, and savor glory in a fur-lined cape. For me, to write is self-deprecating, and yet I can't quit doing it. Writing is like the drug I abhor and keep taking, the addiction I despise and depend on. There are necessary poisons, and some are extremely subtle, composed of ingredients from the soul, herbs collected from among the ruins of dreams, black poppies found next to the graves of our intentions, the long leaves of obscene trees whose branches sway on the echoing banks of the soul's infernal rivers. To write is to lose myself, yes, but everyone loses himself, because everything gets lost. I, however, lose myself without any joy, not like the river flowing into the sea for which it was secretly born, but like the puddle left on the beach by the high tide, its stranded water never returning to the ocean but merely sinking into the sand. 153. I stand up from my chair with a monstrous effort, but I have the impression that I carry it with me and that it's heavier, for it's the chair of subjectivity. 154. Who am I to myself? Just one of my sensations. My heart drains out helplessly, like a broken bucket. Think? Feel? How everything wearies when it's defined. 155. Just as some people work because they're bored, I sometimes write because I have nothing to say. Daydreaming, which occurs naturally to people when they're not thinking, in me takes written form, for I know how to dream in prose, and there are many sincere feelings and much genuine emotion that I extract from not feeling. There are moments when the emptiness of feeling oneself live attains the consistency of a positive thing. In the great men of action, namely the saints who act with all their emotion and not just part of it, this sense of life's nothingness leads to the infinite. They crown themselves with night and the stars and anoint themselves with silence and solitude. In the great men of inaction, to whose number I humbly belong, the same feeling leads to the infinitesimal. Sensations are stretched like rubber bands to reveal the pores of their slack, false continuity. And in these moments, both types of men love sleep, as much as the common man who doesn't act and doesn't not act, being a mere reflection of the generic existence of the human species. Sleep is fusion with God, nirvana, however it be called. Sleep is the slow analysis of sensations, whether used as an atomic science of the soul or left to doze like a music of our will, a slow anagram of monotony. In my writing, I linger over the words, as before shop windows I don't really look at, and what remains are half-meanings and quasi-expressions, like the colors of fabrics that I didn't actually see, harmonious displays composed of I don't know what objects. In writing, I rock myself, like a crazed mother her dead child. One day, I don't know which, I found myself in this world, having lived unfeelingly from the time I was evidently born until then. When I asked where I was, everyone misled me, and they contradicted each other. When I asked them to tell me what I should do, they all spoke falsely, and each one said something different. When in bewilderment I stopped on the road, everyone was shocked that I didn't keep going to no one knew where, or else turn back. I, who'd woken up at the crossroads and didn't know where I'd come from. I saw that I was on stage and didn't know the part that everyone else recited straight off, also without knowing it. I saw that I was dressed as a page, but they didn't give me the queen, and blamed me for not having her. I saw that I had a message in my hand to deliver, and when I told them that the sheet of paper was blank, they laughed at me. And I still don't know if they laughed because all sheets are blank, or because all messages are to be guessed. Finally, I sat down on the rock at the crossroads as before the fireplace I never had. And I began, all by myself, to make paper boats with the lie they'd given me. No one would believe in me, not even as a liar, and there was no lake where I could try out my truth. Lost and idle words, random metaphors chained to shadows by a vague anxiety. Remnants of better times spent on I don't know what garden paths. Extinguished lamp, whose gold gleams in the dark in memory of the dead light. Words tossed not to the wind but to the ground, dropped from limp fingers like dried leaves that had fallen on them from an invisibly infinite tree. Nostalgia for the pools of unknown farms, heartfelt affection for what never happened. To live, and at least the hope that I might sleep soundly in Proserpina's bed. 156. What imperious queen, standing by her ponds, holds on to the memory of my broken life? I was the page boy of tree-lined paths that weren't enough for the soaring moments of my blue peace. Ships in the distance completed the sea that lapped my terraces, and in the clouds towards the south, I lost my soul, like an oar dropped in the water. 157. To create in myself a nation with its own politics, parties, and revolutions, and to be all of it, everything, to be God in the real pantheism of this people I, to be the substance and movement of their bodies and their souls, of the very ground they tread and the acts they perform. To be everything, to be them and not them. Ah, this is one of the dreams I'm still far from realizing. And if I realized it, perhaps I would die. I'm not sure why, but it seems one couldn't live after committing such a great sacrilege against God, after usurping the divine power of being everything. What pleasure it would give me to create a Jesuitry of sensations. There are metaphors more real than the people who walk in the street. There are images tucked away in books that live more vividly than many men and women. There are phrases from literary works that have a positively human personality. There are passages from my own writings that chill me with fright, so distinctly do I feel them as people, so sharply outlined do they appear against the walls of my room, at night in the shadows. I've written sentences whose sound, read out loud or silently, impossible to hide their sound, can only be of something that has acquired absolute exteriority and a full-fledged soul. Why do I sometimes set forth contradictory and irreconcilable methods of dreaming and of learning to dream? Probably because I'm so used to feeling what's false as true, and what I dream as vividly as what I see, that I've lost the human distinction, false I believe, between truth and falsehood. For me, it's enough to perceive something clearly with my eyesight or my hearing or any of my other senses in order to feel that it's real. It can even happen that I simultaneously feel two things that can't logically coexist. No matter. There are people who spend long hours suffering because they can't be a figure in a painting or in one of the suits from a deck of cards. There are souls who suffer not being able to live today in the Middle Ages, as if this were a divine curse. I used to experience this kind of suffering, but no longer. I've moved beyond that level. But it does sadden me that I can't dream of myself as, say, two kings in different kingdoms that belong to universes with different kinds of space and time. Not to be able to achieve this truly makes me grieve. It smacks to me of going hungry. To visualize the inconceivable in dreams is one of the great triumphs that I, as advanced a dreamer as I am, only rarely attain. To dream, for example, that I'm simultaneously, separately, severally the man and the woman on a stroll that a man and woman are taking along the river. To see myself at the same time, in the same way, with equal precision and without overlap, being equally but separately integrated into both things, as a conscious ship in a South Sea, and a printed page from an old book. How absurd this seems. But everything is absurd, and dreaming least of all. 158. For a man who has ravished Proserpina like Dis, even if only in his dreams, how can the love of an earthly woman be anything but a dream? Like Shelley, I loved the absolute woman before time was. Temporal loves were flat to my taste, all reminding me of what I'd lost. 159. Twice in my adolescence, which I feel so remotely, it seems like someone else's story that I read or was told, I enjoyed the humiliating grief of being in love. From my present vantage point, looking back to that past which I can no longer designate as long ago or recent, I think it was good that this experience of disillusion happened to me so early. Nothing happened, except in what I felt. Outwardly speaking, legions of men have suffered the same inner torments, but through an experience that simultaneously involved my sensibility and intelligence, I realized early on that the imaginative life, however morbid it might seem, is the one that suits temperaments like mine. The fictions of my imagination, as it later developed, may weary me, but they don't hurt or humiliate. Impossible lovers can't possibly cheat on us, or smile at us falsely, or be calculating in their caresses. They never forsake us, and they don't die or disappear. Our soul's great anxieties are always cosmic cataclysms, upsetting the stars all around us and making the sun veer off course. In all souls that feel, fate sooner or later plays out an apocalypse of anxiety, with all heavens and worlds raining down over their disconsolation. To feel that you're superior, and to be treated by fate as supremely and incurably inferior, who in such a plight can boast about being a man? Were I ever granted a flash of expressive power so great that it concentrated all art in me, I would write a eulogy to sleep. I know no greater pleasure in life than that of being able to sleep, the total snuffing out of life and the soul, the complete banishment of all beings and people, the night without memory or illusion, the absence of past and future. 160. The entire day, in all the desolation of its scattered and dull clouds, was filled with the news of revolution. Such reports, true or false, always fill me with a peculiar discomfort, a mixture of disdain and physical nausea. It galls my intelligence when someone imagines that things will change by shaking them up. Violence of whatever sort has always been for me a flagrant form of human stupidity. All revolutionaries, for that matter, are stupid, as are all reformers to a lesser extent, lesser because they're less troublesome. Revolutionary or reformer, the error is the same. Unable to dominate and reform his own attitude towards life, which is everything, or his own being, which is almost everything, he flees, devoting himself to modifying others and the outside world. Every revolutionary and reformer is a fugitive. To fight for change is to be incapable of changing oneself. To reform is to be beyond repair. A sensitive and honest-minded man, if he's concerned about evil and injustice in the world, will naturally begin his campaign against them by eliminating them at their nearest source, his own person. This task will take his entire life. Everything for us is in our concept of the world. To modify our concept of the world is to modify the world for us, or simply to modify the world, since it will never be for us anything but what it is for us. That inner justice we summon to write a fluent and beautiful page, that true reformation of enlivening our dead sensibility. These things are the truth, our truth, the only truth. Everything else in the world is scenery, picture frames for our feelings, bookbindings for our thoughts, and this is true whether it be the colorful scenery of beings and things, fields, houses, posters, clothes, or the colorless scenery of monotonous souls, that periodically rise to the surface with hackneyed words and gestures, then sink back down into the fundamental stupidity of human expression. Revolution? Change? What I really want, with all my heart, is for the atonic clouds to stop grayly lathering the sky. What I want is to see the blue emerge, a truth that is clear and sure because it is nothing and wants nothing. 161. Nothing irks me more than the vocabulary of social responsibility. The very word duty is unpleasant to me, like an unwanted guest. But the terms civic duty, solidarity, humanitarianism, and others of the same ilk disgust me like rubbish dumped out of a window right on top of me. I'm offended by the implicit assumption that these expressions pertain to me, that I should find them worthwhile and even meaningful. I recently saw in a toy shop window some objects that reminded me exactly of what these expressions are. Make-believe dishes filled with make-believe tidbits for the miniature table of a doll. For the real, sensual, vain, and selfish man, the friend of others because he has the gift of speech, and the enemy of others because he has the gift of life, what is there to gain from playing with the dolls of hollow and meaningless words? Government is based on two things: restraint and deception. The problem with those glittering expressions is that they neither restrain nor deceive. At most, they intoxicate, which is something else again. If there's one thing I hate, it's a reformer. A reformer is a man who sees the world's superficial ills and sets out to cure them by aggravating the more basic ills. A doctor tries to bring a sick body into conformity with a normal, healthy body, but we don't know what's healthy or sick in the social sphere. I see humanity as merely one of nature's latest schools of decorative painting. I don't distinguish in any fundamental way between a man and a tree, and I naturally prefer whichever is more decorative, whichever interests my thinking eyes. If the tree is more interesting to me than the man, I'm sorrier to see the tree felled than to see the man die. There are departing sunsets that grieve me more than the deaths of children. I keep my own feelings out of everything, in order to be able to feel. I almost reproach myself for writing these sketchy reflections in this moment when a light breeze, rising from the afternoon's depths, begins to take on color. In fact, it's not the breeze that takes on color, but the air through which it hesitantly glides. I feel, however, as if the breeze were being colored, so that's what I say, for I have to say what I feel, given that I'm I. 162. All of life's unpleasant experiences when we make fools of ourselves, act thoughtlessly, or lapse in our observance of some virtue should be regarded as mere external accidents which can't affect the substance of our soul. We should see them as toothaches or calluses of life, as things that bother us but remain outside us, even though they're ours, or that only our organic existence need consider and our vital functions worry about. When we achieve this attitude, which in essence is that of the mystics, we're protected not only from the world, but also from ourselves. For we've conquered what is foreign in us, contrary and external to us, and therefore our enemy. Horace said that the just man will remain undaunted, even if the world crumbles all around him. Although the image is absurd, the point is valid. Even if what we pretend to be, because we coexist with others, crumbles around us, we should remain undaunted. Not because we're just, but because we're ourselves, and to be ourselves means having nothing to do with external things that crumble, even if they crumble right on top of what, for them, we are. For superior men, life should be a dream that spurns confrontations. 163. Direct experience is an evasion, or hiding place for those without any imagination. Reading about the risks incurred by a man who hunts tigers, I feel all the risks worth feeling, save the actual physical risk, which wasn't really worth feeling, for it vanished without a trace. Men of action are the involuntary slaves of the men of reason. The worth of things depends on their interpretation. Certain men make things which other men invest with meaning, bringing them to life. To narrate is to create, while to live is merely to be lived. 164. Inaction makes up for everything. Not acting gives us everything. To imagine is everything as long as it doesn't tend towards action. No one can be king of the world except in dreams, and every one of us who really knows himself wants to be king of the world. To imagine without being is the throne. To desire without wanting is the crown. We have what we renounce, for we conserve it eternally intact in our dreams, by the light of the sun that isn't, or of the moon that cannot be. 165. Whether I like it or not, everything that isn't my soul is no more for me than scenery and decoration. Through rational thought, I can recognize that a man is a living being just like me, but for my true involuntary self, he has always had less importance than a tree, if the tree is more beautiful. That's why I've always seen human events, the great collective tragedies of history or of what we make of history, as colorful friezes, with no soul in the figures that appear there. I've never thought twice about anything tragic that has happened in China. It's just scenery in the distance, even if painted with blood and disease. With ironic sadness, I remember a workers' demonstration, carried out with I don't know how much sincerity, for I find it hard to admit sincerity in collective endeavors, given that the individual, all by himself, is the only entity capable of feeling. It was a teeming and rowdy group of animated idiots who passed by my outsider's indifference, shouting various things. I instantly felt disgusted. They weren't even sufficiently dirty. Those who truly suffer don't form a group or go around as a mob. Those who suffer, suffer alone. What a pathetic group. What a lack of humanity and true pain. They were real and therefore unbelievable. No one could ever use them for the scene of a novel or a descriptive backdrop. They went by like rubbish in a river, in the river of life, and to see them go by made me sick to my stomach and profoundly sleepy. 166. If I carefully consider the life men lead, I find nothing to distinguish it from the life of animals. Both man and animal are hurled unconsciously through things and the world. Both have their leisure moments, both complete the same organic cycle day after day. Both think nothing beyond what they think, nor live beyond what they live. A cat wallows in the sun and goes to sleep. Man wallows in life, with all of its complexities, and goes to sleep. Neither one escapes the fatal law of being what he is. Neither one tries to shake off the weight of being. The greatest among men love glory, but not the glory of a personal immortality, just an abstract immortality, in which they don't necessarily participate. These considerations, which occur to me frequently, prompt an admiration in me for a kind of person that by nature I abhor. I mean the mystics and ascetics, the recluses of all Tibets, the simian stylites of all columns. These men, albeit by absurd means, do indeed try to escape the animal law. These men, although they act madly, do indeed reject the law of life by which others wallow in the sun and wait for death without thinking about it. They really seek, even if on top of a column. They yearn, even if in an unlit cell. They long for what they don't know, even if in the suffering and martyrdom they're condemned to. The rest of us, living animal lives of varying complexity, cross the stage as walk-ons who don't speak, satisfied by the pompous solemnity of the crossing. Dogs and men, cats and heroes, fleas and geniuses, we all play at existing without thinking about it, the most advanced of us thinking only about thinking, under the vast stillness of the stars. The others, the mystics of pain and sacrifice, at least feel, in their body and their daily lives, the magic presence of mystery. They have escaped, for they reject the visible sun. They know plenitude, for they've emptied themselves of the world's nothingness. Speaking about them, I almost feel like a mystic myself, though I know I could never be more than these words written whenever the whim hits me. I will always belong to the Rua dos Doradores, like all of humanity. I will always be, in verse or prose, an office employee. I will always be, with or without mysticism, local and submissive, a servant of my feelings and of the moments when they occur. I will always be, under the large blue canopy of the silent sky, a page boy in an unintelligible rite, dressed in life for the occasion, executing steps, gestures, stances, and expressions without knowing why, until the feast, or my role in it, ends, and I can treat myself to tidbits in the large tents I've been told are down below, at the back of the garden. 167. It's one of those days when the monotony of everything oppresses me like being thrown into jail. The monotony of everything is merely the monotony of myself, however. Each face, even if seen just yesterday, is different today, because today isn't yesterday. Each day is the day it is, and there was never another one like it in the world. Only our soul makes the identification, a genuinely felt but erroneous identification, by which everything becomes similar and simplified. The world is a set of distinct things with varied edges, but if we're nearsighted, it's a continual and indecipherable fog. I feel like fleeing from what I know, fleeing from what's mine, fleeing from what I love. I want to depart, not for impossible Indias or for the great islands south of everything, but for any place at all, village or wilderness, that isn't this place. I want to stop seeing these unchanging faces, this routine, these days. I want to rest, far removed from my inveterate feigning. I want to feel sleep come to me as life, not as rest. A cabin on the seashore or even a cave in a rocky mountainside could give me this, but my will, unfortunately, cannot. Slavery is the law of life, and it is the only law, for it must be observed. There is no revolt possible, no way to escape it. Some are born slaves, others become slaves, and still others are forced to accept slavery. Our faint-hearted love of freedom, which, if we had it, we would all reject, unable to get used to it, is proof of how ingrained our slavery is. I myself, having just said that I'd like a cabin or a cave where I could be free from the monotony of everything, which is the monotony of me, would I dare set out for this cabin or cave, knowing from experience that the monotony, since it stems from me, will always be with me? I myself, suffocating from where I am and because I am, where would I breathe easier if the sickness is in my lungs rather than in the things that surround me? I myself, who long for pure sunlight and open country, for the ocean in plain view and the unbroken horizon, could I get used to my new bed, the food, not having to descend 8 flights of stairs to the street, not entering the tobacco shop on the corner, not saying good morning to the barber standing outside his shop? Everything that surrounds us becomes part of us, infiltrating our physical sensations and our feeling of life, and like spittle of the great spider, it subtly binds us to whatever is close, tucking us into a soft bed of slow death which is rocked by the wind. Everything is us, and we are everything, but what good is this if everything is nothing? A ray of sunlight, a cloud whose shadow tells us it is passing, a breeze that rises, the silence that follows when it ceases, one or another face, a few voices, the incidental laughter of the girls who are talking, and then night with the meaningless, fractured hieroglyphs of the stars. 168. And I, who timidly hate life, fear death with fascination. I fear this nothingness that could be something else, and I fear it as nothing and as something else simultaneously, as if gross horror and non-existence could coincide there, as if my coffin could entrap the eternal breathing of a bodily soul, as if immortality could be tormented by confinement. The idea of hell, which only a satanic soul could have invented, seems to me to have derived from this sort of confusion, a mixture of two different fears that contradict and contaminate each other. 169. Page by page, I slowly and lucidly reread everything I've written, and I find that it's all worthless and should have been left unwritten. The things we achieve, whether empires or sentences, have, because they've been achieved, the worst aspect of real things, the fact they're perishable. But that's not what worries or grieves me about these pages as I reread them now in these idle moments. What grieves me is that it wasn't worth my trouble to write them, and the time I spent doing it earned me nothing but the illusion, now shattered, that it was worth doing. Whatever we pursue for the sake of an ambition, but either we never realize the ambition and we're poor, or we think we've realized it and we're rich fools. What grieves me is that my best is no good, and that another whom I dream of, if he existed, would have done it better. Everything we do, in art or in life, is the imperfect copy of what we thought of doing. It belies the notion of inner as well as of outer perfection. It falls short not only of the standard it should meet, but also of the standard we thought it could meet. We're hollow on the inside as well as on the outside, pariahs in our expectations and in our realizations. With what power of the solitary human soul I produced page after reclusive page, living syllable by syllable the false magic, not of what I wrote, but of what I thought I was writing. As if, under an ironic sorcerer's spell, I imagined myself the poet of my prose, in the winged moments when it welled up in me, swifter than the strokes of my pen, like an illusory revenge against the insults of life. And today, rereading, I see my dolls bursting, the straw coming out of their torn seams, eviscerated without ever having been. 170. After the last rains went south, leaving only the wind that had chased them away, then the gladness of the sure sun returned to the city's hills, and hanging white laundry began to appear, flapping on the cords stretched across sticks outside the high windows of buildings of all colors. I also felt happy because I exist. I left my rented room with a great goal in mind, which was simply to get to the office on time. But on this particular day, the compulsion to live participated in that other good compulsion, which makes the sun come up at the time shown in the almanac, according to the latitude and longitude of each place on earth. I felt happy because I couldn't feel unhappy. I walked down the street without a care, full of certainty, because the office I work at and the people who work with me are, after all, certainties. It's no wonder that I felt free, without knowing from what. In the baskets along the pavement of the Rua de Prata, the bananas for sale were tremendously yellow in the sunlight. It really takes very little to satisfy me. The rain having stopped, there being a bright sun in this happy south, bananas that are yellower for having black splotches, the voices of the people who sell them, the pavement of the Rua de Prata, the Tagus at the end of it, blue with a green-gold tint, this entire familiar corner of the universe. The day will come when I see no more of this, when I'll be survived by the bananas lining the pavement, by the voices of the shrewd saleswomen, and by the daily papers that the boy has set out on the opposite corner of the street. I'm well aware that the bananas will be others, that the saleswomen will be others, and that the newspapers will show, to those who bend down to look at them, a different date from today's. But they, because they don't live, endure, although as others. I, because I live, pass on, although the same. I could easily memorialize this moment by buying bananas, for the whole of today's sun seems to be focused on them like a searchlight without a source. But I'm embarrassed by rituals, by symbols, by buying in the street. They might not wrap the bananas the right way. They might not sell them to me as they should be sold, since I don't know how to buy them as they should be bought. They might find my voice strange when I ask the price. Better to write than to dare live. even if living means merely to buy bananas in the sunlight, as long as the sun lasts and there are bananas for sale. Later, perhaps. Yes, later. Another, perhaps. Or perhaps not. 171. Only one thing astonishes me more than the stupidity with which most people live their lives, and that's the intelligence of this stupidity. On the face of it, the monotony of ordinary lives is horrifying. In this simple restaurant where I'm eating lunch, I look at the figure of the cook behind the counter and at the old waiter near my table, who serves me and who I believe has been a waiter here for 30 years. What kind of lives do these men lead? For 40 years, that figure of a man has spent most of every day in a kitchen. He doesn't get much time off. He sleeps relatively little. He occasionally goes to his hometown, returning without hesitation or regret. He slowly saves his slowly earned money, which he has no plans to spend. He would get ill if he had to retire for good from his kitchen to the piece of land he bought in Galicia. He has been in Lisbon for 40 years and has never yet gone to the Rotunda or to a theater, and just once to the circus at the Colosseum, whose clowns still inhabit his life's inner vestiges. He married, I don't know how or why, and has 4 sons and a daughter, and his smile, as he leans over the counter in my direction, expresses a tremendous, solemn, satisfied happiness. And he's not pretending, nor would he have reason to pretend. If he feels happy, it's because he really is. And what of the old waiter who serves me, who has just set before me what must be the millionth coffee he set on a customer's table? He has the same life as the cook, the only difference being the 15 or 20 feet between the dining area and the kitchen, where they carry out their respective functions. As for the rest, the waiter has only 2 sons, goes more often to Galicia, has seen more of Lisbon than the cook, knows Oporto, where he spent 4 years, and is equally happy. It shocks me to consider the panorama of these lives. But before I can feel horror, pity, and indignation on their account, it occurs to me that those who feel no horror or pity or indignation are the very ones who would have every right to, namely, the people who live these lives. It's the central error of the literary imagination to suppose that others are like us and must feel as we do. Fortunately for humanity, each man is just who he is, it being given only to the genius to be a few others as well. What's given, in fact, always depends on the person or thing it's given to. A minor incident in the street brings the cook to the door and entertains him more than I would be entertained by contemplating the most original idea, by reading the greatest book, or by having the most gratifying of useless dreams. If life is basically monotony, he has escaped it more than I, and he escapes it more easily than I. The truth isn't with him or with me, because it isn't with anyone, but happiness does belong to him. Wise is the man who monotonizes his existence, for then each minor incident seems a marvel. A hunter of lions feels no adventure after the 3rd lion. For a monotonous cook, a fistfight on the street always has something of a modest apocalypse. One who has never been outside Lisbon travels to the infinite in the tram to Benfica, and should he ever go to Sintra, he'll feel as though he's been to Mars. The man who has journeyed all over the world can't find any novelty in 5,000 miles, for he finds only new things. Yet another novelty, the old routine of the forever new, while his abstract concept of novelty got lost at sea after the second new thing he saw. A man of true wisdom, with nothing but his senses and a soul that's never sad, can enjoy the entire spectacle of the world from a chair, without knowing how to read and without talking to anyone. Monotonizing existence, so that it won't be monotonous. Making daily life anodyne, so that the littlest thing will amuse. My days at the office, where I always do the very same dull and useless work, are punctuated by visions of me escaping, by dreamed remnants of faraway islands, by feasts in the promenades of parks from other eras, by other landscapes, other feelings, another I. But I realize, between 2 ledger entries, that if I had all this, none of it would be mine. Better, after all, to have Vasquez, my boss, than the kings of my dreams. Better, after all, the office on Rua dos Douradores than the grand promenades of impossible parks. Having Vasquez as my boss, I can enjoy dreaming of kings. Having the office on Rua dos Douradores, I can enjoy the inner vision of non-existent landscapes. But if I had the kings of my dreams, what would I have left to dream? If I had impossible landscapes, what other impossibilities would remain for me to imagine? Give me monotony, the dull repetition of the same old days, today an exact copy of yesterday, while my observant soul enjoys the fly that flits past my eyes and distracts me, the laughter that drifts up from I'm not sure which street, the liberation I feel when it's time to close the office, and the infinite repose of a day off. I can imagine that I'm everything because I'm nothing. If I were something, I wouldn't be able to imagine. An assistant bookkeeper can dream he is the Roman emperor, but the King of England cannot, for in his dreams the King of England is precluded from being any king other than the one he is. His reality won't let him feel. 172. The slope leads to the mill, but effort leads to nothing. It was an early autumn afternoon when the sky has a cold, dead warmth. The clouds smother the light with blankets of moisture. Destiny gave me only two things: accounting ledgers and a talent for dreaming. 173. Dreaming is the worst of drugs because it's the most natural of all. It works its way into our habits like no other drug can. We take it unawares, like a poison slipped in a drink. It doesn't hurt, doesn't make you pale, and won't knock you out, but the soul that takes it can't be cured, for it can never let go of its poison, which is its very own self. Like a pageant in the mist. In dreams, I learned to crown the foreheads of the ordinary with images, to say the banal with mystery and the simple with meanders, to gild with the sun of artifice the dark corners and forgotten furniture, and whenever I write, to give music as if lulling myself to the fluid phrases of my fixation. 174. After a bad night's sleep, nobody likes us. The sleep which deserted us took with it something that made us human. We feel a latent irritation that even seems to imbue the inorganic air around us. It's we, after all, who deserted ourselves. It's between us and us that the silent battle of diplomacy is fought. Today I've dragged my feet in heavy fatigue through the streets. My soul has been reduced to a tied-up ball of thread, and what I am and have been, which is me, forgot its name. I don't know if I'll have it tomorrow. All I know is that I didn't sleep, and the confusion I feel at certain moments imposes long silences on my internal speech. The huge parks enjoyed by others, the gardens familiar to so many, the tree-lined paths where people who will never know me walk. I stagnate between sleepless nights as one who never dared to be superficial, and my meditation is startled awake like a dream when it ends. I'm a widowed house, cloistered in itself, haunted by shy and furtive ghosts. I'm always in the next room, or they are, and trees loudly rustle all around me. I wander and find. I find because I wander. It's you, my childhood days, dressed up in pinafores. And during all of this, I walk down the street, a wandering sleepyhead, a stray leaf. Some slow wind has swept me off the ground, and I drift, like the end of twilight, among the details of the landscape. My eyelids weigh heavy on my dragging feet. Because I'm walking, I feel like sleeping. My mouth is shut as if to seal my lips. I walk the way a ship sinks. No, I didn't sleep, but I'm more myself when I haven't slept and still can't sleep. I'm truly I in the incidental and symbolic eternity of this half-souled state in which I delude myself. One or two people look at me as if they knew me and found me strange. I'm vaguely aware of looking back at them, with eyes I can feel under the eyelids that rub against their surface, but I'd rather not know about the world's existence. I'm sleepy, very sleepy, totally sleepy. 175. The generation I belong to was born into a world where those with a brain as well as a heart couldn't find any support. The destructive work of previous generations left us a world that offered no security in the religious sphere, no guidance in the moral sphere, and no tranquility in the political sphere. We were born into the midst of metaphysical anguish, moral anxiety, and political disquiet. Inebriated with objective formulas, with the mere methods of reason and science, the generations that preceded us did away with the foundations of the Christian faith for their biblical criticism, progressing from textual to mythological criticism, reduced the Gospels and the earlier scriptures of the Jews to a doubtful heap of myths, legends, and mere literature, while their scientific criticism gradually revealed the mistakes and ingenuous notions of the Gospel's primitive science. At the same time, the spirit of free inquiry brought all metaphysical problems out into the open, and with them all the religious problems that had to do with metaphysics. Drunk with a hazy notion they called positivism, these generations criticized all morality and scrutinized all rules of life, and all that remained from the clash of doctrines was the certainty of none of them, and the grief over there being no certainty. A society so undisciplined in its cultural foundations could obviously not help but be a victim, politically, of its own chaos, and so we woke up to a world eager for social innovations, a world that gleefully pursued a freedom it didn't grasp and a progress it had never defined. But while the sloppy criticism of our fathers bequeathed us the impossibility of being Christians, it didn't bequeath us an acceptance of the impossibility. While it bequeathed us a disbelief in established moral codes, it didn't bequeath us an indifference to morality and the rules for peaceful human coexistence. While it left the thorny problem of politics in doubt, it didn't leave our minds unconcerned about how to solve it. Our fathers blithely wreaked destruction, for they lived in a time that was still informed by the solidity of the past. The very thing they destroyed was what gave strength to society and enabled them to destroy without noticing that the building was cracking. We inherited the destruction and its aftermath. Today the world belongs only to the stupid, the insensitive, and the agitated. Today the right to live and triumph is awarded on virtually the same basis as admission into an insane asylum. An inability to think, amorality, and nervous excitability. 176. The Inn of Reason. On the road halfway between faith and criticism stands the Inn of Reason. Reason is faith in what can be understood without faith. But it's still a faith, since to understand presupposes that there's something understandable. 177. Metaphysical theories that can give us the momentary illusion that we've explained the unexplainable. Moral theories that can fool us for an hour into thinking we finally know which of all the closed doors leads to virtue. Political theories that convince us for a day that we've solved some problem when there are no solvable problems except in mathematics. May our attitude towards life be summed up in this consciously futile activity, in this preoccupation that gives no pleasure but at least keeps us from feeling the presence of pain. There's no better sign that a civilization has reached its height than the awareness in its members of the futility of all effort, given that we're ruled by implacable laws, which nothing can repeal or obstruct. We may be slaves, shackled to the whim of gods who are stronger than us, but they're not any better, being subject, like us, to the iron hand of an abstract fate, which is superior to justice and kindness, indifferent to good and evil. 178. We are death. What we call life is the slumber of our real life, the death of what we really are. The dead are born, they don't die. The worlds are switched around in our eyes. We're dead when we think we're living. We start living when we die. The relation that exists between sleep and life is the same that exists between what we call life and what we call death. We're sleeping, and this life is a dream, not in a metaphorical or poetic sense, but in a very real sense. Everything in our activities that we hold to be superior participates in death and is death. What are ideals but an admission that life is worthless? What is art but the negation of life? A statue is a dead body, chiseled to capture death in incorruptible matter. Pleasure itself, which seems to be an immersion in life, is in fact an immersion in ourselves, a destruction of the relations between us and life, an excited shadow of death. The very act of living means dying, since with each day we live, we have one less day of life remaining. We inhabit dreams. We are shadows roaming through impossible forests, in which the trees are houses, customs, ideas, ideals, and philosophies. Never finding God, and never even knowing if God exists. Passing from world to world, from incarnation to incarnation, forever coddled by illusion, forever caressed by error. Never arriving at truth, and never resting, never reaching union with God. Never completely at peace, but always with a hint of peace, always with a longing for it. 179. There's a childish instinct in humanity that makes the proudest among us, if he's a man and not crazy, long, blessed Father, for the paternal hand that would guide us, in whatever shape or form, as long as it guides us, through the world's mystery and confusion. Each of us is a speck of dust that the wind of life lifts up and then drops. We have to depend on a stronger force to place our small hand in another hand, for today is always uncertain, the sky always far, and life always alien. Those of us who have risen highest merely have a deeper awareness of how uncertain and empty everything is. Perhaps we're guided by an illusion. We're surely not guided by consciousness. 180. If one day I become financially secure so that I can freely write and publish, I know I'll miss this precarious life in which I hardly write and don't publish at all. I'll miss it not only because it will be a life, however mediocre, that I'll never have again, but also because every sort of life has a special quality and particular pleasure. And when we take up another life, even a better one, that particular pleasure isn't as good. That special quality is less special until they fade away and there's something missing. If one day I succeed in carrying the cross of my intention to the good Calvary, I'll find another Calvary on that good Calvary, and I'll miss the time when I was futile, mediocre, and imperfect. I will in some sense be less. I'm tired. I had a long day full of idiotic work in this almost deserted office. 2 employees are out sick, and the others aren't here. I'm alone except for the office boy in the back. I miss the future, when I'll be able to look back and miss all of this, however absurdly. I'm tempted to ask whatever gods there be to keep me here, as if in a strong box, safe from life's sorrows as well as its joys. 181. In the faint shadows cast by the last light before evening gives way to night, I like to roam unthinkingly through what the city is changing into, and I walk as if nothing had a cure. I carry with me a vague sadness that's pleasant to my imagination, less so to my senses. As my feet wander, I inwardly skim, without reading, a book of text interspersed with swift images, from which I leisurely form an idea that's never completed. There are those who read as swiftly as they see, and they finish without having taken it all in. So I, from the book skimmed in my soul, glean a hazy story, remembrances of another wanderer, snatches of descriptions of twilights or moonlights, with garden paths in the middle, and various silk figures passing by. I don't discriminate between one and another tedium. I move along in the street, in the evening, and in my dreamed reading all at the same time, and the roads are really traveled. I emigrate and rest, as if aboard a ship that's already on the high sea. Suddenly the dead street lamps light up in unison on the two extensions of the long curved street. My sadness increases as if with a thud. The book is finished. In the viscous air of the abstract street, there is only an external thread of feeling, like the slobber of an idiot destiny, dripping on my soul's consciousness. Another life of the city at nightfall. Another soul of one who watches the night. I walk uncertainly and allegorically, unreally sentient. I'm like a story that someone told, and so well was it told that I took on just a hint of flesh at the beginning of one of the chapters of this novel that's the world. At that moment, a man could be seen walking slowly down so-and-so street. What do I have to do with life? 182. Interlude. I bowed out of life before it began, for not even in dreams did I find it attractive. Dreams themselves wearied me, and this brought me a false external sensation as of having come to the end of an infinite road. I overflowed from myself to end up I don't know where, and that's where I've uselessly stagnated. I'm something that I used to be. I'm never where I feel I am, and if I seek myself, I don't know who's seeking me. My boredom with everything has numbed me. I feel banished from my soul. I observe myself. I'm my own spectator. My sensations pass like external things before I don't know what gaze of mine. I bore myself no matter what I do. All things, down to their roots and mystery, have the color of my boredom. The flowers time gave me were already wilted. The only thing I can do is pluck their petals slowly. And this is so fraught with old age. The slightest action weighs on me like a heroic deed. The mere idea of a gesture wearies me, as if it were something I actually thought of doing. I aspire to nothing. Life hurts me. I'm not well where I am, nor anywhere else I can think of being. What would be ideal is to have no more action than the false action of a fountain, to go up so as to fall down in the same place, pointlessly shimmering in the sun, and making sound in the silence of the night, so that whoever dreams would think of rivers in his dream, and smile forgetfully. 183. Since the dull beginning of the hot, deceitful day, dark clouds with jagged edges have been ranging over the oppressed city. Towards the estuary, they were grimly piled one on top of the other, and as they spread, so did a forewarning of tragedy in the street's vague rancor against the altered sun. At midday, when we left for lunch, a dire expectation hung in the pallid atmosphere. Shreds of tattered clouds were growing blacker in the foreground. Towards the castle, the sky was clear, but with something ominous in its blue. The sun was out, but it wasn't enticing. When we returned to the office at 1:30, the sky seemed clearer, but only over one of the older parts of town, towards the estuary, where there was indeed more visibility. On the city's northern side, the clouds slowly coalesced into just one cloud, black and implacable, creeping forward with blunted gray-white claws at the ends of its black arms. Soon it would reach the sun, and the usual city noises seemed to hush, as if waiting. Towards the east, the sky was somewhat clearer, or seemed so, but the heat had become even more unpleasant. We sweated in the shadows of the large office. "A huge thunderstorm is on its way," said Moreira, and he turned the page of the ledger. By 3:00, the sun had ceased being functional. It was necessary to switch on the lights, which was depressing, for it was summer, first at the back of the office where goods were being wrapped for shipping, and then in the middle, where it was getting hard to fill out the delivery notes and to mark down the numbers of the railroad vouchers. Finally, close to 4:00, even those of us privileged to have windows could no longer see well enough to work. The whole office was electrically lit up. Senor Vasquez threw open the door to his private office and said, "Moreira, I was supposed to go to Benfica, but there's no way. It's going to pour." "And it's coming from that direction," answered Moreira, who lived near the Avenida. The noises from the street, suddenly loud and clear, were somewhat altered. And I don't know why, but the bells from the trams 1 block over sounded sad. 184. Before summer ends and autumn arrives, in the warm interim when the air weighs heavy and the colors dim, the late afternoons wear an almost tangible robe of imitation glory. They're comparable to those tricks of the imagination when it makes nostalgia out of nothing, and they go on indefinitely, like the wakes of ships that form never-ending snakes. These late afternoons fill me like a sea at high tide, with a feeling worse than tedium, but for which there's no other name. It's a feeling of desolation I'm unable to pinpoint, a shipwreck of my entire soul. I feel as if I'd lost a benevolent God, as if the substance of everything had died. And the physical universe is like a corpse that I loved when it was life, but it has all dissolved to nothing in the still warm light of the last colored clouds. My tedium takes on an air of horror, and my boredom is a fear. My sweat isn't cold, but my awareness of it is. I'm not physically ill, but my soul's anxiety is so intense that it passes through my pores and chills my body. So great is this tedium, so sovereign my horror at being alive, that I can't conceive of anything that might serve as a palliative, antidote, balsam, or distraction for it. Sleeping horrifies me the way everything does. Dying is as horrifying as everything else. Going and stopping are the same impossible thing. Hope and doubt are equally cold and gray. I'm a shelf of empty jars. And yet what nostalgia for the future if I let my ordinary eyes receive the dead salutation of the declining day. How grand is hope's burial, advancing in the still golden hush of the stagnant skies. What a procession of voids and nothings extends over the reddish blue that will pale in the vast expanses of crystalline space. I don't know what I want or don't want. I've stopped wanting, stopped knowing how to want, stopped knowing the emotions or thoughts by which people generally recognize that they want something or want to want it. I don't know who I am or what I am. Like someone buried under a collapsed wall, I lie under the toppled vacuity of the entire universe. And so I go on in the wake of myself until the night sets in, and a little of the comfort of being different wafts like a breeze over my incipient self-unawareness. Ah, the high and larger moon of these placid nights, torpid with anguish and disquiet, sinister peace of the heavens' beauty, cold irony of the warm air, blue blackness, misted by moonlight and reticent to reveal stars. 185. Interlude. This dreadful hour, when I shrink to being possible or rise to mortality. If only the morning wouldn't dawn. If only I and this alcove and its interior atmosphere where I belong could all be spiritualized into night, absolutized into darkness, so that not so much as a shadow of me would remain that could taint with my memory whatever lived on. 186. Would to the gods, sad heart of mine, that fate had a meaning. Would to fate, rather, that the gods had one. Sometimes, when I wake up at night, I feel invisible hands weaving my destiny. Here lies my life. Nothing in me disturbs a thing. 187. My life's central tragedy is, like all tragedies, an irony of fate. I reject real life for being a condemnation. I reject dreaming for being an easy way out. But my real life couldn't be more banal and contemptible, and my dream life couldn't be more constant and intense. I'm like a slave who gets drunk during siesta, 2 degradations in one body. Yes, I distinctly see, with the clarity of reason when it flashes in the blackness of life, and isolates the objects around us that make it up, all that is shoddy, worn out, neglected, and spurious in this street called Doradores, which is my entire life. This office that's sordid down to the marrow of its employees, this monthly rented room where nothing transpires but a dead man's life, this corner grocery, whose owner I know in the way people know each other, these young men at the door of the old tavern, this toilsome uselessness of the unchanging days, these same characters repeating their same old lines, like a drama consisting only of secrecy, and with the scenery turned inside out. But I also realize that to flee this would mean to overcome it or repudiate it, and I'll never overcome it, because I don't go beyond it in reality, and I'll never repudiate it, because no matter what I dream, I always remain where I am. And my dreaming, the disgrace of escaping into myself, the cowardice of reducing my life to that refuse of the soul which others experience only in their sleep, in the posture of death as they snore, in that stillness when they look like highly developed vegetables. I can't make one noble gesture that's not confined to my own soul, nor have one useless desire that's not truly, utterly useless. Caesar aptly defined what ambition is all about when he said, "Better to be first in the village than the second in Rome." I'm nothing in the village and nothing in any Rome. The corner grocer is at least respected from the Rua da Ascensão to the Rua da Vitória. He's the Caesar of a square city block. Me superior to him? In what? If nothingness admits neither superiority nor inferiority, nor even comparison. He is Caesar of an entire square block, and it's only right that all the women like him. And so I drag myself to do what I don't want and to dream what I can't have. My life, as meaningless as a broken public clock. My hazy but constant sensibility and my long but conscious dream, which together form my privilege of a life in the shadows. 188. The ordinary man, however hard his life may be, at least has the pleasure of not thinking about it. To take life as it comes, living it externally like a cat or a dog. That is how people in general live, and that is how life should be lived, if we would have the contentment of the cat or dog. To think is to destroy. Thought itself is destroyed in the process of thinking, because to think is to decompose. If men knew how to meditate on the mystery of life, if they knew how to feel the thousand complexities which spy on the soul in every single detail of action, then they would never act. They wouldn't even live. They would kill themselves from fright, like those who commit suicide to avoid being guillotined the next day. 189. Rainy day. The air is a veiled yellow, like a pale yellow seen through a dirty white. There's scarcely any yellow in the grey air, but the paleness of the grey has a yellow in its sadness. 190. Any change in one's usual routine is always received by the spirit as a chilly novelty, a slightly uncomfortable pleasure. Anyone who leaves the office at 5 o'clock when he's in the habit of leaving at 6 is bound to experience a mental holiday, and a feeling like regret for not knowing what to do with himself. Yesterday, I left the office at 4, as I had to take care of some business far away, and by 5 o'clock I was through with it. I'm not used to being out on the streets at that hour, and I found that I was in a different city. The soft light on the usual facades was uselessly tranquil, and the usual pedestrians passed by in the city next to me like sailors who disembarked from last night's ship. I returned to the office, which was still open, and my colleagues were naturally astonished, as I'd already bid farewell for the day. "What, you're back?" "Yes, I'm back." There, all alone with those familiar faces who don't exist for me spiritually, I was free from having to feel. It was, in a certain sense, home, the place, that is, where one doesn't feel. 191. It sometimes occurs to me with sad delight that if one day, in a future to which I won't belong, The sentences I write are read and admired. Then at last I'll have my own kin, people who understand me, my true family in which to be born and loved. But far from being born into it, I'll have already died long ago. I'll be understood only in effigy, when affection can no longer compensate for the indifference that was the dead man's lot in life. Perhaps one day they'll understand that I fulfilled, like no one else, my instinctive duty to interpret a portion of our century. And when they've understood that, they'll write that in my time I was misunderstood, that the people around me were unfortunately indifferent and insensitive to my work, and that it was a pity this happened to me. And whoever writes this will fail to understand my literary counterpart in that future time, just as my contemporaries don't understand me. Because men learn only what would be of use to their great-grandparents. The right way to live is something we can teach only the dead. On the afternoon in which I write, the rain has finally let up. A gladness in the air feels almost too cool against the skin. The day is ending not in gray, but in pale blue. A hazy blue is even reflecting off the stones of the street. It hurts to live, but the pain is remote. Feeling doesn't matter. One or another shop window lights up. In a window higher up, there are people looking down at the workers who are finishing up for the day. The beggar who brushes my shoulder would be shocked if he knew me. The indefinite hour grows yet a little later in the now less pale and less blue blueness mirrored in the buildings. Fall gently, final hour of this day, in which those who believe and are mistaken engage in their usual labors with the joy of unconsciousness, even in their pain. Fall gently, final wave of light, melancholy of this useless afternoon, fogless haze that seeps into my heart. Fall gently and lightly, shimmering blue paleness of this aquatic afternoon, gently, lightly, sadly over the cold and simple earth. Fall gently, invisible gray, embittered monotony, sleepless tedium. 192. During 3 straight days of heat without let-up, a storm lurked in the anxious stillness until finally drifting elsewhere, and then a gentle, almost cool warmth arrived to soothe the bright surface of things. So, too, it sometimes happens in life that a soul weighed down by living suddenly feels relief, for no apparent reason. I see us as climates over which storms threaten before breaking elsewhere. The empty immensity of things, the tremendous oblivion in the sky and on earth. 193. I've witnessed, incognito, the gradual collapse of my life, the slow foundering of all that I wanted to be. I can say, with a truth that needs no flowers to show it's dead, that there's nothing I've wanted, and nothing in which I've placed, even for a moment, the dream of only that moment, that hasn't disintegrated below my windows like a clod of dirt that resembled stone, until it fell from a flower pot on a high balcony. It would even seem that fate has always tried to make me love or want things just so that it could show me on the very next day that I didn't have and could never have them. But as an ironic spectator of myself, I've never lost interest in seeing what life brings. And since I now know beforehand that every vague hope will end in disillusion, I have the special delight of already enjoying the disillusion with the hope, like the bitter with the sweet that makes the sweet sweeter by way of contrast. I'm a sullen strategist who, having never won a battle, has learned to derive pleasure from mapping out the details of his inevitable retreat on the eve of each new engagement. My destiny, which has pursued me like a malevolent creature, is to be able to desire only what I know I'll never get. If I see the nubile figure of a girl in the street and imagine for the slightest moment, however nonchalantly, what it would be like if she were mine, it's a dead certainty that 10 steps past my dream she'll meet the man who's obviously her husband or lover. A romantic would make a tragedy out of this. A stranger to the situation would see it as a comedy. I, however, mix the two things, since I'm romantic in myself and a stranger to myself, and I turn the page to yet another irony. Some say that without hope, life is impossible. Others that with hope it's empty. For me, since I've stopped hoping or not hoping, life is simply an external picture that includes me and that I look at, like a show without a plot, made only to please the eyes. An incoherent dance, a rustling of leaves in the wind, clouds in which the sunlight changes color, ancient streets that wind every which way around the city. I am, in large measure, the selfsame prose I write. I unroll myself in sentences and paragraphs. I punctuate myself. In my arranging and rearranging of images, I'm like a child using newspaper to dress up as a king, and in the way I create rhythm with a series of words, I'm like a lunatic adorning my hair with dried flowers that are still alive in my dreams. And above all, I'm calm, like a rag doll that has become conscious of itself and occasionally shakes its head to make the tiny bell on top of its pointed cap, a component part of the same head, produce a sound, the jingling life of a dead man, a feeble notice to fate. But how often, in the middle of this peaceful dissatisfaction, my conscious emotion is slowly filled with a feeling of emptiness and tedium for thinking this way. How often I feel, as if hearing a voice behind intermittent sounds, that I myself am the underlying bitterness of this life so alien to human life, a life in which nothing happens except in its self-awareness. How often, waking up for a moment from this exile that's me, I get a glimpse of how much better it would be to be a complete nobody. The happy man who at least has real bitterness, the contented man who feels fatigue instead of tedium, who suffers instead of imagining he suffers, who kills himself, yes, instead of watching himself die. I've made myself into the character of a book, a life one reads. Whatever I feel is felt against my will, so that I can write that I felt it. Whatever I think is promptly put into words, mixed with images that undo it, cast into rhythms that are something else altogether. From so much self-revising, I've destroyed myself. From so much self-thinking, I'm now my thoughts, and not I. I plumbed myself and dropped the plumb. I spent my life wondering if I'm deep or not, with no remaining plumb except my gaze that shows me, blackly vivid in the mirror at the bottom of the well, my own face that observes me observing it. I'm like a playing card belonging to an old and unrecognizable suit, the sole survivor of a lost deck. I have no meaning. I don't know my worth. There's nothing I can compare myself with to discover what I am, and to make such a discovery would be of no use to anyone. And so, describing myself in image after image, not without truth, but with lies mixed in, I end up more in the images than in me, stating myself until I no longer exist, writing with my soul for ink, useful for nothing except writing. But the reaction ceases, and again I resign myself. I go back to whom I am, even if it's nothing. And a hint of tears that weren't cried makes my stiff eyes burn. A hint of anguish that wasn't felt gets caught in my dry throat. But I don't even know what I would have cried over if I'd cried, nor why it is that I didn't cry over it. The fiction follows me like a shadow, and what I want is to sleep. 194. A terrible weariness fills the soul of my heart. I feel sad because of whom I never was, and I don't know with what kind of nostalgia I miss him. I fell, with every sunset, against my hopes and certainties. 195. There are people who truly suffer because they weren't able in real life to live with Mr. Pickwick or to shake Mr. Wardle's hand. I'm one of those people. I've wept genuine tears over that novel for not having lived in that time and with those people, real people. The disasters of novels are always beautiful because the blood in them isn't real blood, and those who die in them don't rot, nor is rottenness rotten in novels. When Mr. Pickwick is ridiculous, he's not ridiculous, for it all happens in a novel. Perhaps the novel is a more perfect life and reality which God creates through us. Perhaps we live only to create it. It seems that civilizations exist only to produce art and literature. Words are what speak for them and remain. How do we know that these extra-human figures aren't truly real? It tortures my mind to think this might be the case. 196. The feelings that hurt most, the emotions that sting most, are those that are absurd. The longing for impossible things, precisely because they are impossible. Nostalgia for what never was. The desire for what could have been. Regret over not being someone else. Dissatisfaction with the world's existence. All these half-tones of the soul's consciousness create in us a painful landscape, an eternal sunset of what we are. The sensation we come to have of ourselves is of a deserted field at dusk, sad with reeds next to a river without boats, its glistening waters blackening between wide banks. I don't know if these feelings are a slow madness born of disconsolation, or if they're reminiscences of some other world in which we've lived, jumbled, crisscrossing remembrances, like things seen in dreams, absurd in the form they come to us, but not in their origin, if we knew what it was. I don't know if we weren't in fact other beings whose greater completeness we can sense today, incompletely, forming at best a sketchy notion of their lost solidity in the two dimensions of our present lives, mere shadows of what they were. I know these thoughts of the emotion ache bitterly in the soul. Our inability to conceive of anything they could correspond to, the impossibility of finding a substitute for what they embrace in our imagination. All of this weighs like a harsh sentence handed down no one knows where, or by whom, or why. But what remains from feeling all this is an inevitable disaffection with life and all its gestures, a foretasted weariness of all desires in all their manifestations, a generic distaste for all feelings. In these times of acute grief, it is impossible, even in dreams, to be a lover, to be a hero, to be happy. All of this is empty, even in our idea of what it is. It's all spoken in another language that we can't grasp, mere nonsense syllables to our understanding. Life is hollow, the soul hollow, the world hollow. All gods die a death greater than death. All is emptier than the void. All is a chaos of things that are nothing. If, on thinking this, I look up to see if reality can quench my thirst, I see inexpressive facades, inexpressive faces, inexpressive gestures, stones, bodies, ideas, all dead. All movements are one great standstill. Nothing means anything to me. Nothing is known to me, not because it's unfamiliar, but because I don't know what it is. The world has slipped away. And in the bottom of my soul, as the only reality of this moment, there's an intense and invisible grief, a sadness like the sound of someone crying in a dark room. 197. I sorely grieve over time's passage. It's always with exaggerated emotion that I leave something behind, whatever it may be. The miserable rented room where I lived for a few months, the dinner table at the provincial hotel where I stayed for 6 days, even the sad waiting room at the station where I spent 2 hours waiting for a train. Yes, their loss grieves me. But the special things of life, when I leave them behind and realize with all of my nerve sensibility that I'll never see or have them again, at least not in that exact same moment, grieve me metaphysically. A chasm opens up in my soul and a cold breeze of the hour of God blows across my pallid face. Time, the past. Something, a voice, a song, a chance fragrance, lifts the curtain on my soul's memories. That which I was and will never again be. That which I had and will never again have. The dead who loved me in my childhood. Whenever I remember them, my whole soul shivers and I feel exiled from all hearts, alone in the night of myself, weeping like a beggar before the closed silence of all doors. 198. Holiday Notes. The small cove with its small beach, cut off from the world by 2 miniature promontories, was my retreat for myself during those 3 days of holiday. The beach was reached by a crudely built stairway that began with wooden steps at the top and continued halfway down with steps cut directly into the rock, with a rusty iron handrail for support. And each time I went down that old stairway, and especially on the part made of stone, I stepped out of my own existence and found myself. Occultists say, or at least some of them do, that the soul has supreme moments when it recalls, with the emotions or with some part of memory, a moment or an aspect or a shadow from a previous incarnation. And since the soul returns to a time that is closer than the present to the beginning and origin of things, it experiences a sensation of childhood and of liberation. In descending that now little-used stairway and slowly stepping out onto the forever deserted beach, it was as if I were using some magical technique to find myself nearer the monad that I perhaps am. Certain aspects and characteristics of my daily existence, represented in my normal self by desires, aversions, worries, vanished from me like fugitives from the law, fading into the shadows beyond recognition, and I attained a state of inward distance in which it was hard to remember yesterday, or to believe that the self who lives in me day after day really belongs to me. My usual emotions, my regularly irregular habits, my conversations with others, my adaptations to the world's social order, all of this seemed like things I'd read somewhere, like inert pages of a published biography, or details from some novel. In one of the middle chapters we read while thinking about something else, and the storyline slackens until it finally slithers away on the ground. There on the beach, with no sound but that of the ocean waves and of the wind passing high overhead, like a large invisible airplane, I experienced dreams of a new sort. Soft and shapeless things, marvels that made a deep impression, without images or emotions, clear like the sky and the water, and reverberating like the white whirls of ocean rising up from the depths of a vast truth. A tremulously slanting blue in the distance that acquired glistening, muddy green hues as it approached, breaking with a great hissing its 1,000 crashing arms to scatter them over darkish sand where they left dry foam, and then gathering into itself all undertows, all return journeys to that original freedom, all nostalgias for God, all memories, like this one, shapeless and painless, of a prior state, blissful because it was so good, or because it was different, a body made of nostalgia with a soul of foam, repose, death, the everything or the nothingness which, like a huge ocean, surrounds the island of castaways that is life. And I slept without sleeping, already straying from what I'd seen through my feelings, a twilight of myself, a ripple of water among trees, the peace of wide rivers, the coolness of sad evenings, the slow panting in the white breast of the childhood sleep of contemplation. 199. The sweetness of having neither family nor companions, that pleasant taste as of exile, in which the pride of the expatriate subdues with a strange sensuality our vague anxiety about being far from home. All of this I enjoy in my own way, indifferently, because one of the tenets of my mental attitude is that our attention to what we feel shouldn't be unduly cultivated, and even dreams should be regarded with condescension, with an aristocratic awareness that they couldn't exist without us. To give too much importance to a dream would be to give too much importance to something which, after all, broke away from us and set itself up as reality, at least as far as it could, thereby losing its right to special treatment from us. 200. Commonness is a hearthstone. Banality is a mother's lap. After a long incursion into lofty poetry, up to the heights of sublime yearning, to the cliffs of the transcendent and the occult, it tastes better than good. It feels like all that is warm in life, to return to the inn with its happily laughing fools, and to drink with them as one more fool as God made us, content with the universe we were given, and leaving the rest to those who climb mountains to do nothing at the top. I'm not impressed should someone tell me that a certain man I consider crazy or stupid surpasses a common man in many achievements and particulars of life. Epileptics have amazing strength when they go into seizure. Paranoiacs have an ability to reason that few normal men can match. Religious maniacs bring multitudes of believers together, as few, if any, demagogues can, and with a force of conviction that the latter can't inspire in their followers. And all that this proves is that craziness is craziness. I prefer a defeat that knows the beauty of flowers to a victory in the desert, full of blankness in the soul, alone with its isolated nothingness. How often even my futile dreaming makes me loathe my inner life and feel physically nauseated by mysticisms and contemplations. How quickly I then race from my apartment where I dream to the office, and when I see the face of Moreira, it's as if I had finally docked at a port. When all is said and done, I prefer Moreira to the astral world. I prefer reality to truth. I prefer life, yes, to the very God who created it. Since this is the life he gave me, this is the life I'll live. I dream because I dream, but I don't suffer the indignity of considering my dreams anything more than my personal theater, even as I don't consider wine, though I enjoy drinking it, to be a source of nourishment or a vital necessity. 201. Since early morning, and against the solar custom of this bright city, the fog had wrapped a weightless mantle which the sun slowly gilded around the rows of houses, the cancelled open spaces, and the shifting heights of land and of buildings. But as the hours advanced towards midday, the gentle mist began to unravel until, with breaths like flapping shadows of veils, it expired altogether. By 10 o'clock, the tenuous bluing of the sky was the only evidence that there had been fog. The city's features were reborn once the blurry mask slipped away. As if a window had been opened, the already dawned day dawned. There was a slight change in all the sounds, which had also suddenly returned. A blue tint infiltrated even the stones of the streets and the impersonal auras of pedestrians. The sun was warm, but still humidly so, filtered by the vanished fog. The awakening of a city, with or without fog, moves me far more than the breaking of dawn in the country. It's much more of a rebirth. There's much more to look forward to, when the sun, instead of just gilding the grasses, the shrubs' silhouettes, and the trees' countless green hands, with its murky, then moist, and finally luminously gold light, multiplies its possible effects on windows in myriad reflections, walls, painting them different colors, and rooftops, shading each one uniquely, to make a glorious morning absolutely distinct from so many other distinctive realities. A dawning in the country does me good, a dawning in the city good and bad, and so it does me more than just good. Yes, because the greater hope it stirs in me has, like all hopes, that slightly bitter, nostalgic taste of not being reality. The country morning exists. The city morning promises. The former makes one live, the latter makes one think, and I'm doomed always to feel, like the world's great damned men, that it's better to think than to live. 202. After the heat began to wane at summer's end, it sometimes happened in late afternoon that certain softer hues in the broad sky and certain strokes of cold breezes already signaled the coming of autumn. There was still no discoloring or falling of leaves, nor yet that vague anxiety we naturally feel when we see death all around us, since we know ours will also come. But there was a sort of flagging of all effort, a vague slumber fallen over the last signs of action. Ah, with so much sad indifference in these afternoons, the autumn begins in us before it begins in things. Each new autumn is closer to the last autumn we'll have. And the same is true of spring or summer. But autumn, by its nature, reminds us that all things will end, which is something we're apt to forget when we look around us in spring or summer. It's still not autumn. There's still no yellow of fallen leaves in the air. Still none of that damp sadness that marks the weather when it's on its way to becoming winter. But there is a hint of expected sadness, a sorrow dressed for the journey, in our hazy awareness of colors being smattered, of the wind's different sound, of that ancient stillness which spreads in the falling night across the ineluctable presence of the universe. Yes, we will all pass. We will pass everything. Nothing will remain of the man who wore feelings and gloves, who talked about death and local politics. Just as one and the same light illumines the faces of saints and the gaiters of pedestrians, so too the same lack of light will cause darkness to engulf the nothing that remains of some having been saints and others having used gaiters. In the vast whirlwind, where the whole world listlessly turns like so many dry leaves, kingdoms count no more than the dresses of seamstresses, and the pigtails of blonde girls go round in the same mortal whirl as the scepters that stood for empires. All is nothing, and in the entrance hall to the invisible, whose open door reveals merely a closed door beyond, all things dance, servants of the wind which churns them without hands. All things, big and small, which for us and in us form the perceptible system of the universe. All is shadow mixed with dust, and there's no voice but in the sounds made by what the wind lifts up or sweeps forward, nor silence except from what the wind abandons. Some of us, light leaves and therefore less earthbound, ascend high in the hall's whirl and fall farther away from the circle of the heavy. Others, almost invisible but still equally dust, different only if seen close up, form their own lair in the whirlwind. Still others, tree trunks in miniature, are dragged around and come to a halt here and there. One day, when everything is finally and fully revealed, that other door will open, and all that we were, rubbish of stars and souls, will be swept outside the house, so that what exists can start over. My heart hurts me like a foreign body. My brain sleeps all that I feel. Yes, it's the beginning of autumn which brings to the air and to my soul that unsmiling light, whose lifeless yellow tinges the irregular, rounded edges of the sunset's several clouds. Yes, it's the beginning of autumn, and the clear awareness in the limpid hour of the anonymous inadequacy of everything. Autumn, yes, autumn, the one that's here or that's yet to come, and the foretasted weariness of all acts, the foretasted disillusion of all dreams. What can I hope for, and where would it come from? Already in what I think of myself, I'm there among the leaves and dust of the entrance hall, in the meaningless orbit of nothing at all, making sounds of life on the clean flagstones gilded by the last rays of a sun setting I don't know where. All that I've thought, all that I've dreamed, all that I have or haven't done, all will go in autumn, like used matches strewn over the floor and pointing various ways, or papers crumpled into fake balls, or the great empires, all religions, the philosophies that the drowsy children of the abyss invented for sport. All that constituted my soul, from my lofty ambitions to my humble rented room, from the gods I had to the boss, Senor Vasquez, that I also had, all will go in autumn, all in autumn, in the tender indifference of autumn. All in autumn, yes, all in autumn. 203. We don't even know if what ends with daylight terminates in us as useless grief, or if we are just an illusion among shadows, and reality just this vast silence without wild ducks that falls over the lakes where straight and stiff reeds swoon. We know nothing. Gone is the memory of the stories we heard as children, now so much seaweed. Still to come is the tenderness of future skies, a breeze in which imprecision slowly opens into stars. The votive lamp flickers uncertainly in the abandoned temple. The ponds of deserted villas stagnate in the sun. The name once carved into the tree now means nothing, and the privileges of the unknown have been blown over the roads like torn-up paper, stopping only when some object blocked their way. Others will lean out the same window as the rest. Those who have forgotten the evil shadow will keep sleeping, longing for the sun they never had. And I, venturing without acting, will end without regret amid soggy reeds, covered with mud from the nearby river and from my sluggish weariness, under vast autumn evenings in some impossible distance. And through it all, behind my daydream, I'll feel my soul like a whistle of stark anxiety, a pure and shrill howl, useless in the world's darkness. 204. Clouds. Today, I'm conscious of the sky, but there are days when I just feel it and don't look at it, when I just live in the city and not in the world of nature that includes it. Clouds. Today they are the main reality, worrying me as if an overcast sky were one of the imminent dangers of my destiny. Clouds, they pass from the sea to the castle, from west to east, in a scattered and naked tumult, white when they raggedly proceed at the forefront of who knows what, half black when they linger, waiting for the purring wind to blow them away, and black with a dirty whiteness when, as if wishing to stay, they darken with their arrival more than with their shadow, the illusory space opened up by the streets between the impassable rows of buildings. Clouds. I exist without knowing it, and will die without wanting to. I'm the gap between what I am and am not, between what I dream and what life is made of me, the fleshly and abstract average of things that are nothing. I being likewise nothing. Clouds. Such disquiet when I feel, such discomfort when I think, such futility when I desire. Clouds, they're still passing, some of them so huge it seems they'll fill the whole sky, though the buildings prevent us from seeing if they're really as large as they appear, while others are of indefinite size, being perhaps two together or one that's going to split in two, meaningless in the heights of the exhausted sky, and still others are small, as if they were playthings of powerful beings, odd-shaped balls of some absurd game, and now placed to one side of the sky in cold isolation. Clouds. I question myself and don't know me. Nothing I've done has been useful, and nothing I do will be any different. I've wasted part of my life in confusedly interpreting nothing at all, and the rest of it in writing these verses in prose for my incommunicable sensations, which is how I make the unknown universe mine. I'm objectively and subjectively sick of myself. I'm sick of everything, and of the everythingness of everything. Clouds. They're everything. Disintegrated fragments of atmosphere, the only real things today between the worthless earth and the non-existent sky. Indescribable tatters of the tedium I ascribe to them, mist condensed into colorless threats, dirty wads of cotton from a hospital without walls. Clouds. They're like me, a ravaged passage between sky and earth, at the mercy of an invisible impulse, thundering or not thundering, whitely giving joy or blackly spreading gloom, stray fictions in the gap, far from the earth's noise but without the sky's peace. Clouds. They continue to pass, passing always, they will always continue, in a discontinuous rolling of dull-colored skeins, in a scattered prolongation of false, broken sky. 205. The day's fluid departure ends in exhausted purples. No one would be able to say who I am, nor know who I've been. I came down from the unknown mountain to the unknown valley, and in the languid evening my steps were tracks left in the woods clearings. Everyone I loved had forgotten me in the shade. No one knew when the last boat was. The post office had no information about the letter that nobody would ever write. But it was all false. They told none of the stories that nobody told them, and no one knows anything for sure about the one who departed long ago, placing his hope in the false voyage, son of the fog and indecision to come. I have a name among those who tarry, and that name is Shadow, like everything. 206. Forest. Ah, but not even the alcove was genuine. It was the old alcove of my lost childhood. It withdrew like a fog, passing materially through the white walls of my real room, which emerged from the shadows distinct and smaller, like life and the day, like the creaking of the wagon and the faint sound of the whip that puts muscles for standing up into the prone body of the tired animal. 207. How many things that we consider right or true are merely the vestiges of our dreams, the sleepwalking figures of our incomprehension? Does anyone know what's right or true? How many things we consider beautiful are merely the fashion of the day, the fiction of their time and place? How many things we consider ours are utterly foreign to our blood, we being merely their perfect mirrors or transparent wrappers? The more I meditate on our capacity for self-deception, the more my certainties crumble, slipping through my fingers as fine sand. And when this meditation becomes a feeling that clouds my mind, then the whole world appears to me as a mist made of shadows, a twilight of edges and corners, a fiction of the interlude, a dawn that never becomes morning. Everything transforms into a dead absolute of itself, into a stagnation of details, and even my senses, to where I transfer my meditation in order to forget it, are a kind of slumber, something remote and derivative, an in-betweenness, variation, byproducts of shadows and confusion. In times like these, when I could readily understand ascetics and recluses, were I able to understand how anyone can make an effort on behalf of absolute ends, or subscribe to a creed that might produce an effort, I would create, if I could, a full-fledged aesthetics of despair, an inner rhythm like a crib's rocking, filtered by the night's caresses in other far-flung homelands. Today, at different times, I ran into two friends who'd had a fight. Each one told me his version of why they'd fought. Each one told me the truth. Each one gave me his reasons. They were both right. They were both absolutely right. It's not that one of them saw it one way and the other another way, or that one saw one side of what happened and the other a different side. No, each one saw things exactly as they'd happened. Each one saw them according to the same criterion, but each one saw something different, and so each one was right. I was baffled by this dual existence of truth. 208. Just as, whether we know it or not, we all have a metaphysics, so too, whether we like it or not, we all have a morality. I have a very simple morality. Not to do good or evil to anyone. Not to do evil because it seems only fair that others enjoy the same right I demand for myself. Not to be disturbed. And also because I think that the world doesn't need more than the natural evils it already has. All of us in this world are living on board a ship that is sailing from one unknown port to another, and we should treat each other with a traveler's cordiality. Not to do good because I don't know what good is, nor even if I do it when I think I do. How do I know what evils I generate if I give a beggar money? How do I know what evils I produce if I teach or instruct? Not knowing, I refrain. And besides, I think that to help or clarify is, in a certain way, to commit the evil of interfering in the lives of others. Kindness depends on a whim of our mood, and we have no right to make others the victims of our whims, however humane or kind-hearted they may be. Good deeds are impositions. That's why I categorically abhor them. If for moral reasons I don't do good to others, neither do I expect others to do good to me. When I get sick, what I hate most is if someone should feel obliged to take care of me, something I'd loathe doing for another. I've never visited a sick friend. And whenever I've been sick and had visitors, I've always felt their presence as a bother, an insult, an unwarranted violation of my willful privacy. I don't like people to give me things because it seems like they're obligating me to give something in return. To them or to others, it's all the same. I'm highly sociable in a highly negative way. I'm inoffensiveness incarnate. But I'm no more than this. I don't want to be more than this. I can't be more than this. For everything that exists, I feel a visual affection, an intellectual fondness, nothing in the heart. I have faith in nothing, hope in nothing, charity for nothing. I'm nauseated and outraged by the sincere souls of all sincerities and by the mystics of all mysticisms, or rather, by the sincerities of all sincere souls and the mysticisms of all mystics. This nausea is almost physical when the mysticisms are active. When they try to convince other people, meddle with their wills, discover the truth, or reform the world. I consider myself fortunate for no longer having family, as it relieves me of the obligation to love someone, which I would surely find burdensome. Any nostalgia I feel is literary. I remember my childhood with tears, but they're rhythmic tears, in which prose is already being formed. I remember it as something external, and it comes back to me through external things. I remember only external things. It's not the stillness of evenings in the country that endears me to the childhood I spent there. It's the way the table was set for tea. It's the way the furniture was arranged in the room. It's the faces and physical gestures of the people. I feel nostalgia for scenes. Thus, someone else's childhood can move me as much as my own. Both are purely visual phenomena from a past I'm unable to fathom, and my perception of them is literary. They move me, yes, but because I see them, not because I remember them. I've never loved anyone. The most that I've loved are my sensations, states of conscious seeing, impressions gathered by intently hearing, and aromas through which the modesty of the outer world speaks to me of things from the past, so easily remembered by their smells, giving me a reality and an emotion that go beyond the simple fact of bread being baked inside the bakery, as on that remote afternoon when I was coming back from the funeral of my uncle who so loved me, and I felt a kind of sweet relief about I'm not sure what. This is my morality, or metaphysics, or me. Passer-by of everything, even of my own soul. I belong to nothing. I desire nothing. I am nothing. Just an abstract center of impersonal sensations. A fallen, sentient mirror reflecting the world's diversity. I don't know if I'm happy this way, nor do I care. 209. To join in, or collaborate, or act with others is a metaphysically morbid impulse. The soul conferred on the individual shouldn't be lent out to its relations with others. The divine fact of existing shouldn't be surrendered to the satanic fact of coexisting. When I act with others, there's at least one thing I lose: acting alone. When I participate, although it seems that I'm expanding, I'm limiting myself. To associate is to die. Only my consciousness of myself is real for me. Other people are hazy phenomena in this consciousness, and it would be morbid to attribute very much reality to them. Children who want at all costs to have their way are closest to God, for they want to exist. As adults, our life is reduced to giving alms to others and receiving them in return. We squander our personalities in orgies of coexistence. Every spoken word double-crosses us. The only tolerable form of communication is the written word, since it isn't a stone in a bridge between souls, but a ray of light between stars. To explain is to disbelieve. Every philosophy is a diplomacy dressed up as eternity. Like diplomacy, it has no real substance, existing not in its own right, but completely and utterly on behalf of some objective. The only noble destiny for a writer who publishes is to be denied a celebrity he deserves. But the truly noble destiny belongs to the writer who doesn't publish. Not who doesn't write, for then he wouldn't be a writer. I mean the writer in whose nature it is to write, but whose spiritual temperament prevents him from showing what he writes. To write is to objectify dreams, to create an outer world as a material reward of our nature as creators. To publish is to give this outer world to others. But what for, if the outer world common to us and to them is the real outer world, the one made of visible and tangible matter? What do others have to do with the universe that's in me? 210. Aesthetics of discouragement. To publish, the socialization of oneself. A vile necessity, but still not a real act, since it's the publisher who makes money, the printer who produces. It at least has the merit of being incoherent. When a man reaches the age of lucidity, one of his main concerns is to actively and thoughtfully shape himself into the image and likeness of his ideal. Since inertia is the ideal that best embodies the logic of our soul's aristocratic attitude vis-a-vis the bustle and clamor of the modern world, our ideal should be the inert, the inactive. Futile? Perhaps. But this will only trouble those who feel attracted to futility. 211. Enthusiasm is a vulgarity. To give expression to enthusiasm is, above all else, to violate the rights of our insincerity. We never know when we're sincere. Perhaps we never are, and even if we're sincere about something today, tomorrow we may be sincere about its complete opposite. I myself have never had convictions. I've always had impressions. I could never hate a land in which I'd seen a scandalous sunset. We externalize impressions not so much because we have them, but to convince ourselves that we do. 212. To have opinions is to sell out to yourself. To have no opinion is to exist. To have every opinion is to be a poet. 213. Everything slips away from me. My whole life, my memories, my imagination and all it contains, my personality. It all slips away. I constantly feel that I was someone different, that a different I felt, that a different I thought. I'm watching a play with a different, unfamiliar setting, and what I'm watching is me. In the commonplace clutter of my literary drawers, I sometimes find things I wrote 10 or 15 years ago, or longer, and many of them seem to be written by a stranger. I can't recognize the voice as my own. But who wrote them, if not me? I felt those things, but in what seems to be another life, one from which I've now awoken as if from someone else's sleep. I often come across pages I wrote in my youth when I was 17 or 20, and some of them reveal an expressive power I can't remember having back then. There are certain phrases and sentences written in the wake of my adolescence that seem like the product of the person I am now, with all that I've learned in the intervening years. I see I'm the same as what I was. And since in general I feel that I've greatly progressed from what I was, I wonder where the progress is, if back then I was the same as now. There's a mystery here that discredits and disturbs me. Just the other day, I was bowled over by a short piece I wrote ages ago. I'm quite certain that the special care I take with language goes back only a few years, but in one of my drawers, I found this much older piece of writing in which that same care was clearly evident. I must not have known myself at all back then. How did I develop into what I already was? How have I come to know the I that I never knew back then? And everything becomes a confusing labyrinth where I stray in myself away from myself. I let my mind wander, and I'm sure that what I'm writing I've already written. I remember, and I ask the one in me who presumes to exist, if in the Platonism of sensations there might not be another, less vertical anamnesis, another pre-existing life that we vaguely remember, but that belongs only to this life. My God, who am I watching? How many am I? Who is I? What is this gap between me and myself? 214. Again, I found pages of mine, this time in French, written some 15 years ago. I've never been in France and was never in close contact with French people, so it's not as if I had a familiarity with the language that waned over the years. Today, I read as much French as I ever did. I'm older and more practiced in thought. I should have progressed. Yet these pages from my distant past denote a confidence in the use of French that I no longer possess. They have a fluid style that today I couldn't possibly achieve in that language. There are entire passages, complete sentences, grammatical forms and idioms that demonstrate a fluency I've lost without remembering that I ever had it. How can this be explained? Who did I replace inside myself? It's easy enough to form a theory of the fluidity of things and souls, to understand ourselves as an inner flow of life, to imagine that we're a large quantity, that we traverse ourselves, that we have been many. But in this case, there's something besides the flow of personality between its own banks. There's an absolute other, an extraneous self that was me. That with age I should lose my imagination, my emotion, a certain kind of intelligence, a way of feeling, all of this, while causing regret, wouldn't cause me any great wonder. But what am I confronting when I read myself as if reading a stranger? On what shore am I standing if I see myself in the depths? At other times, I find pages that I not only don't remember having written, which in itself doesn't astonish me, but that I don't even remember having been capable of writing, which terrifies me. Certain phrases belong to another mentality. It's as if I'd found an old picture that I know is of me, with a different height and with features I don't recognize, but undoubtedly me. Terrifyingly I. 215. I have the most conflicting opinions, the most divergent beliefs, for it's never I who thinks, speaks, or acts. It's always one of my dreams, which I momentarily embody, that thinks, speaks, and acts for me. I open my mouth, but it's I another who speaks. The only thing I feel to be really mine is a huge incapacity, a vast emptiness, an incompetence for everything that is life. I don't know the gestures for any real act. I never learned how to exist. I obtain everything I want, as long as it's inside me. I'd like the reading of this book to leave you with the impression that you've traversed a sensual nightmare. What used to be moral is aesthetic for us. What was social is now individual. Why should I look at twilights if I have within me thousands of diverse twilights, including some that aren't twilights, and if, besides seeing them inside me, I myself am them, on the inside and the outside? 216. The sunset spreads over the scattered clouds that dot the entire sky. Soft hues of every color fill the lofty spatial diversities, absently floating amid the sorrows on high. On the crests of the half-colored, half-shaded rooftops, the last slow rays of the departing sun take on colors that are not their own, nor of the things they light up. An immense calm hangs over the noisy city, which is also growing calmer. Everything breathes beyond color and sound in a deep and hushed sigh. On the painted buildings that the sun doesn't see, the colors are beginning to gray. There's a coldness in these colors' diversity. A mild anxiety dozes in the pseudo-valleys formed by the streets. It dozes and grows calm. And little by little, in the lowest of the high clouds, the hues begin to be shadowy. Only in that tiny cloud, a white eagle hovering above everything else, does the far-off sun still cast its smiling gold. Everything I sought in life I abandoned for the sake of the search. I'm like one who absent-mindedly looks for he doesn't know what, having forgotten it in his dreaming as the search got underway. The thing being searched for becomes less real than the real motions of the hands that search, rummaging, picking up, putting down, and that visibly exist, long and white, with exactly 5 fingers on each. All that I've had is like this high and diversely identical sky, tatters of nothing tinged by a distant light, fragments of pseudo-life gilded by death from afar, with its sad smile of whole truth. All I've had has amounted to my not knowing how to search. Like a feudal lord of swamps at twilight, solitary prince of a city of empty tombs. All that I am or was, or that I think I am or was, suddenly loses in these thoughts and in that high cloud suddenly spent light, the secret, the truth, perhaps fortune, that was in some obscure thing that has life for a bed. All of this, like a sun that's missing, is all I have left. Over the diversely high rooftops, the light lets its hands slip away until in the unity of those same rooftops, the inner shadow of everything emerges. Like a hazy flickering drop, in the distance, the first small star glows. 217. All stirrings of our sensibility, even the most pleasant ones, are bound to disturb the inscrutable inner life of that same sensibility. Tiny concerns as well as large worries distract us from ourselves, hindering the peace of mind we all aspire to, whether we know it or not. We almost always live outside ourselves, and life itself is a continual dispersion. But it's towards ourselves that we tend, as towards a center around which, like planets, we trace absurd and distant ellipses. 218. I'm older than time and space because I'm conscious. Things derive from me. The whole of nature is the offspring of my sensations. I seek and don't find. I want and can't have. Without me, the sun rises and expires. Without me, the rain falls and the wind howls. It's not because of me that there are seasons, the 12 months, time's passage. Lord of the world in me, which, like earthly lands, I can't take with me. 219. That locus of sensations known as my soul sometimes walks with me, consciously, through the city's nocturnal streets, in the wearisome hours when I feel like a dream among dreams of a different sort, by the gaslight, in the midst of the transitory sound of traffic. As my body penetrates the lanes and side streets, my soul loses itself in intricate labyrinths of sensation. All that can disturbingly convey the notion of unreality and feigned existence, all that can demonstrate, not to abstract reason, but missing text here. And concretely, how the place occupied by the universe is hollower than hollow, all this objectively unfolds before my detached spirit. I don't know why, but I'm troubled by this objective network of wide and narrow streets, this succession of street lamps, trees, lighted and dark windows, opened and closed gates, heterogeneously nocturnal shapes which my nearsightedness makes even hazier, until they become subjectively monstrous, unintelligible and unreal. Verbal snatches of envy, lust, and triviality collide with my sense of hearing. Whispered murmurs ripple towards my consciousness. Little by little I lose my clear awareness of the fact that I concurrently exist with all this, that I really move, seeing little but hearing, among shadows that represent beings and places where there actually are beings. It becomes gradually, darkly, and distinctly unintelligible to me, how all of this can exist in the face of eternal time and infinite space. Through a passive association of ideas, I start thinking about the men whose consciousness of that space and time was so analytically and intuitively acute that it lost touch with the world. It seems ludicrous that on nights no doubt like this one, in cities surely not very different from the one in which I contemplate, there were men such as Plato, Scotus Erigena, Kant, and Hegel who virtually forgot about all this, who became different from these people, and they were from the same human race. With what horrible clarity even I, as I walk here and think these thoughts, feel distant, alien, confused, and I end my solitary peregrination. A vast silence, impassive to slight sounds, assaults and overwhelms me. In both body and spirit I feel sorely weary of things, all things, of simply being here, of finding myself in this present state. I almost catch myself wanting to scream because of a feeling that I'm sinking in an ocean of whose immensity has nothing to do with the infinity of space or the eternity of time, nor with anything that can be measured and named. In these moments of supremely silent terror, I don't know what I materially am, what I normally do, what I usually want, feel, and think. I feel cut off from myself, outside of my reach. The moral impulse to struggle, the intellectual effort to systematize and understand, the restless artistic yearning to produce something that I no longer fathom, but that I remember having fathomed, and that I call beauty, all of this vanishes from my sense of reality. All of this strikes me as not even worthy of being considered useless, empty, and remote. I feel like a mere void, the illusion of a soul, the locus of a being, a conscious darkness where a strange insect vainly seeks at least the warm memory of a light. 220. Dolorous Interlude. What good is dreaming? What did I make of myself? Nothing. To be spiritualized in night. Inner statue without contours, outer dream without a dream essence. 221. I've always been an ironic dreamer, unfaithful to my inner promises. Like a complete outsider, a casual observer of whom I thought I was, I've always enjoyed watching my daydreams go down in defeat. I was never convinced of what I believed in. I filled my hands with sand, called it gold, and opened them up to let it slide through. Words were my only truth. When the right words were said, all was done. The rest was the sand that had always been. If it weren't for my continuous dreaming, my perpetual state of alienation, I could very well call myself a realist. Someone, that is, for whom the outer world is an independent nation. But I prefer not to give myself a name, to be somewhat mysterious about what I am, and to be impishly unpredictable even to myself. I feel a certain duty to dream continuously, since, not being more, nor wanting to be more than a spectator of myself, I have to put on the best show I can. And so I fashion myself out of gold and silks, in imaginary rooms, on a false stage, with ancient scenery, a dream created to invisible music and the play of soft lights. I cherish, like the memory of a special kiss, my childhood remembrance of a theater with a bluish, moonlit setting that depicted the terrace of an impossible palace, surrounded by a huge park, likewise painted. I spent my soul living all of that as though it were real. The music that softly played on this occasion of my mental experience of life gave the stage setting a feverish reality. The setting was definitely bluish and moonlight, but I don't remember who appeared on stage. The play I place today in that remembered scenery comes from the verses of Verlaine and Pessoa, but this isn't the play, which I've forgotten, that was performed on the actual stage and had nothing to do with that reality of blue music. It's my own fluid play, a grandiose moonlit masquerade, a silver and nocturnal blue interlude. Then came life. That night they took me to the Gold Lion for dinner. I can still taste the steaks on the palate of my nostalgia. Steaks, I know because I imagine, such as nowadays no one makes, or I at any rate don't eat, and it all gets mixed up. The childhood I live from afar, the tasty food at the restaurant, the moonlit setting, Verlaine future and I present, in a blurry diagonal, in a false gap between what I was and what I am. 222. As when a storm is brewing and the noises from the street talk in a loud and detached voice. The street winced in the stark white light, and the dull darkness trembled all around the world with the boom of echoing crashes. The harsh sadness of the heavy rain accentuated the air's ugly black hue. Cold and warm and hot at the same time, the air was everywhere equivocal. Then a wedge of metallic light entered the large office, ripping into the peace of each human body, and a huge rock of sound struck with a chill shock on all sides, shattering into a hard silence. The sound of rain diminishes, becoming a soft voice. The noise from the street diminishes out of fear. A new light spreads its swift yellow over the silent darkness, but breathing was again possible before the fist of rumbling sound abruptly echoed from afar. Like an angry farewell, the storm was beginning to draw away. With a drawling, moribund murmur, with no light in the increasing light, the rumble of the storm subsided in the distant expanses. It circled over Almada. A dreadful light suddenly cracked and splintered. It froze inside every brain and chamber. Everything froze. Heart stopped for a moment. They're all very sensitive people. The silence terrifies, as if death had struck. The sound of increasing rain, as if everything were weeping, is a relief. The air is like lead. 223. A sort of faint lightning darkly whirled in the large room. The rumble that followed, breaking in on a widespread gulp, trailed off into the distance. The sound of rain wept loudly, like mourners in between their chit-chatting. Here inside, each tiny sound stood out clearly, nervously. 224. That episode of the imagination which we call reality. It's been raining for 2 straight days, and the rain that falls from the cold gray sky has a color that afflicts my soul. For 2 straight days. I'm sad from feeling, and I reflected at the window to the sound of the dripping water and pouring rain. My heart is overwhelmed, and my memories have turned into anxieties. Though I don't feel tired and have no reason to feel tired, I'd love to go to sleep right now. Back when I was a child and happy, the voice of a colorful green parrot lived in a house off the courtyard next door. On rainy days, his talking never became mournful, and he would cry out, sure of his shelter, a constant sentiment that hovered in the sadness like a phonograph before its time. Did I think about this parrot because I'm sad, and my distant childhood brings it to mind? No, I actually thought about it because a parrot is right now frantically squawking in the courtyard opposite where I live today. Everything is topsy-turvy. When it seems like I'm remembering, I'm thinking of something else. If I look, I don't recognize, and when distracted, I see clearly. I turn my back to the gray window with its panes that are cold to the touch, and by some magic of the penumbra, I suddenly see the interior of our old house, next to which there was a courtyard with a squawking parrot. And my eyes fall asleep from the irrevocable fact of having, in effect, lived. 225. Yes, it's the sunset. Slowly and distractedly, I reach the end of the Rua de Alfândega and see, beyond the Torero do Passo, a clear view of the sunless western sky. It's a blue sky tinged green and tending towards light gray, and on the left, over the hills of the opposite bank, there's a cowering mass of brownish to lifeless pink fog. An immense peace that I don't have is coldly present in the abstract fall air. Not having it, I experience the feeble pleasure of imagining it exists. But in reality, there is no peace nor lack of peace, just sky, a sky with every fading color. Light blue, blue-green, pale gray between green and blue, fuzzy hues of distant clouds that aren't clouds, yellowishly darkened by an expiring red. And all of this is a vision that vanishes as soon as it occurs, a winged interlude between nothing and nothing that takes place on high in shades of sky and grief, diffuse and indefinite. I feel and forget. A nostalgia, the same one that everyone feels for everything, invades me as if it were an opium in the cold air. I have an inner pseudo-ecstasy that comes from seeing. Towards the ocean, where the sun ceasing becomes increasingly final, the light dies out in a livid white which is blued by greenish cold. In the air, there's a torpor of what is never achieved. The panorama of the sky loudly hushes. In this moment, when I'm bursting with feeling, I wish I had the gift of ruthless self-expression, the arbitrary whim of a style as my destiny. But no, this remote, lofty sky that's disintegrating is everything right now, and the emotion I feel, which is many confused emotions bunched together, is merely this useless sky's reflection in a lake in me, a lake secluded among steep, rugged rocks, perfectly still, a kind of dead man's gaze in which the heights distractedly observe themselves. So many times, so many, like now, it has oppressed me to feel myself feel. To feel anguish just because it's a feeling, restlessness because I'm here, nostalgia for something I've never known. The sunset of all emotions, myself yellowing, subdued to gray sadness in my external self-awareness. Who will save me from existing? It's neither death nor life that I want. It's that other thing shining in the depths of longing, like a possible diamond in a pit one can't descend. It's all the weight and sorrow of this real and impossible universe, of this sky like the flag of an unknown army, of these colors that are paling in the fictitious air, where the imaginary crescent of the moon, cut out of distance and insensibility, now emerges in a still electric whiteness. It all amounts to the absence of a true God, an absence that is the empty cadaver of the lofty heavens and the closed soul. Infinite prison. Since you're infinite, there's no escaping you. 226. What transcendental sensuousness when at night, walking along the city streets and staring from within my soul at the building facades, all the structural differences, the architectural details, the lit windows, the potted plants that make each balcony unique. Yes, looking at all this, what instinctive joy I felt when to the lips of my consciousness came this shout of redemption. But none of this is real. 227. I prefer prose to poetry as an art form for two reasons, the first of which is purely personal. I have no choice because I'm incapable of writing in verse. The second reason applies to everyone, however, and I don't think it's just a shadow or disguised form of the first. It's worth looking at in some detail, for it touches on the essence of all art's value. I consider poetry to be an intermediate stage between music and prose. Like music, poetry is bound by rhythmic laws, and even when these are not the strict laws of meter, they still exist as checks, constraints, automatic mechanisms of repression and censure. In prose, we speak freely. We can incorporate musical rhythms and still think. We can incorporate poetic rhythms and yet remain outside them. An occasional poetic rhythm won't disturb prose, but an occasional prose rhythm makes poetry fall down. Prose encompasses all art, in part because words contain the whole world, and in part because the untrammeled word contains every possibility for saying and thinking. In prose, through transposition, we're able to render everything. Color and form, which painting can render only directly in themselves, with no inner dimension. Rhythm, which music likewise renders only directly in itself, without a formal body, let alone that second body, which is the idea. Structure, which the architect must make out of given, hard, external things, and which we build with rhythms, hesitations, successions, and fluidities. Reality, which the sculptor has to leave in the world, with no aura of transubstantiation. And poetry, finally, to which the poet, like the initiate of a secret society, is the servant, albeit voluntary, of a discipline and a ritual. I'm convinced that in a perfect, civilized world, there would be no other art but prose. We would let sunsets be sunsets, using art merely to understand them verbally, by conveying them in an intelligible music of color. We wouldn't sculpt bodies, but let them keep for themselves their supple contours and soft warmth that we see and touch. We would build houses only to live in them, which is, after all, what they're for. Poetry would be for children, to prepare them for prose, since poetry is obviously something infantile, mnemonic, elementary, auxiliary. Even what we might call the minor arts have their echoes in prose. There is prose that dances, sings, and recites to itself. There are verbal rhythms with a sinuous choreography in which the idea being expressed strips off its clothing with veritable and exemplary sensuality. And there are also, in prose, gestural subtleties carried out by a great actor, the word, which rhythmically transforms into its bodily substance the impalpable mystery of the universe. 228. Everything is interconnected. My readings of classical authors, who never speak of sunsets, have made many sunsets intelligible to me in all their colors. There is a relationship between syntactical competence, by which we distinguish the values of beings, sounds, and shapes, and the capacity to perceive when the blue of the sky is actually green, and how much yellow is in the blue-green of the sky. It comes down to the same thing, the capacity to distinguish and to discriminate. There is no enduring emotion without syntax. Immortality depends on the grammarians. 229. To read is to dream, guided by someone else's hand. To read carelessly and distractedly is to let go of that hand. To be only superficially learned is the best way to read well and be profound. How shoddy and contemptible life is. Note that for it to be shoddy and contemptible, all it takes is you not wanting it being given to you anyway, and nothing about it depending on your will or even on your illusion of your will. To die is to become completely other. That's why suicide is a cowardice. It's to surrender ourselves completely to life. 230. Art is a substitute for acting or living. If life is the willful expression of emotion, art is the intellectual expression of that same emotion. Whatever we don't have, don't attempt, or don't achieve can be possessed through dreams, and these are what we use to make art. At other times, our emotion is so strong that, although reduced to action, this action doesn't completely satisfy it. The leftover emotion, unexpressed in life, is used to produce the work of art. There are thus two types of artists: the one who expresses what he doesn't have, and the one who expresses the surplus of what he did have. 231. One of the soul's great tragedies is to execute a work and then realize, once it's finished, that it's not any good. The tragedy is especially great when one realizes that the work is the best he could have done. But to write a work, knowing beforehand that it's bound to be flawed and imperfect, to see while writing it that it's flawed and imperfect, this is the height of spiritual torture and humiliation. Not only am I dissatisfied with the poems I write now, I also know that I'll be dissatisfied with the poems I write in the future. I know it philosophically and in my flesh, through a hazy, gladiolated foreglimpse. So why do I keep writing? Because I still haven't learned to practice completely the renunciation that I preach. I haven't been able to give up my inclination to poetry and prose. I have to write as if I were carrying out a punishment. And the greatest punishment is to know that whatever I write will be futile, flawed, and uncertain. I wrote my first poems when I was still a child. Though dreadful, they seemed perfect to me. I'll never again be able to have the illusory pleasure of producing perfect work. What I write today is much better. It's even better than what some of the best writers write, but it's infinitely inferior to what I, for some reason, feel I could, or perhaps should, write. I weep over those first dreadful poems as over a dead child, a dead son, a last hope that has vanished. 232. The more we live, the more convinced we become of two truths that contradict each other. The first is that next to the reality of life, all the fictions of literature and art pale. It's true that they give us a nobler pleasure than what we get from life, but they're like dreams which, though offering us feelings not felt in life and joining together forms that never meet in life, are nonetheless dreams that dissipate when we wake up. leaving no memories or nostalgia with which we could later live a second life. The other truth is that since every noble soul desires to live life in its entirety, experiencing all things, all places, and all feelings, and since this is objectively impossible, the only way for a noble soul to live life is subjectively. Only by denying life can it be lived in its totality. These two truths are mutually exclusive. The wise man won't try to reconcile them, nor will he dismiss one or the other. But he will have to follow one or the other, yearning at times for the one he didn't choose, or he'll dismiss them both, rising above himself in a personal nirvana. Happy the man who doesn't ask for more than what life spontaneously gives him, being guided by the instinct of cats, which seek sunlight when there's sun, and when there's no sun, then heat, wherever they find it. Happy the man who renounces his personality in favor of the imagination, and who delights in contemplating other people's lives, experiencing not all impressions, but the outward spectacle of all impressions. And happy, finally, the man who renounces everything, who has nothing that can be taken from him, nothing that can be diminished. The rustic, the reader of novels, the pure ascetic, these three are happy in life, for these three types of men all renounce their personalities. One because he lives by instinct, which is impersonal, another because he lives by the imagination, which is forgetting, and the third because he doesn't live, but merely, since he still hasn't died, sleeps. Nothing satisfies me. Nothing consoles me. Everything that has been and that hasn't been jades me. I don't want to have my soul and don't want to renounce it. I want what I don't want and renounce what I don't have. I can't be nothing nor be everything. I'm the bridge between what I don't have and what I don't want. 233. The solemn sadness that dwells in all great things, in high mountains and in great men, in profound nights and in eternal poems. 234. We can die if all we've done is love. 235. Only once was I truly loved. I've always been treated in a friendly manner, and even people I hardly know have rarely been rude or brusque or cold to me. In certain people, that friendly manner, with my encouragement, might have been converted into love or affection, but I've never had the patience or mental concentration to even want to make the effort. At first I thought, so little do we know ourselves, that shyness was to blame for my soul's apparent apathy in this matter. But I came to realize that it actually had to do with the tedium I felt vis-a-vis emotions, not to be confused with the tedium of life. I didn't have the patience to commit myself to an ongoing feeling, especially when it would require an ongoing effort. What for, thought the part of me that doesn't think. I have enough intellectual subtlety and psychological insight to know how. The how of the how is what has always escaped me. My weakness of will has always begun as a weakness of will to have any will. This was the case in my emotions as well as in my intellect, and in my very will, and in all my dealings with life. But on that occasion, when circumstances mischievously led me to suppose that I loved, and to verify that the other person truly loved me, my first reaction was of bewildered confusion, as if I'd won a grand prize in an unconvertible currency. And then, because no human can avoid being human, I felt a certain vanity. This emotion, however, which would seem to be the most natural one, quickly vanished. It was followed by an uncomfortable feeling that's hard to define, but that was composed of tedium, of humiliation, and of weariness. Of tedium, as if fate had obliged me to occupy my free evenings with some strange and unfamiliar labor. Of tedium, as if a new duty, that of a hideous reciprocity, had been ironically foisted on me as a privilege for which I was expected to thank fate profusely. Of tedium, as if the irregular monotony of life weren't enough, so that on top of that I needed the obligatory monotony of a definite feeling. And of humiliation, yes, humiliation. It took me a while to understand the presence of this feeling that seemed not at all justified by its cause. I should have loved being loved. It should have piqued my vanity that someone had heaped attention on me as a lovable human being. But apart from my brief feeling of actual vanity, and even that may have consisted of surprise more than of vanity itself, what I experienced was humiliation. I felt that I'd been given someone else's prize, a prize that was worth something only to the person who rightfully deserved it. But most of all, I felt weariness, a weariness beyond all tedium. I finally understood a phrase of Chateaubriand whose meaning, because of my lack of personal experience, had always eluded me. Chateaubriand writes of René, his personification, "It wearied him to be loved. On le fatiguait en l'aimant." I realized with astonishment that this experience was identical to my own, and so I couldn't deny its validity. The weariness of being loved, of being truly loved, the weariness of being the object of other people's burdensome emotions, of seeing yourself, when what you wanted was to remain forever free, transformed into a delivery boy whose duty is to reciprocate, to have the decency not to flee, lest anyone think that you're cavalier towards emotions, and would reject the loftiest sentiment that a human soul can offer. The weariness of your existence becoming absolutely dependent on a relationship with someone else's feeling. The weariness of having to feel something, of having to love at least a little in return, even if it's not a true reciprocity. As it came, so it went, and today nothing of that shadowy episode remains in my intellect or in my emotions. It brought me no experience that I couldn't have deduced from the laws of human life, which I instinctively know because I'm human. It gave me no pleasure to look back on with regret, nor sorrow to remember with equal regret. It all seems like something I read somewhere, like an incident that happened to someone else, a novel I read halfway through and whose second half was missing. But I didn't care that it was missing because the first half of the story was all there, and although it made no sense, I realized that no sense could ever be made of it, regardless of what happened in the part that was missing. All that remains is my feeling of gratitude towards the one who loved me. But it's an abstract, bewildered gratitude, more intellectual than emotional. I'm sorry that I caused someone to feel sorrow. I'm sorry about that. And only about that. It's unlikely that life will bring me another encounter with natural emotions. I almost wish it would, to see how I'd react the second time, after having thoroughly analyzed the first experience. I might feel less emotion, or I might feel more. If fate should bring it, then well and good. I'm curious about my emotions, whereas I don't have the least curiosity about facts, whatever they are or will yet be. 236. To submit to nothing, whether to a man or a love or an idea, and to have the aloof independence of not believing in the truth, or even, if it existed, in the usefulness of knowing it, this seems to me the right attitude for the intellectual inner life of those who can't live without thinking. To belong is synonymous with banality. Creeds, ideals, a woman, a profession, all are prisons and shackles. To be is to be free. Even ambition, if we take pride in it, is a hindrance. We wouldn't be proud of it if we realized it's a string by which we're pulled. No ties even to ourselves. Free from ourselves as well as from others, contemplatives without ecstasy, thinkers without conclusions, and liberated from God, we will live the few moments of bliss allowed us in the prison yard by the distraction of our executioners. Tomorrow we will face the guillotine, or if not tomorrow, then the day after. Let us stroll about in the sun before the end comes, deliberately forgetting all projects and pursuits. Without wrinkles, our foreheads will glow in the sun, and the breeze will be cool for those who quit hoping. I throw my pen against the slanted desktop and watch it roll down without bothering to catch it. I felt all this without warning, and my happiness consists in this gesture of rage that I don't feel. 237. Notes for a rule of life. To need to dominate others is to need others. The commander is dependent. Enlarge your personality without including anything from the outside, asking nothing from others and imposing nothing on others, but being others when you need them. Reduce your necessities to a minimum so as not to depend on anyone for anything. It's true that such a life is impossible in the absolute, but it's not impossible relatively. Let's consider a man who owns and runs an office. He should be able to do without his employees. He should be able to type, to balance the books, to sweep the office. He should depend on others because it saves him time, not because he's incompetent. Let him tell the office boy to put a letter in the post because he doesn't want to lose time going to the post office, not because he doesn't know where the post office is. Let him tell a clerk to take care of a certain matter because he doesn't want to waste time on it, not because he doesn't know how to take care of it. 238. There is no sure prize for virtue, and no sure punishment for sin. Nor would it be right for such prizes and punishments to exist. Virtue and sin are inevitable manifestations in organisms which, condemned to one thing or the other, serve their sentences of being good or of being bad. That's why all religions place rewards and punishments, deserved by people who were nothing and could do nothing and therefore can deserve nothing, in other worlds, which no science can verify and no faith describe. So let us renounce all sincere beliefs, along with all concern to influence others. Life, said Tarde, is the search for the impossible by way of the useless. Let us always search for the impossible, since that is our destiny, and let us search for it by way of the useless, since no path goes by any other way. But let us rise to the consciousness that nothing we search for can be found, and that nothing along the way deserves a fond kiss or memory. We weary of everything, said the scholiast, except understanding. Let us understand, let us keep understanding, and let us make ghostly flowers out of this understanding, shrewdly entwining them into wreaths and garlands, which are also doomed to wilt. 239. We weary of everything except understanding. The meaning of the phrase is sometimes hard to grasp. We weary of thinking to arrive at a conclusion because the more we think and analyze and discern, the less we arrive at a conclusion. And so we fall into that passive state in which we want to understand only the explanation of whatever is being proposed. It's an aesthetic attitude, since we don't care in the least whether what's proposed is or isn't true, and all we see in what we understand are the details of the explanation, the type of rational beauty it has for us. We weary of thinking, of having our own opinions, of trying to think in order to act. But we don't weary of temporarily having other people's opinions, just to feel their intrusion and not follow their lead. 240. Rainy landscape. Hour after hour, all night long, the patter of the rain rained down. All night long, as I tossed and turned, its cold monotony beat against the windows. A gust of wind sometimes whipped overhead, and the rain would wave with sound, passing its quick hands over the panes. At other times, there was just a muffled sound that made everything sleep in the dead exterior. My soul, as always, whether among bedclothes or among people, was painfully conscious of the world. The day, like happiness, kept procrastinating. Indefinitely, it seemed. If happiness and the new day would never come, if at least we could never have the disillusion of getting what we wait and hope for. The chance sound of a late-night car, jostling roughly over the cobblestones, became steadily louder, clacked rudely beneath my window, and faded away at the far end of the street, at the far end of my fitful sleep that never became true slumber. Now and then a neighbor's door would slam. At times there was a splashing of footsteps, a swishing sound of wet clothes. Once or twice, when the steps were numerous, they made a louder sound. Then they died out, the silence returned, and the rain relentlessly continued. If I opened my eyes from my pretended slumber, I could see on the darkly visible walls of my room floating snatches of dreams to be dreamed, dim lights, black lines, hazy shapes climbing up and down. The various pieces of furniture, larger than in the daytime, indistinctly blotted the dark's absurdity. The door was distinguishable as something no whiter or blacker than night, just different. The window I could only hear, not see. Again, fluid and uncertain, the rain pattered. Time dragged to its accompaniment. My soul's solitude grew and spread, invading what I felt, what I wanted, and what I was going to dream. The room's hazy objects, which shared my insomnia in the shadows, moved with their sadness into my desolation. 241. Triangular dream. The light had become an extremely sluggish yellow, a yellow that was filthy white. The distance between things had increased, and sounds were spaced differently, disconnectedly, and farther apart. As soon as they were heard, they suddenly ceased, as if cut short. The heat, which seemed to have intensified, was cold, though it was still heat. Through the crack between the window's two shutters, the only visible tree displayed an exaggeratedly expectant attitude. It had a different kind of green, which infused it with silence. The atmosphere, like a flower, had closed its petals, and in the composition of space itself, a different interrelationship of something like planes had changed and fragmented the way that sounds, lights, and colors use space. 242. Even apart from our ordinary dreams, those abominations from the soul's sewers that no one would dare confess, and that oppress our nights like foul phantoms, grimy bubbles and slime of our repressed sensibility, what ridiculous, frightening, and unspeakable things the soul, with a little effort, can recognize in its corners. The human soul is a madhouse of the grotesque. If a soul were able to reveal itself truthfully, if its shame and modesty didn't run deeper than all its known and named ignominies, then it would be, as is said of truth, a well, but a sinister well full of murky echoes and inhabited by abhorrent creatures, slimy non-beings, lifeless slugs, the snot of subjectivity. 243. All it would take to make a catalogue of monsters is to photograph in words the things the night brings to drowsy souls unable to sleep. These things have all the incoherence of dreams without the alibi of sleeping. They hover like bats over the soul's passivity, or like vampires that suck the blood of submission. They're larvae from the debris on the hillside, shadows that fill the valley, remnants left by destiny. Sometimes they're worms, loathsome to the very soul that cradles and breeds them. Sometimes they're ghosts that sinisterly skulk around nothing at all. Sometimes they pop out as snakes from the absurd hollows of spent emotions. Ballast of falseness, they're useful for nothing but to render us useless. They are doubts from the abyss that drag their cold and slithery bodies across the soul. They hang on as smoke. They leave tracks, and they never amounted to more than the sterile substance of our awareness of them. One or another is like an inner firework, sparking between dreams, and the rest is what our unconscious consciousness saw of them. A dangling, untied ribbon, the soul doesn't exist in and of itself. The great landscapes belong to tomorrow, and we have already lived. The conversation was cut short and fizzled. Who would have thought life would turn out like this? I'm lost if I find myself. I doubt what I discover. I don't have what I've obtained. I sleep as if I were taking a walk, but I'm awake. I wake up as if I'd been sleeping and I don't belong to me. Life, in its essence, is one big insomnia, and all that we think or do occurs in a lucid stupor. I'd be happy if I could sleep. This is what I think now, because I'm not sleeping. The night is an enormous weight beyond the silent blanket of dreams under which I smother myself. I have indigestion of the soul. After this is over, morning will come as always, but it will be too late as always. Everything sleeps and is happy, except me. I rest a little, without even trying to sleep, and huge heads of non-existent monsters rise in confusion from the depths of who I am. They're oriental dragons from the abyss, with their red tongues hanging outside of logic, and their eyes deadly staring at my lifeless life that doesn't stare back. The lid, for God's sake, the lid! Close the lid on unconsciousness and life. Fortunately, through the open shutters of the cold window, a bleak thread of pale light begins to chase darkness from the horizon. Morning, fortunately, is what's going to break. The disquiet that so wearies me has almost quieted down. A cock crows absurdly in the middle of the city. The wan day begins in my vague slumber. Eventually I'll sleep. The noise of wheels tells me there's a cart. My eyelids sleep, but not I. Everything, finally, is destiny. 244. To be a retired major seems to me ideal. Too bad it's not possible to have eternally been nothing but a retired major. My longing to be whole put me into this state of useless regret. The tragic futility of life. My curiosity, sister to the skylarks. The treacherous anxiety of sunsets. The dawn's timid shroud. Let's sit down here. From here we can see more of the sky. The vast expanse of these starry heights is soothing. Life hurts less as we look at them. A whiff of air from an invisible fan refreshes our life-wearied face. 245. The human soul is so inevitably the victim of pain that it suffers the pain of the painful surprise even with things it should have expected. A man who has always spoken of fickleness and unfaithfulness as perfectly normal behavior in women will feel all the devastation of the sad surprise when he discovers that his sweetheart has been cheating on him, exactly as if he'd always held up female fidelity and constancy as a dogma or a rightful expectation. Another man, convinced that everything is hollow and empty, will feel like he's been struck by lightning when he learns that what he writes is considered worthless, or that his efforts to educate people are in vain, or that it's impossible to communicate his emotion. We need not suppose that those who have experienced these and similar disasters were insincere in what they said or wrote, even if the disasters they suffered were foreseeable in their words. The sincerity of intellectual affirmation has nothing to do with the naturalness of spontaneous emotion. Strangely or not, it seems the soul may be given such surprises merely so that it won't lack pain, so that it will still know disgrace, so that it will have its fair share of grief in life. We are all equal in our capacity for error and suffering. Only those who don't feel don't experience pain, and the highest, most notable, and most prudent men are those who experience and suffer precisely what they foresaw and what they disdained. This is what is known as life. 246. To see all the things that happen to us as accidents or incidents from a novel, which we read not with our eyes but with life. Only with this attitude can we overcome the mischief of each day and the fickleness of events. 247. The active life has always struck me as the least comfortable of suicides. To act, in my view, is a cruel and harsh sentence passed on the unjustly condemned dream. To exert influence on the outside world, to change things, to overcome obstacles, to influence people, all of this seems more nebulous to me than the substance of my daydreams. Ever since I was a child, the intrinsic futility of all forms of action has been a cherished touchstone for my detachment from everything, including me. To act is to react against oneself. To exert influence is to leave home. I've always pondered how absurd it is that even when the substance of reality is just a series of sensations, there can be things so complexly simple as businesses, industries, and social and family relationships, so devastatingly unintelligible in light of the soul's inner attitude towards the idea of truth. 248. My abstaining from collaborating in the existence of the outside world results in, among other things, a curious psychic phenomenon. Abstaining entirely from action and taking no interest in things, I'm able to see the outside world with perfect objectivity. Since nothing interests me or makes me think it should be changed, I don't change it. And thus I'm able... 249. Beginning in the mid-18th century, a terrible disease progressively swept over civilization. 17 centuries of consistently frustrated Christian aspirations and 5 centuries of forever postponed pagan aspirations, Catholicism having failed as Christianity, the Renaissance having failed as paganism, and the Reformation having failed as a universal phenomenon, the shipwreck of all that had been dreamed, the paltriness of all that had been achieved, the sadness of living a life too miserable to be shared by others, and other people's lives too miserable for us to want to share, all of this fell over souls and poisoned them. Minds were filled with a horror of all action, which could be contemptible only in a contemptible society. The soul's higher activities languished. Only its baser, more organic functions flourished. The former having stagnated, the latter began to govern the world. Thus was born a literature and art made of the lower elements of thought, Romanticism, and with it a social life made of the lower elements of action, modern democracy. Souls born to rule had no recourse but to abstain. Souls born to create, in a society where creative forces were flagging, had no world to mold to their will besides the social world of their dreams, the introspective sterility of their own soul. We apply the name Romantics both to the great men who failed and to the little men who showed themselves for what they were. But the only similarity between the two is in their overt sentimentality, which, in the former, denotes an inability to make active use of the intelligence, while in the latter it denotes the lack of intelligence itself. A Chateaubriand and a Hugo, a Vigny and a Michelet are products of the same age. But Chateaubriand is a great soul that was diminished, Hugo a little soul that was inflated by the winds of the day. Vigny is a genius that had to flee, Michelet a woman that was forced to be a man of genius. In the father of them all, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the two tendencies coincide. He possessed, in equal measure, the intelligence of a creator and the sensibility of a slave. His social sensibility infected his theories, which his intelligence merely set forth with clarity. His intelligence served only to bemoan the tragedy of coexisting with such a sensibility. Rousseau is the modern man, but more complete than any modern man. From the weaknesses that made him fail, he extracted, alas for him and for us, the forces that made him triumph. The part of him that went forward conquered, but when he entered the city, the word defeat could be read at the bottom of his victory banners. And in the part of him that stayed behind, incapable of fighting to conquer, there were crowns and scepters, a ruler's majesty and a conqueror's glory, his legitimate inner destiny. 2. We were born into a world that has suffered from a century and a half of renunciation and violence, the renunciation of superior men and the violence of inferior men, which is their victory. No superior trait can assert itself in the modern age, whether in action or in thought, in the political sphere or in the theoretical sphere. The downfall of aristocratic influence has created an atmosphere of brutality and indifference towards the arts, such that a refined sensibility has nowhere to take refuge. Contact with life is ever more painful for the soul, and all efforts are ever more arduous, because the outer conditions for making an effort are forever more odious. The downfall of classical ideals made all men potential artists, and therefore bad artists. When art depended on solid construction and the careful observance of rules, few could attempt to be artists, and a fair number of these were quite good. But when art, instead of being understood as creation, became merely an expression of feelings, then anyone could be an artist, because everyone has feelings. 250. Even if I wanted to create, the only true art is that of construction, but the present-day milieu makes it impossible for constructive qualities to appear in the human spirit. That's why science developed. Machines are the only things today in which there's construction. Mathematical proofs are the only arguments with a chain of logic. Creativity needs a prop, the crutch of reality. Art is a science. It suffers rhythmically. I can't read, for my hypercritical sensibility notices only flaws, imperfections, things that could be improved. I can't dream, for my dreams are so vivid that I compare them with reality and quickly realize they're unreal, hence without value. I can't enjoy innocently gazing at people and things, for my longing to dig deeper is inexorable, and since my interest can't exist without this longing, it must either die at its hands or wither on its own. I can't be satisfied by metaphysical speculation, for I know all too well, from my own experience, that all systems are defensible and intellectually possible. And to enjoy the intellectual art of constructing systems, I would have to be able to forget that the goal of metaphysical speculation is the search for truth. A happy past, in whose remembrance I would also be happy, with nothing in the present that would cheer or even interest me, with no dream or possibility of a future that could be any different from this present or have a past other than this past. Here lies my life, a conscious ghost of a paradise I never knew, a stillborn corpse of my unrealized hopes. Happy those who suffer as unified selves, whom anxiety alters but doesn't divide, who believe at least in unbelief, and who can sit in the sun without mental reservations.